markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. While NVIDIA's revenue forecast easily exceeded the average analyst estimate, the beat was narrower than investors have grown to expect over the past 5 earnings reports. Shares of NVIDIA most active. They're down right now 3.7%. But one of the stories is that it hasn't dragged down the major averages. In fact, the S&P 500 34 points higher. That's up 0.6%, 56.26 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average in an intraday record, 251 points higher. That is up 0.6%. And the NASDAQ 100 up 1%. That's a 194-point pop there. And we also had some economic news. High prices, borrowing costs continue to scare buyers away. U.S. sales of existing homes sinking in July to the lowest level on record. Some of the individual shares on the move. HP jumping after the hardware maker reported its first sales increase in 2 years. Dollar General, that is the worst performing stock of the S&P 500. Those shares down close to 30%. The discount retailer cutting its sales forecast. And then you have Best Buy raising its earnings guidance for the year. And we check the markets for you all day long. Right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Emily and Paul.
All right, JT, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Emily Garfeo sitting in for Alex Steele. I'm Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. We're streaming live on that internet thing that Gene Munster keeps talking about. I think you can go to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Podcast, and I think that's where you'll find us. I'm not really sure. You'll know that one of the topics that Alex Steele and I like to talk about, Emily, is commercial real estate. Because it's just fascinating how that industry is adapting to a post-pandemic world, particularly in the office, but also just across the board in commercial real estate and what it means for the banks and all that kind of stuff. Fortunately, we've got a lot of good folks to help us figure out what's going on. And Abigail Doolittle, I mean, she covers all the markets for Bloomberg News, but she's been really helpful in bringing some smart commercial real estate people into Bloomberg Radio, and we appreciate Abigail. She joins us here in our studio along with Scott Kelly. He's the founder and CEO of Atos Capital Real Estate. Scott's one of these guys. He's part of that Morgan Stanley real estate mafia. They're everywhere. Anytime you see a commercial real estate person come in here with some money in their pockets talking to investing, they did a stint at Morgan Stanley Real Estate, and they just the best on the street as long as I've been on the street. Scott, thanks so much for joining us here. I guess my question is simply, where do you guys see the best value and opportunity in commercial real estate today? Are you going to the Lipstick Building or something like it on 3rd Avenue that's dealing with occupancy issues, or are you looking at other places?
Well, I'd make 2 points. One, people have been, us included, anticipating this distressed wave of real estate, which has not come as quickly as folks thought, but it's also inevitable. Just because the refinancing rates are totally disconnected from the underwriting of a bunch of these properties. So the answer is no. We're focused on places we can add value, and we've got a new company called Wavertree Property Partners, which we've got development capabilities from guys that were with the LaFrac family for a long time. I mean, they're good developers. We think that the combination of financial expertise and redevelopment is going to be the key to making money going forward.
So a question that I have, Scott, is that we've all been waiting for this crash in commercial real estate, and there were some big headlines in 2023. There were some big office buildings that were defaulted on. But since then, there really hasn't been that much. It seems like properties are still not trading, maybe a couple here or there. Is that true? And is there going to be a moment where all of a sudden a ton of properties are going to flood the market, or is it just going to take a really long time to work this thing out?
Well, your observation is absolutely true. You know, again, people have been waiting for the tidal wave of stuff to happen. And where is it? There's a billion, well, there's $1 billion loan portfolio on the market right now from a foreign bank that's just getting out of everything. And some of it's performing, a lot of it's not. There are a couple more coming later this year. But interestingly, as we discussed previously, so much of this bad debt is held in regional and community banks, and they're just it's extend and pretend. You know, they're renegotiating the terms. They're putting out the maturities. They're never going to get repaid.
How long can they do that for?
Well, I think it's a regulatory matter. I think the regulators they don't want to cause a banking crisis in an election year. So I think the thing that changes is after the election, the regulators start to, and again, this bank that's selling $1 billion portfolio, it's because it's a European bank, and it's because the European regulators are saying, get rid of this trash. So I think that doesn't happen until after the election. But after the election, I think it really does.
Interesting. So 2025 could be kind of painful.
Yes.
We've been talking a lot about NVIDIA today and this hunger for AI and demand. I'm wondering how that is impacting commercial real estate. Are you seeing opportunities in data centers?
Well, yes. I mean, data centers are one of the big. Again, real estate. If you want to go by category, office has got issues, retail has got issues, increasingly apartments do to some extent, but data centers have just been on fire, and there continues to be an almost unquenchable demand for data center capacity. So yeah, I do think the bigger opportunity with AI and real estate, which we're working on with a partner, is to really synthesize the information in a way that help you make not just good commercial judgments, but informed commercial judgments, data-driven.
Scott, you've been in this business for decades. You and your team, everybody knows you. Every banker knows you. Every lender knows you. When you go out to buy a property today, you're the equity. Can you get a loan for your capital structure? Are the banks lending?
Well, that honestly is the big issue. That yes, the banks are lending, but at terms which are, radically different than most of the current owners anticipated. So, somebody that has borrowed money at 3%, all of a sudden they get a term sheet back from the bank, and it's 7 or 8% at the same loan-to-value ratios. So, that's what inevitably is going to cause a big turnover in a repricing of the industry. It just hasn't happened yet. And the subordinated lenders are in control of all these situations when that debt matures. It's just that, rather than pull the trigger right now, the banks, I think, have been encouraged to push it out for a year or two. So the problem is profound. It's identifiable. It's just going to take a while to come to fruition.
I'm so interested in what you were saying about the regional banks, because when you joined us about a year ago, you were saying that you thought that there could be a crisis. So once we put this election past us, has enough extend and pretend happened that 2025 might not be awful? Do you think that there could be a regional banking crisis if the regulators wake up?
Well, I think it's going to take, as we talked about, a year. I think this is going to be a slow burn. I mean, this isn't an RTC type situation where they're going to, liquidate basically the government liquidated the whole savings and loan industry. So it was a huge opportunity that probably lasted 24 months. This is not going to be that way because this debt is all over the place. It's in really, bad refinancing, condition, but it's going to be a slow burn as opposed to everything happening at once. So I think the answer is there's going to be a lot more distress in 25, but the opportunity is going to last for a while for an investor.
Scott, here in New York City, there's so many families that are just own so much real estate here in New York City. They've been so successful over generations. Any of them stressed right now? Really financially stressed?
Some that have been more active developing recently. I'm not going to tell you who, but yes, there are. The long-term owners who've owned for a long period of time. If you look at the New York market, if you own good office properties, as an example, the one thing that's really happening in the office market here is that all these buildings are being heavily amenitized. You look at the 3-star restaurants, the gyms, the places for tenants to hang out. That's the way that the classic really high quality office buildings have been able to retain their tenants, and they're really in pretty good shape. A lot of those are owned by REITs, which tend to be low leverage, and a lot of these families don't have a lot of leverage. The people that are stressed are the ones that have levered up to do new developments, recently, particularly in the office space, that just haven't worked out. But there is going to be the winners and losers. That if you have, Class B, C office buildings, those are going to be really tough. Where the Class A ones continue to perform pretty well.
Just 30 seconds. What percentage of New York real estate would you characterize as Class A?
Oh, 10, 15.
See, that's my point. I think this is going to get ugly. That's what I keep waiting for. And we just haven't seen it.
I know, it's amazing.
I don't know. I don't know how it's going to play out. I don't know. But here on Bloomberg Intelligence, we're going to continue to cover this commercial real estate business because we think it's really interesting. We've got smart people like Scott Kelly, founder and CEO of Atos Capital Real Estate. He's also Waver Tree Property Partners, managing member there. And then our good friend Abigail Doolittle, markets reporter for Bloomberg News. Abigail's got so many great relationships here, and we appreciate her sharing them with Bloomberg Radio here. Talk about the commercial real estate business. I don't know.
It's all about gyms and offices.
I guess. I don't know. Back in the day, I came in at 9 o'clock. We worked till like 10 or 11 o'clock. We got dinner and a car home, and that was just plenty.
Now you need a sauna.
I know. Now I need a sauna. Michael Barr knows what I'm talking about. Michael Barr's got world and national news for us.
Yes, I do. Thank you very much, Paul, Emily, and John. Vice President Kamala Harris and her running mate, Governor Tim Walz, are on their second day of a 2-day bus tour through southeast Georgia. Yesterday, Walz spoke to students of a marching band in Liberty County.
My previous job to this was, of course, public school teacher and coach, which I wear with pride.
Harris and Walz are also getting ready for their interview on CNN tonight. Former President Donald Trump will campaign in Michigan and Wisconsin in a handful of battleground states heading into the Labor Day weekend. White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan has wrapped up a 3-day trip to China with a meeting with President Xi Jinping. The nearly hour-long face-to-face gave China's leader a chance to discuss with Sullivan the U.S. effort to cut off his country's access to cutting-edge chips. More from Bloomberg's Rebecca Chung-Wilkins in Hong Kong.
This has been a real tour de force by Jake Sullivan. He has had pretty extraordinary access opened up to him. Meetings with the top diplomat, Wang Yi, multiple sessions, multiple working lunches, sitting down with the top general for the PLA, that's the Chinese army, and now this hour-long discussion with Xi Jinping.
Bloomberg's Rebecca Chung-Wilkins. Caroline Groot of the Netherlands wins the first gold medal of the 2024 Paralympics in women's track cycling. There will be new events taking center stage this year in Paris. Amanda Morris, disability reporter for The Washington Post, described one exciting sport, wheelchair rugby.
It's like such a high-intensity sport where different athletes in wheelchairs are like ramming into each other, and it's like football meets rugby meets bumper wheelchairs, and it's just like a high-contact, intense sport.
Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Well, despite the decline in shares of NVIDIA after disappointing some investors who were expecting more with their earnings report after the close of trading yesterday, the major averages, they are all higher. In fact, the Dow Jones Industrial Average, that has crossed into record territory on an intraday basis. The Dow right now up 289 points. That is a rise of 0.7%, 41,382 on the index. S&P 500, 40 points higher. That is up 0.7%. We're at 5633. And the tech-heavy NASDAQ 100, 228 points higher. That's a rise of 1.2%. Also getting a pop for the smaller mid-cap stocks, Russell 2000. That is up 1% right now. As for NVIDIA, those shares down 3% right now at $121.72 a share. Dollar General, worst performing stock in the S&P 500 after its earnings report. That is down 28%. And then you have shares of Best Buy up 15% after the earnings report. And also shares of Gap, they're up close to 3% following their earnings report. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Emily and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Emily Garfeo sitting in ably for Alex Steele here today. I'm Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well, so check us out there. The stock story of the day is NVIDIA. Numbers came in above expectations, but not enough above expectations for some of these tech folks out there. Stocks off only about 3.2%, kind of hanging out in this level most of the day. Let's break it down, get underneath the details with Kunjan Sobhani. He's a senior analyst covering semiconductors for Bloomberg Intelligence. He's based down in San Francisco, so he's got to know what's going on with all this tech stuff here. Hey, Kunjan, give us your thoughts, your expert thoughts. You follow all these semiconductor companies. Give us your thoughts on the NVIDIA earnings from last night.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's not enough negatives fundamentally that we saw from these results to justify this kind of a stock reaction. It seemed like you pointed out they are a victim of their own recent success and strength and really unrealistic expectations.
I mean, you know, the reality is, I mean, let's be honest here, just from a trading perspective, the stock was up like 100 gajillion% this year, up 150%. So if for no other reason, you sell, you know, give me a little bit of opportunity to take some profits here. So, Emily, what do you got for us?
So, I'm wondering, this is a company where a lot of their customers are highly concentrated. Something like 40% of the customer base is just a few big tech companies. What are the risks associated with that?
I mean, the concentration has been a significant risk. It's sort of a double-edged sword, you know, by the function of spending. These customers are the ones who really spend major IT app CapEx dollars. So you do want them to be your biggest customers because that's who are really creating the market. At the same time, we have seen signs like over the last 2 quarters, the cloud players make up about 45% of its data center revenue, which is down from its peak of mid 50% over last year. So that's a good sign. Over the last few quarters, we have seen enterprises and the consumer internet and vertical companies growing faster for NVIDIA data center revenues compared to the cloud revenues for NVIDIA data center. So that's, again, a good sign. Another third sign that shows that diversification is happening and that risk is easing is what we have seen in from the geographical demand perspective. So over the last few quarters, we have seen rest of the world outside of US continue to sustainably keep growing sequentially. In fact, this quarter was the first time we ever saw US decline slightly quarter over quarter.
So, Kunjan, can those new verticals of customers, can they offset what might be slowing demand from the Amazons of the world, the Googles of the world, who are developing their own chips?
So we have not seen signs of slowing demand from the Amazons and Googles of the world. You know, when you look at quarter to quarter, things can look lumpy. But from a year-end perspective, annual perspective, we are not seeing slowing demand. In fact, when we look at this earnings seasons, all of these customers beat their CapEx estimation and guided more CapEx spending. Most of it going to AI, most of it going to NVIDIA. Yes, the risk is there of these customers using their own chips, but that's more of a out-year risk. They still are not slowing down or stopping purchasing NVIDIA chips.
What do investors need to know about the Blackwell processor lineup? Ian King of Bloomberg News said this is NVIDIA's next big cash cow.
Exactly. I mean, from our perspective, the biggest question or the risk going into the earnings was what's happening with the Blackwell delay? Is it going to ramp? And if so, when? I think the comment that Jensen made about $7 billion shipment in their fiscal 4Q should put a lid on these uncertainty around Blackwell. And yes, Blackwell is supposed to be the next growth driver. Specifically, most of the 2025 growth is hinged on Blackwell's success.
Lay out for us kind of how the competitive environment looks out there, Kunjan. I'm thinking about Advanced Micro Devices, Broadcom, maybe to Qualcomm, to a lesser extent Intel, I guess. Where are all these competitors here? Why can't they do this stuff?
I mean, NVIDIA has almost more than a decade of R&D behind them in this arena, right? They are the ones who, for the most part, invented the GPUs. They have been working on GPUs for, like I said, investing in it more than a decade. These other companies that we talked about have not been investing in this area. So it's not as easy to come in and immediately replace someone who has been ahead of you by multi-years. Second, there's a lot other entries to barrier. It's not just about creating comparable chips. Their software system, their systems, they're not a chip solution provider anymore. They're a system solution provider. So you don't need a comparable chip. You also need the software. You need the ecosystem. You need the vertical integration and the system integration capabilities. At the same time, they are not just sitting, right? They are running much faster than they have in the past. So you don't even just, it's not just about catching up to NVIDIA, which is already 2+ years ahead of its closest competitor. It's also trying to catch up when they are even running faster. One example of that is they are now launching new products at a cadence of 12 months. This is not what we have, this is unprecedented in the semiconductor world for this complex technology. Usually you see 18 to 24 months of a product launch cycle.
So the stock is up 145% year to date. Intuitively, it just feels like it's got to take a breather. But what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, again, from a fundamental perspective, this earnings and the reactions feels to us like a small speed bump in a long journey where there's plenty of strong secular growth left in the tank.
How about valuation here? Again, you look at it and it's like 70 times trailing, 45 times this year's, 30 times next year. Is this a stock that realistically, with a straight face, you can say to clients, is earning its way into its multiple?
Well, so we look at forward-looking multiples, and when you still compare it today, compared to most of its peers, right, it's still growing faster than most of its peers, even at this large scale, which is very important that people forget. When you look at other fundamental metrics, the gross margin, the earnings growth, the free cash flow generation, still top of the list. So, I mean, that does demand a certain premium versus its peers, right? And when you look at the other AI peers, it doesn't seem that expensive on a relative basis.
We don't have a lot of time left, but we've just been watching this market all day, and it is incredible how, even though the stock, NVIDIA stock, is down today, the NASDAQ 100 is still higher. Just give us some final thoughts on, is this a market for the year ahead that is only going to be powered by NVIDIA, or are we going to see more trading days like today where the tech trade is kind of, in the green without NVIDIA?
I would say both. I mean, you have to really separate out, right? If there is fundamental weakness or concern coming out of NVIDIA, which did not happen, by the way, we think there will be a broader impact to the market. But in the absence of that, right, what you're seeing is just the stock behaving itself, and some of it could be profit-taking that, like you outlined, because it needs a breather. There was no real concerns. There was no real risks that were macro risks outlined here, that the demand is slowing, the spending is slowing. So I believe until and unless we don't see those risks come out, the impact should be limited to NVIDIA. But if and when we do see those come out, it could spread across.
All right, Kunjan, thanks so much for joining us. We always appreciate it. Kunjan Sobhani, he is the senior semiconductor analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. He's located in our San Francisco office. They're Pier 3 right on the water there. Beautiful offices for Bloomberg. Talking about NVIDIA, stock off about 3%, but pretty solid quarter by most metrics. What a profit taking. This is Bloomberg.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
And I'm John Tucker in the newsroom. Look at some of the company stories we're following. Let's start with Gap. They beat the sales expectations for the second quarter. This suggests the overhaul by the new CEO, Richard Dixon, is working. This is the company behind brands like Old Navy, boosting net sales last quarter 5%. Gap also said the comp sales were up 3%, and that surpassed all the analysts' expectations. Now, Gap shook up the company a year ago. It named Dixon CEO after he was credited with reviving Mattel and its Barbie brand. During his tenure, the retailer has leaned on celebrity marketing and also revamped the executive ranks there. The Pentagon withholding $5 billion from Lockheed Martin for each F-35 aircraft that doesn't yet have advanced hardware and software to meet their specifications. The announcement is giving investors, analysts, and taxpayers a sense of the cash incentive at stake for the #1 defense contractor. They're trying to move beyond the years-long saga of problems involving its top defense program. Neither Lockheed nor the Pentagon revealed how many planes are actually subject to withholding. Lockheed had projected delivering 75 to 110 of the aircraft by the end of this year. And finally, guess what's making a comeback? Gen Z beloved brands like Tory Burch are jumping on board the latest fashion craze among the younger set. Women's Wear Daily reports brooches are coming back. The once dated pin, now a hot button accessory. The second-hand retail site RealReal says it's seen a considerable increase in brooch sales for the past 2 years. Should have saved all that stuff for my grandmother instead of throwing it out. And that's your company news.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, green on the screen here to close out the morning session here. The S&P 500 is up about 0.7%. The Nasdaq's up just about 1%. Russell up 1.1% as well. 10-year Treasuries up about 4 basis points, 3.87 on your 10-year. Pretty much right in line with the 2-year, which is at 3.89%. We take note of that inversion really narrowing to almost nothing right here. WTI crude oil up 1.6%, $75.71. With our news in New York City, here's Michael Barr.
Thank you very much, Paul, Emily, John. Vice President Kamala Harris is getting ready for her first interview as a presidential candidate on CNN tonight. The Democratic nominee is under pressure to give more details about her economic policies, but Brown University political scientist Wendy Schiller says she's not likely to show her hand.
Detail will only cost the Harris-Walz campaign support and time and energy, right? Because when you put the details out, then you open yourself to criticism. And, you know, Trump says he'll solve a problem, he'll deport people, or he'll do this, or he'll cut taxes, but he doesn't go into detail. And I don't think she has to either, and I think it would be a mistake to do that.
Wendy Schiller of Brown University. Former President Donald Trump will campaign in Michigan and Wisconsin and a handful of battleground states heading into the Labor Day weekend. The Biden administration says it still plans to aggressively defend its latest plan to forgive student loan debts for millions of borrowers after the Supreme Court yesterday ruled the plan must remain on hold as it faces challenges in court. It is an income-based program that structures monthly repayments around a borrower's income. Education Secretary Miguel Cardona says despite setbacks, the Biden administration will keep trying to make a college education affordable for Americans who want one.
We have too many people in this country that have potential that don't have access to college. We're trying to fix that. Yeah. Debt relief is only a part of it.
Education Secretary Cardona spoke on CBS Mornings. Finally, people thought a bald eagle was injured when it was on the ground in Missouri. Officials with the Missouri Department of Conservation captured the bird at the Wilsons Creek National Battlefield and temporarily took it into captivity. Then they took an X-ray at the Dickerson Park Zoo. It wasn't injured at all. The bird was suffering from a full stomach. Authorities say it ate a whole raccoon that was probably roadkill. The park said, in other words, it was too fat to fly. Global news. Keep a straight face, Michael. Global news, 24 hours a day. And whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I've had some fried chicken nights where I was grounded. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg. Paul, Emily, John.
All right, Michael Barr, thank you so much. We appreciate it. One of the most widely read stories on the Bloomberg terminal is about that Mars deal for Kellanova. Years before she became the chair of the U.S. Federal Trade Commission, Lena Khan lamented a lack of competition in candy. Her views gain new relevance now that she leads the agency that expected to take a tough look at whether Mars should be able to buy Cheez-It maker Kellanova for nearly $36 billion, the largest packaged good deal in years. The tie-up would catapult Mars into the top ranks of the industry behind Unilever, PepsiCo, and Nestle. The companies say they have complementary portfolios, and the transaction will help Mars expand its snack offerings beyond chocolate. But in 2023, Khan wrote a piece for Time magazine blaming the chocolate oligopoly, quote unquote, for a lack of candy makers. At the time, she was a junior staffer at the New America, a progressive Washington-based think tank. I mean, the concern here is that the regulators in Washington, the FTC under Khan, the Department of Justice, they've been really tough against M&A.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like here the two companies, Mars and Kellanova, actually don't compete that much in the chocolate space, but they do compete in other snacks and packaged goods. Think Kind and RX Bar; those are kind of very similar. So if they were to combine, the FTC would be concerned about antitrust.
Well, she wrote back in 2013, of the 40-odd brands of candy available at her local Safeway, quote, almost all of them are produced by one of three companies: Hershey, Mars, Nestle, with a specialty product or two by Ferrara and Palmer's company, Conroe. So she was doing some work back in the day. She's now going to be the FTC. They'll be looking at this $36 billion deal, potential deal between Mars and Kellanova. So we'll keep an eye on that. Balance of Power with Kaylee Lines. Taking a look at what's happening in Washington, D.C. Balance of Power. That starts right now.
politics to the world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
It's interview night for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Welcome to Balance of Power. I'm Kaylee Lyons in for Joe Matthew as the Democratic ticket gets ready for its first big sit-down interview in the swing state of Georgia as they wrap up a two-day bus tour of that state. We'll have more coming up this hour with Bloomberg's Mike Dorning and our political panel, Rick Davis and Kristen Hahn. Plus, the economy is certain to come up in that interview tonight. We'll have more, considering we got some economic data this morning as well, with Lindsay Owens of the Groundwork Collaborative about Harris's proposed policies. And we'll take a look at the potential foreign policies of a second Trump administration. Gabriel Scheinman of the Alexander Hamilton Society will be with me this hour for more. First, though, as always, we start with a check on the markets, and Amy Morris has a look at that for us. Hey, Amy.
Hi, Kaylee. Stocks rose, bonds fell, data showing that the economy is holding strong despite elevated Federal Reserve rates. More on that in just a moment. NVIDIA shares 3.4% lower after its outlook failed to inspire. For all the hype around NVIDIA's results, a slide in its shares was not able to prevent the equity market from pushing higher. And we check those markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 is up 0.8% or 45 points. NASDAQ is up 1% or 197 points. And the Dow is up 1% or 381 points. The 10-year Treasury yield at 3.87% and the 2-year yield is at 3.89%. The U.S. economy grew at a slightly stronger pace in the second quarter than initially reported. Bloomberg's Michael McKee has the revised GDP.
It was expected to be unchanged at 2.8%. Instead, it's 3% as personal consumption. Americans are spending a lot more, goes up to 2.9% from 2.3%.
Bloomberg's Mike McKee. We get the latest numbers on personal consumption, the Fed's preferred read on inflation tomorrow. And the number of Americans filing for unemployment benefits fell slightly last week. Weekly filings for unemployment benefits, considered a proxy for layoffs, remain low by historic standards. A gauge of pending U.S. sales of existing homes sunk in July to the lowest level on record. High prices and borrowing costs are still scaring buyers away. The drop was larger than all estimates in a Bloomberg survey of economists, reflecting declining sales in all four major regions. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Now back to Balance of Power with Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Amy Morris, thank you so much. I am Kaylee Lyons, and as always here on Balance of Power, we are keeping track of the latest polls for you. They come out frequently in an election cycle like this one, of course, in which we've seen a lot of change as to who exactly is being polled. It's now Kamala Harris that voters are being asked about against Donald Trump versus Joe Biden. And we're seeing a massive difference in her performance versus how Joe Biden was performing, including in the latest poll that came out from Fox News. It's looking specifically at the Sun Belt states. It was done after the DNC wrapped up in Chicago last week and after RFK Jr. dropped out of the race and endorsed Donald Trump. And what it finds is that Kamala Harris is up by 1 point in Arizona. She's up by 2 points in both Georgia, where she is today, and Nevada. And Donald Trump is up by 1 point in North Carolina. Now, all of those figures are within the margin of error, but of course, it is still noteworthy and worth discussion. And we'll discuss it now with Mike Dorning, who leads our congressional coverage here at Bloomberg, but of course has a long history covering politics. It is worth noting, Mike, that Joe Biden, in the past surveys that Trump has done in these states, was down in the ballpark of 5 to 6 points, depending on the month and state you're looking at. It is a pretty noticeable difference now that Harris is the candidate. It's a huge difference,
and it's a difference in enthusiasm among younger voters and among minority voters that Biden just didn't have. And it was hurting him, especially in the Sun Belt, a younger, more dynamic economies. And now the map has changed. So up until, earlier this summer, the Democrats' only hope was running the table with the northern Rust Belt swing states. Now, Harris has lots of options and ways she could win.
Well, and you mentioned minority voters specifically. In this Fox poll, she received 79% support among black voters and 56% among Hispanics. There also was separate polling out today from USA Today and Suffolk University that looked at minorities specifically. For Hispanics, it went from supporting Trump by 2 points nationally to supporting Harris by 16 points. For black voters, which of course is traditionally an overwhelmingly Democratic group, it moved from supporting Biden by 47 points to supporting Harris by 64. The split between Harris and Trump among black voters, 76 to 12%. So the demographics are really important to consider here, Mike.
Yes, that's the big difference on why those states came on the table. And even more important than what people are saying is underneath the surface, it's more likely they're actually going to show up and vote, because, you know, you can have all the support you want. If no one really is that interested in you, a lot of them aren't going to show up and vote. And what Harris has done is created enthusiasm. People with Biden, you know, fairly or unfairly, viewed him as a thing of the past and weren't as enthused about him. So not only is she doing better among younger people and among minority people, but she's actually got them enthused enough that they might actually vote for her, and that's what matters.
Well, and of course, it's not just voting for president that they might be driven out to do. There's other names that are going to be on the ballot.
Yeah, as long as you're there, you may as well fill out the rest of the ballot.
You have to consider as well that the Democrats down the ballot, or Republicans for that matter, in a state like Arizona, you have Ruben Gallego versus Kari Lake. The Fox News poll finds him up by double digits. Same with Jackie Rosen in Nevada.
And that's especially likely to make a difference with Jackie Rosen, because that was a closer race for Democrats. And there was a lot of thinking that, you know, Gallego would probably win Arizona. There's a lot more uncertainty about who was going to win Nevada. And this will make perhaps a very significant difference in Nevada.
Well, and of course, the question is going to be how each of these state races add up to a majority in the Senate and in the House. I have had people, including Frank Luntz, suggest to me that it is not without possibility that the Democrats could actually sweep with Harris at the top of the ticket, keep hold of the Senate, and take control of the House. You, of course, cover Congress very closely. We know that's not the most likely outcome here. We're likely to end up with divided government in some way.
Yeah, the key races will be the Ohio race and the Montana race. In both of those states, they're Democratic incumbents. John Tester in Montana, Sherrod Brown in Ohio. And those are states that are, you know, most likely going to be won by Trump. So they would have to do substantially better even than Harris in those states. If they can win both those states and, you know, perform as expected elsewhere, they might, by the, you know, the thinnest margin, by, you know, barely maintain control of the Senate. That's if, like, everything goes right for them.
Well, and of course, there's conversation, at least Chuck Schumer has indicated, he thinks they could actually have pickup opportunities to add to the majority in a state like Florida, with Senator Scott as the incumbent, or Ted Cruz in Texas, who's, of course, being challenged by Colin Allred. How likely, realistically, are either of those scenarios?
It's certainly not that likely, but it is a possibility. If that happens, we can tell you why that would happen. And why that would happen is because not only Harris is, you know, revving up the Democrats and getting other people interested in the Democrats, but also simultaneously the abortion issue revving people up. And if that makes a huge difference, that might put them over the top in Texas and Florida, where Florida's actually got an abortion rights measure on the ballot. It's possible that could happen, but again, everything would happen to go right. But also, a very important element of that would be what Harris and Walz are doing today in Georgia. And that is they're trying not to completely write off the rural vote. And that makes a big difference in a lot of swing states, but it also, large parts of Florida and Texas are rural. And what's happened lately, since, you know, basically Obama didn't write off the rural vote, but since then, the rural vote has not really been challenged seriously by the Democrats. So you're going to lose those parts of the country, the rural areas. The Democrats will, and the Republicans will win them. But it makes a big difference whether you lose them 80-20 or, you know, 65-35. And if Harris and Walz has a lot of rural credibility, and he can be kind of the introducer and show the repertoire, and they're showing that they're present in rural areas, you know, that part of their hope is they can just lift that up a little.
Yeah, the margins matter. It's
Yeah.
an excellent point. Mike Dorning of Bloomberg, thank you so much for joining me to help break down some of these polls. And it is worth pointing out also in that Fox poll that I was mentioning, it does find that voters in the Sun Belt still give Donald Trump the edge on the economy. And in fact, 4 in 10 of them say that the economy is the most important issue for them when they are casting a vote for president. We, of course, got some news on the U.S. economy today, and it was better news than expected. Upward revision to GDP growth in the second quarter. It grew at 3%. That's up from the previous estimate of 2.8%. And, of course, the consumer engine that's driving that, you look at personal spending, also revised higher. 2.9%. The prior estimate was 2.3%. So let's get into some of this now and more on the economic policies of these candidates. In addition to that, Lindsay Owens is with me. She is Groundwork Collaborative Executive Director. Welcome back to Balance of Power. Lindsay, it's always good to have you. Obviously, the data we got this morning is backward looking. It's taking a look at the second quarter. We are now most of the way through the third at this point. But does this help put to bed any notions of a potential growth scare that may have arisen, especially in light of the latest jobs report?
Yeah, look, the fundamentals of the economy are absolutely strong. We have low unemployment. We have inflation that has come down considerably off its peak. By some measures, has already reached the Fed's 2% target. And we have strong GDP growth. But the risks ahead are in 2 spaces. The first is the continued concerns that many Americans have about the high cost of living. And the second, of course, is that the Fed could be behind the 8 ball. We heard last week in Chair Powell's Jackson Hole speech that they're going to cut rates in September. So that's great news. And we just have to hope it'll be deep enough and fast enough to ward off any potential downturns.
Well, and what that ultimate depth of the cut next month could come down to is, of course, the data we have yet to get. Lindsay, we're going to get PCE data tomorrow. We know that that's the Fed's preferred inflation gauge. We have a jobs report coming up next Friday. In addition to that, what picture are you anticipating that these data will paint? Do you think it will be supportive of a 50 basis point cut or potentially send the message to the Fed that they can go slower on the way down?
No, I think the inflation numbers are going to look pretty soft, and I think they will support a strong rate cut of 50 basis points or more.
Of course, Elizabeth Warren, the Democratic senator from Massachusetts, had said she'd like to see 75. I'm not sure that anyone thinks that that's highly likely at this point, because it could potentially send a bit of a panic signal, right, Lindsay? If the Fed all of a sudden were to ease dramatically, could that not have some repercussions?
I mean, look, I think Chair Powell was pretty clear in his statement at Jackson Hole that he feels like when he balances the risks of continued high inflation and further softening in the labor market, he's now a bit more concerned about softening in the labor market. So he's sort of thinking about that side of the dual mandate with more granularity and with more focus. So I think if he, he has effectively softened the ground for a pivot to cuts, and I think if he goes a little further than folks expect, I don't anticipate a huge swing in the markets, but I do think it will send a clear signal that he wasn't kidding when he said the risks are now more skewed towards softening the labor market.
Well, of course, monetary policy is one thing, Lindsay. Fiscal policy is another. And we may get some more clarity into the kind of fiscal policy Kamala Harris might actually pursue if she does win the election in November when she sits down for her first interview tonight on CNN. What does she most need to answer for, knowing that she has given us broad strokes of things she would like to do when it comes to housing or price gouging, but how much more explaining is necessary?
Yeah, so Vice President Harris is going to have to talk to the American people about their number one priority when it comes to the economy, which is the cost of living, the cost of things that matter most, a roof over your head and food on the table. And I think she has a lot to talk about that Americans are going to be interested to hear. And I think she has a lot to boast about in some respects. This week alone, we have had 2 stunning developments when it comes to our understanding of the high cost of living in America. Friday, the Department of Justice sued RealPage, the largest real estate data company, for price fixing. What they determined in their complaint, I looked at the 100-page complaint over the weekend, is that there has been a vast widespread conspiracy among corporate landlords to set the price of rent well above market levels. According to RealPage's own materials, between 2 and 7% higher than what you would expect absent their price fixing. And by the way, millions of tenants live in houses whose landlords use RealPage. So this isn't small ball, this is substantial. And her administration's Department of Justice sued on Friday to put a stop to this conspiracy. And I think Americans are going to be really happy to hear that she and the Department of Justice have been cracking down on the corporate profiteering that we're seeing in the housing space. The second thing that we learned is yesterday in the Federal Trade Commission's lawsuit to block the merger of two of the largest grocery giants in the country, Kroger and Albertsons. We heard from Kroger's top pricing official, their senior director for pricing, that Kroger has been passing along higher pricing than is justified by inflation alone for milk and eggs. What he said under sworn testimony is that retail inflation is higher than cost inflation. So the high prices that are coming their way, they're absorbing those, or they're passing those along, and then they're going for more. They're passing along higher prices on milk and eggs. And the Federal Trade Commission is suing to ensure that this merger doesn't exacerbate their market position and their ability to do that on an ongoing basis in food and grocery. And so I think Vice President Harris can take credit for that as well. So I think when it comes to both housing and grocery, what she can do is talk about what she plans to do with 4 more years, but also what she is already doing this very week in her administration to bring down the cost of things that matter most, a roof over your head and food on the table.
And finally, Lindsay, we just have a minute left, but in addition to the price fixing kind of conversation, she also was talking about, for example, $25,000 assistance for first-time home buyers. Those are things that cost money. Doesn't she need to explain the pay-fors as well?
Yeah, that's such a great point. She really has done that already, but I think you're right. She should do that again tonight, and I think the American people will actually be quite pleased with her plans to bring in more revenue to cover investments in their communities, investments in their families. She has endorsed all $5 trillion of the Biden-Harris's budget taxes on the wealthy and corporation. That's bringing the corporate rate back up to 25 or 28%. That's restoring some of the taxes, the tax cuts, on the wealthiest Americans. So I think she's laid out more than enough, in revenue to cover the cost of her key agenda items.
All right, Lindsay, we got to leave it there. Lindsay Owens, Groundwork Collaborative and Groundwork Action Executive Director. Thank you. This is Blue.
It's 12:22 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. Markets are shifting their focus back to the U.S. economy, leading to gains across the board. This despite a drop in NVIDIA. Shares of NVIDIA right now 3.4% lower. The Commerce Department upgraded its assessment of U.S. economic growth for the second quarter to 3%. That's compared to a previous estimate of 2.8%, marking a sharp acceleration in growth. Consumer spending, which accounts for about 70% of U.S. economic activity, rose at a 2.9% annual rate last quarter. That's up from 2.3% in the government's initial estimate. And we check the markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 is up 0.9% or 49 points. NASDAQ is up 1.1%. That's 206 points. And the Dow is up a little more than 1%. That's 427 points. The 10-year Treasury yield is at 3.87%, and the 2-year yield is at 3.88%. NYMEX crude oil is up 2% or $1.49, now trading at $76.02 a barrel. And COMEX gold is up 0.7% or $18.30, now at $25.56 per ounce. Dollar General shares slid after the discount retailer cut its full-year sales forecast. Shares falling as much as 26% when markets opened. Shares of Dollar General now 29% lower. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now back to Balance of Power with Kaylee Lines.
All right, Amy Morris, thank you so much. I am Kaylee Lines. Welcome back to Balance of Power, where we're keeping tabs on domestic politics, but geopolitics this week as well, especially as U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan is wrapping up his 3-day trip to China. He actually met on his final day with Chinese President Xi Jinping, the first time those two have met one-on-one. And it set the stage for a call between President Xi and President Biden that they say could happen in the coming weeks. This is, of course, as the two countries work to keep relations stable ahead of the presidential election, when, of course, a new president will be chosen and potentially China policy could change when one is. Now, Jake Sullivan did say today that Kamala Harris has experience dealing with Chinese leadership, saying that she would continue the China policy implemented by Biden, or at least signaling that. And then, of course, there's Donald Trump to consider, who has threatened a 60% tariffs on all Chinese exports. And his China policy is included in a new piece in Foreign Policy. It's authored by Gabriel Scheinman, executive director of the Alexander Hamilton Society, who writes, and this is a quote, "The strength of the U.S. economy would give Trump the leverage to strike the fair and reciprocal trade deal he seeks." Going on to say those dynamics may lead to a far broader trade war with and decoupling from China. I'm pleased to say Gabriel is joining me now for more. So we have seen this administration, Gabriel, and welcome to Balance of Power. It's great to have you. Take pains to not say decoupling, to talk about diversifying or friendshoring, but not decoupling. Isn't decoupling a dangerous thing?
Thank you for having me. No, it's not a dangerous thing. I think what's actually a lot more dangerous is continuing on the autopilot policies that we are right now and have been for nearly 40 years. I think that you can use different words for it: decoupling, diversifying, nearshoring, offshoring, friendshoring, whatever it is. But I think at the end of the day, the Chinese government does not play fair a number of its trade deals and has sought to establish leverage over the American economy and American society in a lot of ways. And one of the things, not only the first Trump administration, a putative second one, and to some degree, I think the Biden administration as well, is how do they de-leverage? How do they make it enact policy in such a way where the U.S. economy is not under the thumb of the Chinese Communist Party?
Well, but couldn't that make the U.S. economy once again under the thumb of inflation if you do have a decoupling from such a major trade partner where cheaper goods do tend to come from? And if you have high tariffs on those exports that are still coming to the U.S., all of that raises costs, right?
Yeah, unquestionably. And I think you've seen both the Biden administration and then the Trump campaign now talking about how actually it doesn't raise costs. That's just not true. It absolutely will raise costs on the cost of goods in the United States and ultimately possibly on the cost of living as well. The flip side of that, though, is what are you giving up in return? And the idea is the concern is that for national security reasons, where we are not able to control the supply chains of core components for our military. We're not able to have full control in supply chains of core components for our pharmaceuticals. I think people remember during the early days of COVID how there was a mask shortage in the United States, and lo and behold, something like 70% of the masks were being produced in China. And so these are bargaining chips that they have used and leveraged against us in important situations. And so while it may indeed cause an increase in prices for quite a number of American household goods, especially if Donald Trump wins and pursues the pretty large tariff policy he's talking about in China, the flip side of that is also be able to reclaim a sense of kind of national independence and national sovereignty in a lot of these issues.
Well, on this notion of sovereignty, it is worth noting that it's not just the economic considerations when it comes to the China relationship to talk about here, but more geopolitical ones as well. For example, Donald Trump did an interview with some of my colleagues in a Bloomberg Businessweek piece earlier this summer, suggesting he thinks Taiwan should be paying the U.S. for any defense. How do you expect policy when it comes to Taiwan and the South China Sea and all these kind of territorial disputes could be handled differently under a Trump administration?
Well, it's a good point. I mean, it is important to note that it was actually under the Trump administration, the first term, where American policy to Taiwan flourished. I mean, it ruffled a lot of feathers, but then President-elect Trump, during the transition time in late 2016 or 2017, took a call with the Taiwanese president, which was unprecedented at the time. The increase of visits to the island, the increase of trade, included in a lot of international forums or attempts to do so. So the United States under the Trump administration broke a lot of taboos, and to the Biden administration's credit, they actually took those and continued it in that way. So there actually is quite a lot of bipartisanship, I think, specifically vis-a-vis Taiwan. At the same time, and I mean, I wouldn't use the words in which Trump used it, at the same time, there is this concern that our allies are just not doing enough or don't seem to take the threats to their own sovereignty as seriously as they ought to. I mean, I think Taiwan is spending something like 2.5% of its GDP on national defense. And while that is higher than a lot of our European allies, it is still not commensurate where it needs to be, given the threats that they face on a daily basis from Beijing. And so I do think that there is a need for us to be able to encourage our allies to spend a lot more on their defense than they already are.
Well, and of course, and you kind of alluded to this, Gabriel, that doesn't just go for the Asia Pacific, right? You're talking about Europe and NATO here. Donald Trump has suggested those in NATO not paying their fair share may not get requisite support from the United States should the need arise. How do you think that alliance actually would be different? Do you think Article 5 would still stand in Trump 2.0?
I think it absolutely would still stand. And you know that by looking at the record. So first, under Trump 1.0, the Trump administration actually welcomed 2 new nations into NATO, neither of which at the time actually met their 2% of GDP spent on the military's obligations. So despite the rhetoric, the record is different there. The Trump administration actively wanted to move U.S. forces further east in Europe. This is before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and talked about extensively, in particular in Poland and the Baltics, to be able to do that. That's a greater commitment in that way. And although it might come across as haranguing, when Trump took office the first time, I think there was only 5 out of then 28 NATO members that met their 2%. When he left office, it was 10. And now I think we're at 20 out of 32. And next year there, and in a speech he just gave earlier this week, he established a policy saying that rather than a 2% floor, it actually should be increasing to a 3% floor. And I don't think it would be that crazy that if he were to be elected president at the next NATO summit, which would be in June 2025, that he actually might even be able to declare a mission accomplished on a number of those things. And so I actually think the trend lines are such that there's starting to be some rearmament in Europe as a consequence of concerns about American withdrawal and obviously concerns about the threat from Russia. The Europeans are picking up a greater share of the burden. They contribute the majority of actually aid to Ukraine, not the United States. And so for all those reasons, I actually think that Trump 2.0 is likely to solidify our alliances with Europe rather than abandon them.
Well, as you raise Ukraine here, Donald Trump has maintained that he could end the war in Ukraine in one day. Gabriel, is that credible? How would he do that?
I think that's a rhetorical flourish. So I think ending the war in 24 hours is not there. But if you actually follow the next sentences that he says after that, how would he do that? What does he say? How did he do? He said basically that he would turn to President Zelensky and say, you got to negotiate with Putin, and if you don't, maybe we'll cut you off. But then he said he'll turn to Putin and say, if you don't actually negotiate an end to this deal with Zelensky, we're going to double the amount of arms that we give to the Ukrainians. So the Russians are the ones that actually have not been willing to negotiate at all because they want all of Ukraine. They see it as a half nation. It's pretty evident from Putin's rhetoric was there, whereas the Ukrainians, obviously they want the Russians to withdraw from their sovereign territory given their aggression, but they've been trying and open to negotiation in different ways. So again, the 24 hours thing is a bit of a rhetorical flourish, but the concept here is that the Trump could be expected to actually put a lot more pressure on Putin to be able to do it. And, maybe you'll get to this, but American energy policy is a perfect example of how to be able to do that. The current administration has been trying to restrict American fossil fuel production, American fossil fuel exports, even though America is functionally an energy superpower. We've never produced or exported more oil and gas than ever before. And under a Trump administration that I think is pretty clear about these things, if you can bring more of that to market, you can dilute the Russian economy or dilute the pressure or the leverage it has the European economy, then it actually puts more pressure on the Russians to be able to negotiate.
Just to follow up on that, Gabriel, as you know, we are producing a record amount of oil and natural gas. So what is it that we think more will be produced in the U.S. under a second Trump administration, or that he will just handle the exporting of it differently, is what you're saying?
I think it's both. I think to give you an example, the Biden administration, I think it was like 6 months ago, put a moratorium on new LNG gas export licenses, for example. The Biden administration, because of its concern over climate change, has been trying to more or less kill demand for fossil fuels and basically kill the combustion engine in a lot of different ways. Gas prices in the United States today are roughly $1 more than they were, pre-COVID, let's say, under Donald Trump because of a lot of these policies. And so I do think that by basically reducing regulation, cutting back on a lot of these subsidies for electric vehicles and cars, things that Trump has pledged to be able to do, you're actually going to see more demand, which is going to lead to more supply, which is going to lead to more interest, especially overseas in Europe and so forth.
Drill, baby, drill, I think is what this might come back down to. Gabriel, thank you so much for joining. Great to have you. Gabriel Scheinman, Alexander Hamilton Society Executive Director. We appreciate your time. And now let's get a quick check on world and national news. Nancy Lyons has that for us in the 99.1 newsroom here in Washington. Hey, Nancy.
Thanks, Kaylee. Vice President Kamala Harris faces a big test today when she sits down for her first in-depth interview since becoming the Democratic presidential nominee. Harris and her running mate Tim Walz will be talking with CNN's Dana Bash tonight. Some Republicans have criticized Harris for including Walz, saying her staff must not be confident in her abilities to go it alone. Brown University political scientist Wendy Schiller.
She's conducted many interviews, right? I mean, in all of her political career. So it's not the interview itself. It's the new role that she has and setting the tone for her candidacy. And I think that's what people are looking for.
Wendy Schiller of Brown University. The interview airs tonight on CNN at 9 p.m. Wall Street time. White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan has wrapped up a 3-day trip to call with China's leader himself in the coming weeks, but it is not clear whether that call could be followed up by a Biden-Xi face-to-face. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
1240 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. The economy grew at a slightly stronger pace in the second quarter than initially reported. Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice has an update.
They've revved it up a bit. The new tally shows economic growth hit the 3% mark between April and June, stronger than the previously reported 2.8%. Improved U.S. consumer spending more than offset weakness in other segments, including corporate investment. Consumer spending accounts for about two-thirds of total U.S. economic activity. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
And initial applications for unemployment benefits were little changed at 231,000. Treasury yields rose. S&P 500 index futures are higher while the dollar strengthened. And we check the markets all day long at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 up 1% or 52 points. NASDAQ up 1.25% or 216 points. And the Dow up 1%. That's 451 points. The 10-year Treasury yield at 3.86% and the 2-year yield at 3.88%. And Best Buy raising its earnings guidance for the year, a sign that its turnaround efforts are starting to bear fruit. Consumers starting to upgrade their COVID-era purchases with new products, including innovations like artificial intelligence. It did take a cautious note, downgrading the high end of its annual comparable sales forecast to a 1.5% decline from flat before. Best Buy shares right now 15% higher. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now back to Balance of Power with Kaylee Lines.
All right, Amy Morris, thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lines in Washington, but we have our eye on Georgia today, as it is day 2 of the Democratic ticket, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz's bus tour of Georgia, specifically the southern rural parts of the state. It will all culminate in a rally in Savannah later today, but before they can get to that rally, they have to sit down for a big interview first at 1:45 p.m. Eastern Time. That's when it will take place with Dana Bash of CNN. It'll air at 9 p.m. Eastern, and of course, this is a joint interview. We've been waiting 5.5 weeks now for Kamala Harris to give an interview like this since she became the Democratic presumptive and now official nominee. And it's not just her. Tim Walz is also joining, something Republicans already are heavily criticizing her for. So let's get into it now with our political panel. Rick Davis is with me, Stone Court Capital partner and Bloomberg Politics contributor, together today with Kristen Hahn, Democratic strategist and partner at Rock Solutions. Kristen, I'll just begin with you. Should Harris be doing this on her own? I will say from the jump here, obviously, I do know there is historical precedent for candidates, the joint ticket, sitting down together in previous election cycles. But given the scrutiny she's been under, the fact that she hasn't done an interview to this point, why not go it solo?
I mean, I don't think so. I think having the joint ticket, like you said, there's a lot of precedent for this type of thing. I also don't think it'll be her last interview. I know the Republicans have really been grasping at straws, criticizing both she and Walz for not sitting down for an interview now that it's happening. I think, they're looking for other things to complain about. But I think it'll be good for the American people to see this interview with the both of them.
Well, Rick, I'd love for you to weigh in here because, sure, there is potentially an effort to find something to complain about here. But is that complaint not valid?
Yeah, I think it's a more media-inspired problem. I mean, obviously, the ticket's been out there campaigning, and it's not like this is the first time we've seen the vice president. She's been around the administration giving interviews for quite some time. But yeah, look, I mean, the media gets to decide the terms of the debate, and in their respect, they've said, hey, we need to sit down, we need to be able to talk. And look, I think it's better for the audience to see the vice president with her running mate because, one, voters actually are interested in what the dynamic is between them. How do they react to one another? How do they exchange the discussion points with Dana Bash in this case? Do they seem connected and on the same page, or do they seem miles apart? I think that's actually a very good device to have this as a joint interview between the two of them. And plus, this campaign is just really getting started. It is the week before Labor Day. We've got 69 days to hear from these candidates, and so I think it's much to do about nothing, but nothing is going to be solved today. So. Sure, Republicans like to complain. They're going to complain every single day of this campaign about one thing or another, which is fair because it's certainly not like the Democrats to hold their tongues. So the game is on. Let's play ball.
Okay, so if ball's being played tonight, Kristen, it does raise the objective of what exactly they're trying to win here. Is this literally just about doing no harm being able to express some of her policy positions without losing some of the momentum she's been able to gain to this point?
I think they also want to talk about the economy. And we've seen some polls that show that Donald Trump is still leading on that specific issue, even if he's not leading overall anymore in some of these swing states. So, really talking about the middle class, really conveying to the American public how, they are different from, what would be another, a second Trump administration. So I think making it very clear that, they're thinking through. We've seen, some of the information coming out of their campaign about specifics on what they want to do about the housing crisis. But I think really speaking to those issues where the Democrats maybe, from a policy perspective, with the voters falling a little bit short, this is an opportunity to talk about those things.
So, Rick, is that what she most needs to answer for, the economy today, or is it something else, like the border, for example?
Yeah, no, look, I think that it's a little bit of all of the above, right? I have no doubt there'll be salacious questions about the latest Donald Trump tweets that disparage her and Hillary Clinton. They'll want to talk about the economy, of course, but like to most interviewers over this past cycle, the economy seems to be a secondary issue, even though it's the number one thing on the minds of voters. And I would say this campaign has turned upside down when it comes to the economy. Right now, the momentum is with Kamala Harris as to who would best be able to manage the economy. There's been an 8-point swing in 1 month on the Michigan Consumer Sentiment Index, and I know you're tired of me talking about it, but it is the best.
No, I love it, Rick.
This
is Bloomberg.
And the reality is, Trump had a 5-point lead at one point in time on who's best able to manage the economy, and now Kamala Harris has a 3-point lead. So that is a big swing, and bigger than what we're seeing in sort of traditional polls today that we're reading from Fox or Emerson.
Well, on the subject of the Fox poll that we got today, they, of course, looked at Sunbelt states specifically. She's up by 1 point, it is, in Arizona at this point, 2 points in Nevada and Georgia, where she is today. Rick, if we could just zero in on Georgia, given that is where she is spending her time, and she's trying to tap specifically into certain demographics like rural Black voters. What do you make of this strategy? How much time should she invest in the Peach State?
Well, this is deja vu all over again. Barack Obama started this in 2008 against my candidate, John McCain, going to rural counties and trying not necessarily to win them, because that would be too high a bar, but to take a 55% victory by Republicans and turn it into a 52 or 51% victory. And then that makes his margins in counties around Atlanta significantly better. And that's how they won Atlanta. I have no doubt that's the strategy that Kamala Harris is trying to do, is basically depress the Republican turnout in these rural areas, or especially around the southern part of the state. Just get those margins down a little bit. There are a lot of rural counties in Georgia, and there's only one big urban county, and so you need that leverage to be able to compete in a place like Georgia. Right now, I think everyone would agree, most pollsters and strategists I've talked to, it's a dead heat in Georgia. But a lot of them are saying, hey, watch North Carolina, because there are a lot more urban locations to leverage than just Atlanta in Georgia.
Well, and I spoke with Laura Trump, the co-chair of the RNC yesterday, who said she's watching North Carolina, her home state. Also talked to me about tightening margins in Pennsylvania, suggesting, Kristen, that they're going to be investing more resources in those states, that their strategy has to shift now that it's Harris at the top of the Democratic ticket. How much of this, and the way in which we are seeing Harris and Walz moving around the country to areas like they're in now in Georgia, is because they are trying to force Republicans to spend money in those places that they thought they could take for granted?
I think that's always part of the strategy. I also, think Rick is exactly right with regard to how they're thinking about this. And I'll just say long term, it is not a productive strategy to ignore entire swaths of the country. We're also seeing as some of the members of the House and the Senate or some of the candidates are going to the field following the DNC, some down ballot effect there too. So it'll be interesting to see the impact that the top of the ticket will have on the House.
Well, certainly. And as we consider the ticket, of course, it's not just Kamala Harris that's on it. It's also Tim Walz, someone who has been described as someone who has rural credibility, specifically given his upbringing in Nebraska, the district that he represented in Minnesota before he became the governor, and something that he even talked about on stage at the RNC, the idea that he is a gun owner. He describes himself as one of the best shots in Congress while he was spending time in the House of Representatives. He actually talked about this yesterday. I think we can take a listen.
I know guns. I'm a 24-year veteran. I'm a hunter. I was one of the best shots in Congress, and I got the trophies to prove it. I could outshoot them every year. But I'm not going to stand by and let someone say that this is about the Second Amendment when our first responsibility is protection of our kids. It is not a false choice. We can have and protect the Second Amendment and keep guns out of our schools that are killing our kids and do things right.
Rick, is that a message that resonates in rural America?
First of all, America should know, yes, Congress has shooting and marksmanship contests amongst members. Now, why we would allow them to have guns, considering the animosity between them all, is a mystery to me, but I do think it's important to note. Secondly, I think one of the things that is Walz's appeal is that straightforward, straight talk that he just gave you on that side, because that cuts through so much of the political jargon, and that works in Wisconsin as well as it works in places like Georgia and North Carolina, but also places like Nevada and Arizona, where people have an affinity toward the Second Amendment. So I think that kind of straight talk is the kind of thing I think that he brings to the ticket, but also will be interesting to see how he demonstrates that tonight in an interview with CNN, because it's one thing to do it on a rally on the main stage. It's another thing to do it sitting one-on-one with an interviewer.
Well, and to that point, Kristen, obviously the folksy nature of Tim Walz is something that many saw as an attribute when he was chosen, at least Democrats that I have spoken with, this idea that he can be America's dad. But do voters not need to see tonight that he is actually someone who could step into the Oval Office and take on the duties of President of the United States should the situation arise?
I think they do, and I think that they will. And I think Dana Bash is the perfect person to do this interview. She's tough, as we all know. So I know she will ask the tough questions. But anybody who knows Tim Walz, I mean, I remember when he was in the House of Representatives, that he's a very serious man. He's very good at delivering things in a way that people can receive, particularly in parts of the country where Democrats maybe aren't always the most successful, but that doesn't make him any more or less serious about the policy issues and knowledgeable about what he's talking about. So I think that'll come across.
Finally, we've talked a lot about what the Democratic ticket is doing today, Rick. It is worth noting that J.D. Vance was in Boston talking to the firefighters union that Tim Walz was addressing yesterday. Donald Trump's going to Michigan and then Wisconsin to take part in a town hall moderated by none other than Tulsi Gabbard, who is now honorary co-chair of his transition team. What does a town hall like that accomplish for Donald Trump?
Well, it's a bit of a tightrope. Donald Trump is not a natural to the town hall format, and doing Q&A, but he does connect well with people, which is maybe one of his strengths, is he's not intimidated by a room full of folks. And that's a kind of physicality that he does well in politics. So it may be that for two reasons. One, they need to humanize him a little bit, because I think Democrats have been successful at making him sort of the ogre from behind the walls of Mar-a-Lago. But two, it's a lot less expensive to do a town hall compared to these big rallies. These big rallies are sapping the income of the Republican National Committee. And this gives them a respite from that in order to be able to put more money on TV, which they desperately need.
All right, Rick Davis and Kristen Hahn, our political panel today. Thank you so much. I'll have more with Rick and Kristen in our second hour. And I'm saying this not for the benefit of those who may be watching on YouTube, because you obviously have already seen it, but for our radio audience, Rick Davis is once again sitting in the Rick Davis arcade. I really want to challenge Rick Davis to skee ball competition. It looks like there might be some Pac-Man and even a basketball situation going on in there. Looks really fun. Rick, enjoy your games in the break. We'll see you in a few minutes for the second hour of Balance of Power. Kristen, of course, will be there too. We'll continue our conversation on the state of Georgia as the Democratic ticket wraps up their swing through the southern part of the Peach State. Andra Gillespie of Emory University will join in the next hour. And we do have to keep tabs on geopolitics as well. Both Jake Sullivan's visit to China, we'll have more on that with Bloomberg's Nick Wadhams, and also what's happening in the Middle East as Israel is continuing operations in the West Bank. We'll have more with Brett Brune coming up in just a few minutes as well. So don't go anywhere. Much more still ahead, right here on Bloomberg.
politics to the world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Welcome to Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Kaylee Lines in Washington with Georgia on my mind as Kamala Harris and Tim Walz wrap up their two-day bus tour of the Peach State, getting ready to sit down for their first big interview on CNN later today. We'll have more this hour with Andra Gillespie of Emory University and our political panel, Rick Davis and Kristen Hahn. Plus, we'll have the latest on geopolitics as well, from China to the Middle East. I'll have details on Jake Sullivan's trip to Beijing with Bloomberg's Nick Wadhams. Plus, we'll have more on what is happening with Israel's operations in the West Bank with Brett Brune of the Global Situation Room. So a lot is still ahead, but we begin as always with a check on the markets, and Amy Morris has a look at that for us. Hey, Amy.
Hi, Kaylee. The economy grew at a slightly stronger pace in the second quarter than initially reported, reflecting an upward revision to consumer spending that more than offset weaker activity in other categories. Gross domestic product rose at 3% annualized rate. That's up from the previous estimate of 2.8%, and the economy's main growth engine, personal spending, advanced 2.9% versus the prior estimate of only 2.3%. Initial applications for unemployment benefits little changed at 231,000. Treasury yields rose, the S&P moved higher, the dollar strengthened, and we check those markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 up 0.8%, or 47 points. NASDAQ up 1%, or 185 points, and the Dow up 1.1%, or 451 points. And the 10-year Treasury yield at 3.86%, the 2-year yield at 3.89%. NVIDIA issued a forecast that failed to live up to elevated expectations, even as that company's results showed strong growth in the latest quarter. The company's quarterly report was the most anticipated part of the tech industry's earnings season. It met or beat analyst estimates on nearly every measure across the board. But NVIDIA investors are now kind of used to these blowout reports, so the latest numbers didn't really do anything for them. NVIDIA's new Blackwell processor lineup also is proving to be more challenging to manufacture than anticipated, so now shares of NVIDIA are 3.9% lower. And that is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now back to Balance of Power with Kaylee Lines.
All right, Amy Morris, thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lines in Washington, keeping an eye on what's happening across the swing states today. Donald Trump going to appear in Michigan and later on Wisconsin, while the Democratic ticket is wrapping up its second day of its bus tour in Georgia. That's what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz have been doing since yesterday. They will, of course, sit down later today, actually in about 45 minutes, for an interview, the first big one they will have done since they became the Democratic ticket on CNN. It's set to air at 9 p.m. Eastern time, and then, of course, they will have a big rally in Savannah to wrap up their tour of the Peach State. And it comes at a time in which they are polling better in the Peach State, or at least Harris is doing better than Biden was at the time that he dropped out of the race. So let's get into what's going down in Georgia and turn to that state. Someone very familiar with it. Andra Gillespie is joining me from Emory University, where she is Associate Political Science Professor. Andra, always great to have you here on Bloomberg TV and radio. And when we consider this notion that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are not just investing time and resources in Georgia, they're specifically going to more rural areas of the state that have a high concentration of black voters. Is what actually is putting Georgia in play for them?
Well, Georgia's in play because the public opinion polls suggest that Vice President Harris is doing better than President Biden was when he was the candidate. So Joe Biden could still make the claim that most polls had him within the statistical margin of error of Joe Biden, of Donald Trump, excuse me. But the trajectory was headed in the wrong direction. And it was very likely, because there were some polls that were indicating it in June, that there were going to be more polls where Donald Trump was going to be clearly ahead of Joe Biden. So statistically outside of double what the margin of error was. Since Kamala Harris has entered the race, there have been a couple of polls that have suggested that she's ahead, but all of these polls put Biden or Harris and Trump within a couple of percentage points of each other, which is clearly a statistical tie. So that suggests that Georgia is still in play. Now, that being said, Georgia still has more Republicans than Democrats in the state. And so if Kamala Harris wants to win the state, she's got to have a massive mobilization campaign that does better than Donald Trump's machine does and gets every possible Democratic voter out. And so what that means is you cannot just concentrate on Atlanta and think you've done your job. You've got to find Democratic voters wherever they are. And the truth is that they're all over the state, and Atlanta isn't the only blue spot in the state of Georgia.
Well, and when we consider who those Democratic voters actually are, or who they might be, it is, of course, worth noting that Georgia does have one of the highest black populations of any state in the country. How much of what Harris needs to do is appeal to that demographic specifically, when they were not as supportive of Joe Biden, it seemed, in this cycle than they were in 2020?
Yeah, if you don't have strong support amongst African American voters, so that's not just in terms of vote choice, the percentage of Black voters who support the Democratic ticket, but it's also in terms of voter turnout, you're doomed to failure because Black voters make up more than half of all Democratic voters in the state of Georgia. So you have to have that strong base of support, and then you have to build on it. So that does include college-educated liberals in the metro Atlanta suburbs. That includes Latino voters who are spread across the state and might not necessarily be in the urban centers in the state. That includes Asian American voters in the suburbs. And so this idea that you have to campaign across the whole state and make sure that you overperform everywhere is going to be the ticket to Kamala Harris being able to win the state. If she can't do this, then she's not going to win the state.
Well, so let's talk then about her opponent who could win the state. Donald Trump, of course, was within 12,000 votes roughly of Joe Biden in 2020, but ultimately lost it. Brian Kemp, the governor of Georgia, who has had some difficulty with his relationship with Donald Trump, or maybe it's Donald Trump who's having difficulty navigating the Kemp relationship, Andra, given what went down in 2020. Brian Kemp is obviously a very popular figure in Georgia, and that's borne out in polling we're seeing just today. How do we need to consider that relationship and what Donald Trump needs to do in regard to Brian Kemp to get those who might support him, Kemp, the governor in Georgia, on Donald Trump's side?
Well, the issue with Donald Trump's ire was he was lashing out publicly against somebody whose political machine he needs in order to be able to win the state. And so many people argue that it was self-defeating for Donald Trump to, 4 years later, and even 2 years after his own gubernatorial candidate lost to Brian Kemp in the primaries, it didn't make sense for Trump to continually attack Brian Kemp, who was a popular governor in the state. So we've seen a rapprochement. Brian Kemp is still a Republican. He's still probably going to support the Republican ticket regardless of what happens in his relationship with Donald Trump. And many of us in Georgia think that he harbors higher political aspirations for the U.S. Senate. So he wouldn't want to alienate the Trump base, who he's going to want to support him in a Republican primary. And so what we see here is just a pragmatic meeting of the minds. Brian Kemp is going to support Donald Trump. He's fundraising for him, and he's going to avail former President Trump of his mobilization operation. And again, this is because whichever side does the best job of getting their people out is going to be the one to win. And so Republicans still have a margin in the state. They still have a buffer, but it's not as big as it used to be. So you cannot have lackluster turnout amongst Republicans and expect to be guaranteed a victory in the state in the way that you might have been able to bank on that 20 years ago.
Well, I did catch up with Governor Kemp at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee earlier this summer, who did make it clear that he is supporting Donald Trump. He wants him to win Georgia, but has said then and said repeatedly even now that there is really no real path for Donald Trump to win if he doesn't win Georgia. How should we be considering the map here? The way it has expanded, Andra, it seems, for Kamala Harris to some of these Sunbelt states, Georgia inclusive, and how now that may shift strategies for both campaigns, Trump included.
Well, I mean, so if we think about the wall and we think about the 7 competitive states of Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada, the Sunbelt states actually contribute fewer electoral college votes to the margins. And so most analysts assume that Donald Trump has already banked about 219 electoral college votes. Georgia has 16 of those votes. It shares second place in terms of being the largest share of votes of any of these remaining battleground states. So North Carolina is certainly in play. He would need both of those and Arizona and Nevada to be able to get over the hump to 270 electoral college votes. That's assuming that Kamala Harris wins the Rust Belt states. So, it's Donald Trump's path to victory will probably almost by necessity require that he win 5 states. Pennsylvania is always going to be the plum prize because it's the largest of those states. And if you win Pennsylvania, then if you win the larger states, you can take 4 of those states. But if Arizona is going to be part of this discussion, then and if Nevada is going to be part of this discussion in terms of a must-win state, that actually probably puts the probability of needing 5 states in order to be able to carry the math.
Yeah, Andra, I caught up on this show yesterday with Laura Trump, the co-chair of the RNC, who told me that she does see margins tightening in the state of Pennsylvania, and they're considering investing more resources in that state as a result. I do want to talk as well, before we let you go, Andra, about the interview that Harris and Walz will be sitting down for together within the next hour. It will, of course, air this evening. What is it that Kamala Harris is going to need to most answer for in this interview? For Georgia's and voter who may not yet be decided whether or not they want to vote for her, and frankly, undecided voters in these key states across the board?
Well, she's been attacked a lot about flip-flopping on issues, so she's going to have to explain her evolution on issues, and it's going to have to be credible. The big thing that she's going to have to do is she's going to have to speak clearly and not make gaffes and present herself as relatable and ready to lead. I think this is still very much going to be a campaign about vibes, in part because character, I think, can be characterized as a vibe issue about how candidates are going to make you feel. And so she's going to have to present that case as well. But basically, she's going to have to present herself as being able to handle tough questions that she hasn't seen before, so that she can counter the Republican argument that she's slippery and that she's basically kind of, a shadow type of candidate who really has no substance behind her.
Just really quickly, Andra, obviously we here at Bloomberg TV and radio want to focus on policy. Policy specifically is where our interest lies, and we're hoping maybe we'll get answers from Kamala Harris on some of that tonight. But is it going to be about policy in this election, or can someone actually win on vibes alone?
Part of the issue with vibes is making sure that you're conveying empathy and that you understand the problems that the average American voter faces. And so you are going to have to name check issues. I think it becomes a question of how much detail do you need to provide in order to be convincing. I don't necessarily know that all voters are going to be looking at white papers and they're going to be looking at the specificity of policies, but they do want to hear that you've thought about some issues and that you have some reasonable ideas for how to tackle those issues and that you can communicate that effectively.
All right, so maybe the vibes have to be justified. Andra Gillespie,
yes,
always great to have you. Thank you so much for joining. Associate Political Science Professor at Emory University. Appreciate your time as we focus on domestic politics here. But we also are focusing on geopolitics today, as U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan just wrapped up a 3-day visit to Beijing, in which he met one-on-one for the first time with Chinese President Xi Jinping. And this trip apparently laid the groundwork for a conversation that will happen by phone between President Xi and President Biden in the coming weeks. Of course, efforts underway here to normalize this relationship or keep it as steady as possible ahead of the presidential election. So for more on this, we turn to Nick Wadhams. He leads our U.S. national security coverage here in Washington. We always ask Nick whether tangible outcomes come from this trip. I feel like I ask it every single time. I may have already asked this of you this week, but is the outcome here that conversation, that phone call that could happen between Xi and Biden?
I think what you saw out of this was a situation where they explicitly did not want any tangible outcomes, because the whole point right now for the U.S. is let's just keep this conversation going. You had this period of many months where essentially the two largest economies in the world, two rivals, were not speaking to each other at all over tensions around Taiwan and other things, and a lot of instability there. They basically just want to keep the conversation going. So no surprise then that the one tangible that we would get would be a conversation between Biden and Xi. But I mean, we are so far from a situation where the U.S. and China could have any sort of actual substantive outcome from a meeting like this on disarmament, on fentanyl, on Russia, whatever it is, that, even this, though, they're going to say counts as a small step forward.
Well, and as we consider where there are steps being taken forward, and where things are staying the same, Jake Sullivan also made it clear on this visit that those export curbs they've put into place, the efforts to restrain China's development of strategic technology, including semiconductors, those are not going anywhere.
So, I mean, that is just the fascinating element of this thing. They're saying, on the one hand, let's keep conversation going, but in terms of actually making the relationship any better, that's not going to happen. We are keeping these curbs in place. We are going to do everything we can to keep you from accessing this sensitive technology. We are going to push you and punish you as much as we can over the burgeoning alliance between China and Russia over Ukraine. But at least we can tell you it's not going to get any worse and look at the other guy, look at Trump, who's threatening these 60% tariffs. So you better, work with us. If that's the argument for finding common cause, I mean, so be it. But just reflects also the massively hawkish atmosphere back in the U.S. They have so little room to maneuver.
Well, and it's bipartisan hawkishness, if you will. But that said, and we were just talking to Andrea Gillespie about this interview we'll get from Kamala Harris later on today. Do we know as much about how she would approach China, to what extent it would basically be in keeping with what the administration she's been part of would do, what she thinks about tariffs? How much clarity do we actually have on that?
We're starting to get a little more, which is essentially everything we're hearing is it would be continuity. I mean, I think what you're seeing here really is that she has a lot of policies she needs to develop. China policy, breaking new ground. They're doing something radically different, either getting even tougher on China. Well, that would put her into Trump's camp and basically mean there was no daylight between her and Trump. Getting more dovish on China, as you suggest, would face massive bipartisan opposition. So I think this is one where she may actually agree with the policy. I think her team is still working through that. But ultimately, there is absolutely no political upside for Kamala Harris to make this a priority or a big feature, or to really spend any time on coming up with some new China policy that's going to change the world. I mean, just so little room for her to maneuver on that back home. It's not an issue that voters are really going to be all that interested in anyway. I think she's just not going to want to get anywhere near it.
And finally, Nick, and this news literally just crossed the Bloomberg terminal. I'll bring it to our TV and radio audience now. This is coming from Ukraine, which you mentioned is an issue with China as well. Ukraine's military, Air Force specifically, says one of the handful of F-16 warplanes that they have only just recently received from the West went down earlier this week. It crashed. It has now lost one of the few kinds of this aircraft that it actually has had access to at this point. Nick, how significant is a development like this? How crucial have F-14s already become to Ukraine's war effort? Or 16s, rather.
Right. They had just started to incorporate them in. So, I don't think you're going to see a crash of one F-16 making a really material difference. The issue is much more a symbolic one. Ukraine had pushed for these F-16s. It wants dozens and dozens of them. I think so far it's gotten less than 10, 5 or 6. This was, I think, one of 6. It has taken so long to train these pilots. There are just so many complicated issues. You have language barriers. You have the whole way that the U.S. and Ukraine differ on the use of fighter jets, and there's just all sorts of complicated issues. And then the fact that these are very, very, very expensive. So it's a blow. It's not going to change in a significant way the way that Ukraine conducts this war, but it just highlights the challenges you have and the sheer cost of sending millions and millions of dollars worth of extremely advanced weaponry to Ukraine, which they have been pushing for. All indications we have right now is that this was pilot error, so it'll raise questions about Ukraine's ability to integrate these weapons into its own military.
All right, Nick Wadhams, always appreciate you joining us, especially when we have breaking news to get context on. Nick Wadhams, of course, leads our national security coverage here at Bloomberg. And still ahead on Balance of Power, we'll turn back to the campaign trail with Harris and Walz in Georgia, Trump in Michigan and Wisconsin today, and of course that big interview coming up with new polls out regarding the presidential race. We'll have more with our political panel, Rick Davis and Kristen Hahn, just ahead right here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
1:21 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. Stocks rose, bonds fell, data showing the U.S. economy is holding strong despite elevated Federal Reserve rates. For all the hype around NVIDIA's results, a slide in its shares was not about to prevent the equity market from pushing higher, buoyed by economic figures showing consumer resilience. And we check those markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 up 0.8% or 44 points. NASDAQ up 1% or 174 points. And the Dow up 1% or 417 points. The 10-year Treasury yield at 3.86% and the 2-year yield at 3.89%. NVIDIA shares right now are about 4% lower after a forecast that failed to live up to those elevated expectations, even as the company's results showed strong growth in the latest quarter, and NVIDIA's new Blackwell processor lineup has proved more challenging to manufacture than anticipated. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now back to Balance of Power with Kaylee Lines.
All right, Amy Morris here with me in Washington. Thank you so much. I'm indeed Kaylee Lines. Welcome back to Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio, where we are always keeping track of the latest polling, including a new poll that came out today from Fox News that looks specifically at the Sun Belt states. This was a poll done in the aftermath of last week's Democratic National Convention in Chicago and after RFK Jr., of course, who was a third-party candidate, suspended his presidential campaign and endorsed Donald Trump. And what this Fox poll finds in the Sun Belt is as follows. Kamala Harris up by 1 point in Arizona. In Georgia and Nevada, it's Harris up by 2 points. Donald Trump, however, is up by 1 point in North Carolina. Now, I would note all of these figures are within the margin of error, but they still point to an incredibly tight race in some of these states that up until roughly 6 weeks ago, it looked like they were Donald Trump's to lose, as Joe Biden was polling much more poorly than Kamala Harris is now in these states, including, of course, North Carolina, which also happens to be the home state of the co-chair of the RNC and Trump's daughter-in-law, Lara Trump. I talked to her about it yesterday.
Yeah, well, listen, North Carolina is definitely a state where we've seen some movement. It looked very positive for Donald Trump in whenever he was going against Joe Biden. It still shows Donald Trump up on Kamala Harris, but we want to make sure that we increase that lead. So we certainly are prepared to put more money into that state.
So for more on the state of the race and the states in which more resources are being deployed by both campaigns, our political panel joins me now. Rick Davis, Stonecourt Capital partner, Republican strategist, and Bloomberg Politics contributor, together with Kristen Hahn, Democratic strategist and partner at Rock Solutions. Rick, I'll come to you on this first, as you obviously have plenty of experience deciding how to allocate resources. Is it North Carolina where Trump and the RNC need to think about spending more money? Is it Georgia where Harris and Walz are today? Is it all of the above? And how do they do that when they don't have the cash advantage right now?
Yeah, it's a tricky situation for the Trump campaign. As you have been pointing out, this new Fox poll shows an 8-point swing in a month to Harris from Trump. This is really bad news. One, because trajectorily they're on the wrong path. They're losing support rather than gaining support. And two, as has been mentioned in this broadcast already today, Georgia is critical to Trump's path to 270 electoral votes. And so he's got the electoral vote math going feverishly right now, because they're trying to figure out what could we string together in order to be able to find that magic 270. And just a month ago, he was sitting on a pile of those options, and he probably had 5 or 6 ways of getting to that magic number, when as for the switch, very few. So it's still very much focused on Pennsylvania. The Trump campaign's pouring resources into there. But the reality is, as you point out, Kaylee, they can't compete dollar for dollar on TV. And so they've got to get Donald Trump out of Mar-a-Lago and onto the campaign trail where they can dominate the news media. And, yesterday he had no campaign events. And so, today he'll be traveling to a couple of the, states, Wisconsin and Michigan, that are critical, but he can't take days off. They don't have that kind of optionality. They've got to focus him on doing more with less. And I don't see that strategy being employed right now.
Well, on the subject of trying to do more, the Financial Times just reporting that J.D. Vance, of course, Trump's running mate, is now urging Peter Thiel, of course, the tech billionaire who Vance has a longstanding relationship with, to get off the sidelines and help bankroll his and Donald Trump's bid for the White House. So perhaps trying to inject some more funding into this, give them more resources to compete across these states, Kristen. But just to come to you on kind of this same question, the same arguably goes for Kamala Harris. To what extent should resources be invested most aggressively in the blue wall? Michigan and Wisconsin, as Rick was just talking about, Pennsylvania as well. And then how should she consider spending it in states that aren't necessarily must-wins for her, but might be nice to have?
Well, I think that the path to victory, or the multiple paths to victory, have really kind of expanded since Kamala took over the ticket. So, I think it's obviously extraordinarily important that that we invest in the blue wall. I mean, that just goes without saying. But if you're seeing states where we have an opportunity like Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, I think that with the influx of cash, we're able to go in and spend some resources there. And I'll also point to the, not only the number of events, campaign rallies, they're all over the place. The infrastructure that was originally set up by the Biden campaign is really unprecedented in a lot of these states. So that'll be, we call it, boots on the ground. People knocking on doors is going to be really important in these states. And I know the campaign is investing heavily in that as well.
There's also demographics I want to talk about here. In this Fox poll in the Sun Belt, they find that Harris is receiving 79% support among Black voters and 56% among Hispanics. And there's also a separate poll out today from USA Today and Suffolk University, which is a national poll, so we have to keep that in mind, but of likely voters that finds nationally Harris is up on Trump 48 to 43%. But the demographics are fascinating. With Hispanics, they went from supporting Trump by 2 points to supporting Harris by 16 points. For Black voters, they moved from supporting Biden by just 47 points to Harris now by 64 points. The spread in Black voters between Harris and Trump, 76 to 12%. Kristen, what does that signal to you?
I mean, it signals very good things for the Democrats. We know that, the Black voters have always played a critical role, particularly Black women voters, in taking us over the finish line. If you just have to look back 4 years to the last presidential election between Trump and Biden to see that that is true. So I think, this is where you've seen the campaign also with the younger voters, prioritizing talking to content creators, because they realize that people are getting their news from all different kinds of sources, not just network television. So, it's an interesting dynamic, one that is positive for the Democrats. And I think that, I think Coach Walz said at the convention that was right. I mean, it was anecdotal. He was talking about, driving down the field, we're down by a field goal, but needing to persist, that's going to be really important going forward.
Rick, if Donald Trump wants to arrest the swing back toward Harris that voters of color seem to have underway right now, how should he do so? What is the message that actually matters to these groups? Obviously, neither of them are a monolith that should go said, but how could he reach back out to them and get the support that he was gaining when Biden was still the Democratic nominee?
Yeah, he's still got to appeal to them on economic factors. We know from the focus groups that we've seen all throughout this election that especially young Black men felt like they had more disposable income in the 4 years of Donald Trump's presidency than they've had in the Biden presidency. He's got to keep hammering home those economic message to that group specifically. And look, I mean, Kamala Harris still doesn't have the numbers that Joe Biden had on Election Day in 2020, right? This is a big shift back to the Democratic base for a lot of these voters, but she is still subpar when it comes to the winning margins that Joe Biden had. And of course, we know he only won by a fraction of a percentage point in most of these states where he declared victory. So this is still an incredibly close election. And I do think that the Trump campaign is posed with a real dilemma, which is, do we go after those persuadable young men, African-American, who lives in exurbs without college educations, or do we try and pump up our white vote in rural America and try to do that as an offset? And of course, that's what you see playing out today in Georgia with this southern swing by the Harris campaign, trying to arrest that ability to let them pump up their numbers in the rural areas.
Well, Rick, to drill down on the idea that it is the economy that ultimately is going to matter most for these groups, she obviously is going to have a chance to speak to her ideas of how to better their economic circumstances in this interview on CNN, which she's set to sit down along with Tim Walz with Dana Bash about 15 minutes from now. It's scheduled to be recorded at 1:45 p.m., even though we won't actually see it until 9 p.m. Eastern. When we consider the economic messaging that she's putting out there, these ideas about the middle class, about doing more to address housing affordability and price gouging, are those ideas that can resonate with American voters without them being explained in actually a fiscally responsible sense, without talking about the way in which that may add to inflationary dynamics, or whether or not any of these things are realistic without Congress? How much of that does she need to do, or are the broad strokes enough?
It always helps if these kind of proposals are realistic. But at the end of the day, she is doing something different than what Joe Biden did in his campaign, which branded the economy in general as Bidenomics. It was big. You couldn't get really a fix on what he was talking about. There was all this discussion about growth and our position in the world being an advantage. And nobody understood, like, how does that affect me? So I do think one of the tactics that the Harris campaign has taken is with this housing idea is to say, look, we're actually going to affect you personally. We're going to give you extra cash to buy a house. We're going to give you more pressure on lending agencies to put money into the system. I mean, in other words, they're taking a big amorphous economic improvement that Biden was claiming and saying, here's something that's very specific that you could literally put in your bank account if we're able to put my policies into effect. And that's where it sort of crosses the, do you have enough votes in Congress to do something like that? Is there enough money in the federal budget for it? I mean, you're not going to answer any of those questions till after Election Day. So, it is a tactic. It'll be interesting to see how they parse that out in this interview today with CNN. I have no doubt that will be part of the discussion. But at the end of the day, that is her ability to then go local, which is what they need to do to be able to communicate economic terms to voters.
And Kristen, finally, we just have a minute left, but what is the toughest question Vice President Harris could be asked today?
I think that the tough things to address are going to be around immigration, just because, and I'm not saying it's anything that she has done, but it's where we know that the attacks have really landed in the Democrat, for the Democratic Party by Republicans. So I think that that's something, but they'll be prepared. They have been speaking about it very clearly, but that is something that's a major issue that we're going to have to address.
All right, Kristen Hahn, partner at Rock Solutions, and Rick Davis, partner at Stonecord Capital. Thank you both so much for joining me here today. It's worth pointing out, Kristen's in Vegas, so maybe some gambling going on. Rick has an arcade in the basement or wherever he is. You guys are certainly having fun on this Thursday, but thank you for spending some time with me here on Balance of Power. We still have much more ahead. We'll be joined by Brett Brune of the Global Situation Room next to take a look at what's happening in the Middle East. So don't go far. This is Bloomberg TV and Radio.
1:40 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. Best Buy raised its earnings guidance for the year. That's a sign its turnaround efforts may be starting to bear fruit as consumers begin upgrading COVID-era purchases with new products that include innovations like AI. Took a cautious note, however, downgrading its high end of annual comparable sales forecast to a 1.5% decline from flat before Best Buy shares now 15% higher. And we check markets for you all day here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 up 0.75% or 41 points. NASDAQ up 1% or 160 points, and the Dow up 1% or 449 points. The 10-year Treasury yield at 3.86% and the 2-year yield at 3.89%. A gauge of pending U.S. sales of existing homes sunk in July to its lowest level on record. High prices and borrowing costs continuing to scare off buyers. The drop was larger than all estimates in a Bloomberg survey of economists, reflecting declining sales in all 4 major regions. And Jaguar is telling owners of about 3,000 electric SUVs, park them outside and away from structures because the batteries could catch fire. The British automaker recalling I-Pace SUVs from the 2019 model year. It has not yet figured out a final solution for this. Documents say the I-Pace batteries were made in Poland by LG Energy Solution. Those products are now under investigation by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. And that is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now back to Balance of Power with Kaylee Lines.
All right, Amy Morris, thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lines in Washington. Welcome back to Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio, where we now cast our eyes toward the Middle East. As Israel's military operation in the West Bank continues, the IDF saying today that it's killed 5 gunmen at a hideout in a mosque in the West Bank. And Israel's foreign minister has said some of the operations there could require the evacuation of Palestinian civilians. He went on to say that all of this action is in response to an Iranian effort to, quote, establish an Eastern terror front. The idea that Israel has now gone into the West Bank, perhaps preemptively, if they are to be believed, is something I discussed last night on Balance of Power with former Secretary of Defense William Cohen. And this is what he told me.
The Israelis have made it clear they're not going to wait. They're going to preempt whenever they can. My hope is they don't adopt the same plan of making a desert and calling it peace, to simply level all of the infrastructure in the West Bank and say, now we have peace. I don't think that will work. I think they'll be more specific than in their targeting.
So let's get another take now. I'm pleased to say joining me here in our Washington, D.C. studio is Brett Bruen. He is president of the Global Situation Room and also former director of global engagement at the White House during the Obama administration. Brett, great to see you. When we consider what we're seeing happen in the West Bank, how do you read this move on the part of Israel? What does it signal about the way they feel, or the status they feel is the war in Gaza right now, if they're shifting their energies elsewhere?
Well, I think it's important to take into account, Kaylee, that they are trying to preempt. They're trying to disrupt efforts by Iran to retaliate for the assassination of an important Hamas leader on Iranian territory. And so what you've seen in Lebanon, what you're seeing now in the West Bank, are pretty precision efforts to try and go after the different axes that Iran has to strike back against Israel. And I think it is important to take into account that what we have seen over the last 24 hours, the last couple of days, has actually been pretty precision in its effort. At the same time, obviously, the collateral consequences could be significant if this operation expands.
Well, and so when we consider the collateral consequences, obviously that is why there has been such uproar, at least here at home, over Israel's ongoing conduct in Gaza, in the war with Hamas. How are these things related? If this really is just about preempting Iran, does it have anything to do with that ongoing conflict? I guess it's not entirely possible to separate them.
It's not entirely possible to separate them, and yet I think it is actually an effort that is distinct from what we are seeing take place in Gaza. So it is important on the one hand to understand they are interrelated, and yet in Israel's mind, they are working very assiduously to try and protect civilian lives, to preempt that attack by whether it is the likes of Hezbollah, whether it's the likes of Iranian-backed extremist groups in the West Bank. I think all of this ought to create a greater sense of urgency on the part of the international community, but especially on the part of regional allies to intervene, to work towards pressuring both Israel and Hamas towards a ceasefire deal. time is of the essence.
Well, and much time has been spent in that effort, Brett, and it's yielded nothing yet. We continually get the Biden administration and various officials saying that we're getting closer. Israel has agreed that they do think they're closer than ever before, and yet nothing has come to fruition. If not now, when?
And as a recovering diplomat, I can say that is one of the tried and true tactics. You publicly project we are getting close. You add that element of press and public pressure to say we need to get this thing done. And yet, time and time again, I have said it multiple times on Bloomberg, it felt like we were close. We were at the 5-yard line. And yet the funny thing about these kind of negotiations is you can be at the 5-yard line, you get a penalty, and you go back another 10 yards.
So is this over-optimism or being disingenuous?
I think, quite frankly, it is a degree of optimism on the part of the Biden administration that really, really wants this deal. But, on the other hand, things happen. All, of the events of the last year have shown how, whether it's Iran, whether it's the likes of Hamas, Hezbollah itself, or other actors, the Russians, we have seen factors and events overtake the best laid plans, and that, consistently has disrupted efforts at trying to push us closer to that deal. And obviously Netanyahu himself has his own designs on power.
Well, that's very true. There's domestic pressures on him to consider. I do want to talk more about Iran, though, not just because we are still awaiting potential direct Iranian retaliation against Israel, but also because the UN's nuclear watchdog said today that Iran has further increased its stockpile of uranium enriched to near weapons-grade levels. Brett, how concerned should we be by that news?
I think we ought to be concerned. We also ought to remember that it didn't have to be this way, and that by pulling out of the JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal, what former President Trump did was effectively set the clock ticking towards Iran restarting those programs and getting to weapons-grade uranium, which is... This ought to be a 5-alarm fire that is sounding in foreign capitals around the world, because the notion that not only Iran, that Iranian proxies and other countries could have access to weapons-grade uranium is really, really dangerous, and it ought to push us towards, and tonight we'll wait and hear from Vice President Harris in terms of what her foreign policy will be, but it ought to push us back to the negotiating table, not just for a ceasefire with Hamas, but also a return to the JCPOA.
Well, I'm glad you raised that interview. She's going to be sitting down for it. In fact, she might already. It was scheduled to begin at 1:45 Eastern. How does she need to address the Middle East? What kind of policy do you hope she says she'll pursue?
One that is distinct from Biden. It is important.
Okay, so there will be some daylight between them.
There absolutely needs to be, both for domestic political consumption, but also for the foreign policy necessity. I think our allies, as well as our adversaries, need to hear from her that she is going to deviate when it comes to issues like Israel. She's going to deviate when it comes to issues like how she handles major challenges, the Afghan withdrawal, obviously, just having marked the 3rd anniversary, she can project a different policy from Biden. And I think one thing that's important for observers is we need to see a different team in place. This cannot be the same figures that governed foreign policy over the last 3.5 years.
Well, because you raised the Afghanistan withdrawal, obviously Donald Trump has been making a big deal out of that this week as we mark 3 years since that happened. He was in Virginia on Monday, paying tribute to the 13 service members who died in the suicide bombing there. How should we be considering the role of the vice president in that? Because he has put a lot of blame on Kamala Harris for the chaotic nature of that withdrawal. To what extent is it deserved?
I've sat in the Situation Room with then Vice President Biden, and quite frankly, the vice president doesn't hold a whole lot of sway over these major foreign policy decisions. Yes, they have a voice, but they are one voice of many. The defense secretary, the secretary of state, the director of the CIA, all of those, quite frankly, hold greater weight than the vice president. And Vice President Harris has not played a major role on foreign policy. Now, obviously, that's also going to be a criticism that Trump and his allies are going to level.
What are the qualifications?
Well,
that's true.
And yet she's had the benefit of 3.5 years of working on these issues. And, that is some of the best training that you can get in the Situation Room. I think, quite frankly, her service during the last 3.5 years, her interaction with international leaders is far better preparation than J.D. Vance will have gotten, in his short tenure in the Senate.
Fair enough. He was just elected 2 years ago. On the subject of Harris's experience, this is actually, we heard Jake Sullivan addressing this in his trip to China this week. The National Security Advisor, of course, talked about how Harris is prepared, that she's interfaced with Chinese leaders before, but also seemed to signal that she will bring continuity when it comes to China policy from what the Biden administration policies have been. Will there be daylight between the two of them on this issue?
I don't think so, because quite frankly, it has been a successful policy. And it also is the continuity from a Trump policy, which has been pretty hard when it comes to sanctions, tariffs, and just an overall more aggressive stance towards Beijing that tries to get the message across to Xi Jinping, to others in China, that the U.S. is done with being pushed around. We had that for too many years on an economic front, on a political front. We're seeing the consequences of it in the South China Sea with these literal crashes between Chinese Coast Guard vessels and the Philippines Navy, or even just maritime vessels. It has got to stop. And I think what we're seeing in signals from Beijing is that they are ready to turn the page on this, because obviously the pressure has started to mount domestically on Xi Jinping.
Do you think Beijing would prefer the outcome of a Harris presidency or a second Trump one?
It's interesting. Beijing likes predictability. They like stability. I think that Harris will be tough, but she will be predictable. So that is not to say that she's going to go any easier. The challenge with Trump, and this is important, I think, to bear in mind. I was just in London last week talking with your colleague Critty, and one of the questions that came up is, isn't Trump better for business? The problem with Trump in business is you don't know what he's going to do from 1 minute to the next, from one X post or Truth Social post to the next. And I think, especially on the foreign policy front, foreign leaders came to understand that at least there were some guardrails. There were, the likes of Chairman Miley. There were the likes of the former Secretary of Defense under Trump, Mark Esper. Yeah. All of these were figures who they could guarantee were going to be an emergency brake on Trump's more ill-considered tendencies. They're not going back into a Trump administration by all accounts. And so we find ourselves in much riskier territory, and a lot of foreign leaders right now are trying to figure out who would be a Secretary of State, who would be a Secretary of Defense, and the options up there aren't great ones.
Do you have an idea of who the options might be for Kamala Harris?
Well, it's interesting. I think Harris would and should lean more on experienced diplomats. We ought to see folks who have spent time in multiple foreign tours, because, at the moment, with wars in Ukraine, wars across Gaza, and risks around the world, this is not the time for amateur ambassadors. This is not the time for somebody who donated a lot to a political campaign becoming the ambassador to London or Berlin. We need folks who have the requisite experience, who understand the sophisticated kind of strategies that have to be deployed right now. That's not what we saw all the time from Biden. We saw, unfortunately, a reversion to a lot of those old political party favors that were being handed out. And quite frankly, friends who still are at the State Department, who still serve on the National Security Council, have said there were too many of these political appointees. And I think it was an effort, if you will, at trying to mark a departure from the Trump administration. Harris needs to go back to some of that institutional knowledge and experience within our national security structure.
We've got a minute left. Would you join a Harris administration?
I would not. I have served my time over 12 years. I'm not looking for another stint in government.
All right. Fair enough. Brett Brune, of course, now with the Global Situation Room where he is president. Thank you so much for joining. Appreciate you being here on Balance of Power as we take a look all over the world, frankly, as Brett describes risk. We can be at the Asia Pacific and the Middle East, and of course the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine. On that note, I would point out that we did get news earlier this hour that Ukraine has lost an F-16 jet that, of course, it just recently received from Western allies, considering the ammunition that Ukraine will still be able to provide in its ongoing war against Gaza, or whether what Ukraine will be able to utilize. We're going to have more of this conversation coming up on the late edition of Balance of Power as well. Plus, we'll talk the latest polling we're getting out today in the presidential race as we look ahead to that interview that Kamala Harris is doing right now with her running mate Tim Walz that we'll all hear from later on CNN. But we have much more still ahead on Bloomberg. Romaine Bostick and Katie Greifeld are straight ahead on Bloomberg TV and radio.
is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, hello and welcome to Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Katie Greifeld alongside Romaine Bostick. And Romaine, Neither of us are Carol Massar or Tim Stanovic.
We're not. I don't know which one of us is sort of going to play their role. I actually want to be Tim Stanovic.
We could switch throughout the show.
His abs or his jawline.
Oh, God.
That guy's fit, by the way.
What about the glasses?
Where
You got
exactly
that.
are they? They just get the day off?
I don't quite understand it. They're at
Yeah.
the U.S. Open, which I understand is a tennis competition,
Yeah.
and they're there
Yeah.
for whatever reason. I know that they'll be taking over the reins of this radio program from
Right.
3 to 5, but from 2 to 3, it's all us.
Well, it's all us here, and they're actually missing out on a lot today. I know all they're going to talk about today are backhands, forehands, and lobs, but you got a market that's rallying pretty hard. And Katie, I think this is a bit of a surprise to a lot of folks because everyone said NVIDIA was really going to be the elephant in the room for this market. They kind of didn't do too well last night. We saw the stock down about 4% in after hours trading. It's down today. And yet you got green across the screen for the major indices.
Including on the NASDAQ 100, that big tech index. I definitely would not have called that right. So we're going to unpack why the chip maker failed to inspire and why stocks are higher. And it's not all about the micro, Romaine, because we also have a GDP print this morning and data tomorrow.
Yeah, well, really, that's the big impetus for the moves that we're seeing in this market, of course, with yields moving higher. So a sell-off in the bond market and, of course, a big rally in the equity market. And look, we got a revision on GDP, which usually most people don't pay a whole lot of attention to.
Right?
But it was an upward revision.
Yeah.
Upward revision, Katie.
Yeah,
That's
true,
a good
true,
thing.
true.
That means like growth
Right.
was actually more than what we thought it was going to be.
Up arrow.
Yeah, and it was all consumer spending.
Yeah, well, of course, the narrative
Yeah.
could change again tomorrow when we get the July PCE numbers. We're going to discuss that with
Does
Mike
it have
McKee.
to change, though?
It might not.
Oh, okay.
It could be totally unchanged, so I'll watch my wording here. We're going to talk about that in just a minute. And we're also, this hour, going to discuss what went wrong at Western Asset Management. Star Fund manager Ken Leach under SEC investigation.
Yeah, I'm like all in on this story. I
Yeah.
mean, there's just so much drama going on behind the scenes there, and it'll be interesting to see of kind of what actually does come out as this case, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of cases work their way through the system.
Well, it's today's Bloomberg's big take, so we'll talk about it all. But first,
What makes it a big take?
it just has to be really, it has to be a lot of words.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
That's what I've learned as a print reporter. In any case, let's kick things off now with Amy Morris and a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, thank you, Katie. Apple right now in talks to invest in OpenAI. It is a move that would cement ties to a partner integral to its efforts to gain ground in the AI race. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that the investment would be part of a new OpenAI fundraising round that would value the ChatGPT maker above $100 billion. Apple shares right now 2.2% higher. The economy grew at a slightly stronger pace in the second quarter than initially reported. That reflects an upward revision to consumer spending. Gross domestic product rose at a 3% annualized rate, up from the previous estimate of 2.8%. And the economy's main growth engine, personal spending, advanced 2.9% versus the prior estimate of 2.3%. Initial applications for unemployment benefits, little changed at 231,000. Treasury yields rose and the S&P moved higher and the dollar strengthened. We check those markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 is up 0.7% or 39 points. NASDAQ up 0.8%, that's 141 points. And the Dow is up 1% or 437 points. The 10-year Treasury yield at 3.86%, the 2-year yield at 3.89%. And NVIDIA issued a forecast failing to live up to elevated expectations. Even as the company's results showed strong growth in the latest quarter, shares of NVIDIA are now down 4%. And that is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now back to Bloomberg Business Week with Romaine Bostick and Katie Greifeld.
All right, our thanks there to Amy Morris as we return, of course, to what's going on in the market and more importantly, what's driving that. We got some big economic data at 8:30 a.m. Washington time, a revision to last quarter's GDP numbers, and it was an upward revision, going up to 3% growth for the second quarter. That's up from the 2.8% that we got in the first reading on that. Consumer spending, a big driver of that, 2.9% growth, an upward revision from 2.3. Michael McKee, our chief economics correspondent, joining us right now in the radio booth here at Bloomberg World headquarters. I'm not really sure I'm going to ever get used to this fishbowl here, Mike, but you are used to it. And I'm sure you were probably on set when these GDP numbers crossed. These were revisions that under normal circumstances we don't pay a whole lot of attention to, but this one seemed to be a lot more meaningful.
Well, it was because there's been this story that consumer spending is falling off and the economy is slowing. Now, these are older numbers. This is second quarter, but consumer spending was up by almost a full percentage point over the initial release of GDP, and that pushed the number up to 3%, as you mentioned, even though we saw slight declines in business investment and inventories, and trade and government. Everything else was down just a little bit, which was kind of what was expected by economists, but this sets us up going into the third quarter with a stronger base, and it suggests that third quarter growth might be a little faster. Then we had the core PCE quarterly year-over-year number come in lower than anticipated. The Fed doesn't pay too much attention to the quarterly numbers because they're an average. But when you put the two things together, tomorrow we get PCE spending for the month of July, and it should be relatively strong.
And the Fed does care about that quite deeply.
Because if the economy is slowing too much, then they're going to need to do more to rescue it. If you look at today's numbers, if we get that same kind of number tomorrow, then the lean is going to be towards 25 instead of 50.
What's the balance, though, right now? Because, I mean, when you look at the GDP revisions, I mean, the story that's coming out of that is we have a stronger consumer, or at least a more resilient consumer. Maybe that's a better way to phrase it. Obviously, it's backward looking. You look at some of the earnings we've gotten out of retailers, including a few this morning out of Best Buy, good, Gap, good. And then you had awful commentary out of like Dollar General. What was it? American Eagle, which I've never actually been into, and a few others here. But what's the balance? Because, I mean, we keep talking about it strictly from the inflation standpoint, but if we keep spending, particularly if Katie keeps spending, the inflation problem never goes away.
She's buying all those oats for Gus.
Yeah, yeah, it goes up.
How expensive
It
are
goes
oats
up.
for horses?
Everything involving a horse is expensive.
It's your version of a boat.
Yeah, exactly. I just throw money at it.
Well, what we have seen is that the upper income levels keep spending, but they don't spend as much of their income in percentage terms because they can afford just about anything. It's the lower income strata that has been slowly pulling back. But it isn't clear from Dollar General's results that that's totally the result, because we saw other retailers like Walmart, who cater to lower income groups, do well. Walmart said that they were getting more business from people trading down, from the upper income people trading down as well. So it isn't clear exactly where we are with the overall ability of consumers to spend, but we'll see tomorrow on incomes what wages and salaries did in July. And if they're still strong, then that gives you hope that people will keep spending.
All right, well, the party keeps on going, at least on the economic data front. Tomorrow at 8:30, Mike McKee, I'm sure,
I gotta look up a chart for oats.
Yeah, it's definitely on the terminals somewhere. They have some horse inflation index. Mike McKee, thank you so much. Let's get back from the macro to the micro right now, and let's talk about NVIDIA, because that obviously was the story this week, and it seems like it was a case of high expectations because they beat, or at least met expectations on most metrics. They delivered a raise, but it just wasn't good enough. And let's bring in Bloomberg Technology co-host Ed Ludlow right now. Of course, Ed, you sat down with the NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang. What was the tone of that interview? Because it was a pretty rough reception in the after hours.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that Jensen was exasperated. You know, think about the sequence of events. When the analyst call ended at about 6 p.m. Eastern time, the stock took a real leg lower the moment the call closed. And a big part was he was given the opportunity to just give very specific detail about the next couple of quarters for its key products. And he didn't, basically. So when we started the interview, I explained to him that there was disappointment in the market about Blackwell. It's all singing, all dancing, next-gen AI chip. And he literally stopped. He just paused and then said, oh, I'm really sorry that I tripped up there, but I thought I had done a good job on the call of explaining it, and maybe I didn't, so let's try again.
Well, maybe you can explain it to us, Ed, because this is the main concern for investors. I don't think anyone really is challenging NVIDIA's dominance in this space here, but when to talk about the rollout of those Blackwell chips, or the delayed rollout, if you will, here, maybe you can articulate for us how far along are they? When will consumers, or meaning the end users there, be able to actually start getting these chips?
How far along is exactly the right question, and you have to read between the lines of the commentary in the interview and in the earnings call transcript. They're probably behind where they'd hoped to be. There will be billions of dollars of revenue in the fiscal fourth quarter, and they will ramp up production in the fiscal fourth quarter. But it doesn't really go as far as to tell us a specific dollar figure, or indeed which hyperscalers, in other words, those big tech companies that operate data centers for cloud computing, which of those will receive it? On which date will they have it deployed, actually working? When will AI models be trained on that Blackwell generation? That is the kind of granularity that was being looked for, and it wasn't forthcoming, although I would say that in a very combative and defensive way, that this was like classic Jensen Huang. He just came out swinging that Blackwell's going to be great. It is great, and next year, fiscal 26, is going to be a fantastic year for NVIDIA.
Well, Ed, I'll ask you the question that I asked you at 9 a.m. this morning, and in talking about Blackwell, I mean, what is the benefit of Blackwell over Hopper? What are they hoping to unlock when it comes to that next generation chip?
Yeah, in very simple layman's terms, NVIDIA has a commitment to bring a new generation of AI accelerator annually, where that new generation has more compute power. It is more efficient at running multiple computations at the same time. And actually, you raise a really interesting point that one big difference going forward when we try and establish the size of this market is its energy requirements. It's expensive to run data centers. So I asked him specifically, have you done the math on how much energy is going to be consumed using your next-gen chips? This is what he said.
Well, the most important thing that we do is increase the performance and efficiency of our next generation. So Blackwell is many times more performant than Hopper at the same level of power used. And so that's energy efficiency. More performance with the same amount of power, or same performance at a lower power.
And so there you have it from the NVIDIA CEO there. Ed, I mean, what is the path forward here? I've spoken to several NVIDIA analysts about, and a lot of them are still bullish. I mean, is this ultimately a hiccup here? Because again, it doesn't seem like anything went wrong.
Guys, I just don't feel like anything is really different today than it was yesterday or last week. Joe Weisenthal had his watch party at an Irish bar in New York City. People lost their mind on Reddit because Jensen turned up to the interview with me wearing not a leather jacket, but a cotton jacket.
That was big. I'm glad you highlighted that.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, Ed, because as soon as I saw that, I was hitting the sell button.
I
didn't know what was happening.
Exactly. I mean, it's just... But I think in all seriousness, nothing has changed. Yeah. The hyperscalers are still the majority customer for them, but it's broadening out. Yeah. All of the big picture stuff is the same, and the market, I guess, believes that. I mean, we're down, what, guys, 4%?
Yeah, down 4%.
So
hey,
what?
Look, Ed, we got to leave it there. Ed, hey,
Sure.
You've been doing some great reporting on this, a great interview yesterday here, of course. NVIDIA, the talk of the town today, yesterday, and really all year long, and probably will continue to be. Ed Ludlow out there in our San Francisco bureau. We do want to go out to Chicago now and get the view of an investor, J.J. Canahan, of course, a legendary investor in this space, joining us right now here on Bloomberg. And I do want to get your thoughts here. I mean, we're down 3 to 4% here on NVIDIA, which when you consider the run-up in this stock over the past couple of years, that's nothing more than a scratch here. But JJ, you look at this stock, you look at the earnings that we saw last night here, can you still be bullish given how far this stock has come so far?
Well, I think you can, but first of all, I think you have to start it off with, besides thanks for having me as a start off, the first thing you have to start this off with is, would there have been a number that Wall Street was happy with?
No.
I mean, there was not a number they could have come out with that was going to be good enough for expectations. I think the other thing that's actually really good for the market, as you just said, the stock's not almost 4%, yet the S&P 500 is up, over 30. That's a really bullish sign to me overall, and takes some of the pressure off NVIDIA going forward, in my opinion, which is one of the reasons I think that it can be bought here. If it was getting killed, the rest of the market was getting killed, I would be like, okay, clearly everybody is depending on NVIDIA for us to go higher, and that's a really tough spot for any stock to be in. So with that, there's a lot to like. However, I think the one thing that is starting to shine through, and NVIDIA is more of a bleed through on this, is I always feel like they're the ones selling the shovels in the gold rush. They're not digging for the gold. But those who are digging for the gold right now are starting to get a lot of pressure on, you spent so much money on AI, where is the return? What's the ROI here? Besides, you can ask it some cool questions and get some answers back. And I think that question may continue to bleed through for NVIDIA, maybe not for the next quarter or two, but there's a definite concern after that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was the big question for Microsoft, for example. And you think about where NVIDIA gets its money from, 13 or 19% of its revenue rather comes from Microsoft. So again, that'll be a question in future quarters. But I actually want to go back to the broader market because I do think something important and interesting is unfolding right now, because 4% on NVIDIA, maybe in the grand scheme of life, isn't that big of a deal, but it's certainly not nothing for a $3 trillion company. And yet, you look at the NASDAQ 100, it's higher by about 0.9%. I mean, how are you thinking about that dynamic? Because I think a lot of people would be surprised to see this sort of resilience.
Absolutely, Katie, and that's why I said I think that that's the fact that the NASDAQ has held up, the fact that the S&Ps have held up are actually what makes me, in a way, more bullish on NVIDIA going forward. Because, as I said, we're starting to see the wealth be spread a little bit in terms of there are other companies out there that people are still interested. We obviously had, a nice note about Apple come out, et cetera, but there still is upside is what it tells me in the market. And at the end of the day, as you look around everywhere, not to say that we can't have a sell-off, and we saw how quickly that can happen just a couple of weeks ago here, but at the end of the day, the U.S. stocks are still the best game in town, and you continue to see people looking for ways to get in. And what's really interesting to me from, at Tasty Trade and our retail client base, what we're continuing to see is not just this magnificent seven that are getting interest, but names across the board start. We have people the last couple of days very bullish on stocks like Oxy. Obviously GE has been one that's been a favorite. When you start to see a bullish pattern like this, what ends up happening from the retail community is the names start to spread out, and that's usually a much more healthy thing for the market.
Yeah, you're certainly seeing that with the Russell 2000 outperforming the S&P by at least a magnitude of 2 to 1 here in the past 7 sessions. JJ, we've actually seen the equal-weighted S&P outperform the SPX. And I am curious when we talk about the broadening now, and I'm glad you brought up the retail investors, because it seems like we've seen institutional investors gravitate to mid, small cap stocks, I guess something outside that magnificent seven here. Are you seeing more of that retail set embrace some of those second tier names, if you will? And if so, are they doing it in a sustained way? Meaning, are those gains going to stick?
I would say that they're doing it in a more cautious way, which is exactly how I would expect it to be. And the reason it's probably more cautious is because of the sell-off a few weeks ago. What's been an incredible pattern with the retail investor over the last few years is when we sell off, the first stocks they start to buy are almost always Apple and Microsoft. It really has been an incredible pattern that those are the first 2 trusted stocks, if you will, then the rest of the Magnificent Seven, and then the, as you said, more second-tier stocks. Maybe not quite as much on the Russell 2000, but maybe those stocks that are outside the Dow 30, et cetera. We're starting to see more of the beginning of that pattern over the last week or so, where they've gone outside the Dow 30. They're going to maybe stock number 100, et cetera, in the S&P 500. And so, to me, again, that's the more bullish sign. The Russell 2000, where you see that more reflected from the retail point of view, quite honestly, is usually in the financial names. Or, some of the ETFs.
Right. All right, JJ, we got to leave it there. Really appreciate your time today. That is JJ Kinahan. He is the CEO at IG North America, talking about NVIDIA and the resiliency that we're seeing in the market. Even the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index up 1.3% right now. Don't go anywhere. This is Bloomberg.
2:21 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. Stocks are climbing across the board, bonds falling on signals the U.S. economy is holding strong. Despite high Federal Reserve rates, the equity market edging higher, buoyed by economic figures showing consumer resilience. And we check the markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. S&P 500 up 0.6% or 36 points. The NASDAQ up 0.7%, that's 116 points. And the Dow up 1.1% or 463 points. The 10-year Treasury yield at 3.86% and the 2-year yield at 3.89%. And we're still watching NVIDIA shares after a forecast that failed to live up to expectations. Let's call them elevated expectations. Even as the company's results showed strong growth in the latest quarter, and NVIDIA's new Blackwell processor lineup proved more challenging to manufacture than they thought. NVIDIA shares now down 4.5%. And that's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now back to Bloomberg Business Week with Romaine Bostick and Katie Greifeld.
Our thanks there to Amy Morris here. As we keep an eye on the markets, green across the screen, but one of the biggest decliners today, Katie Greifeld, is Dollar General, down 30% right now.
That is many dollars, I feel like.
Yeah, the biggest decliner right now in the S&P 500. Worst day right now for the stock. And this after it came out with its most recent quarterly report, a full-year sales forecast that really disappointed, and some interesting commentary by the executives over there saying that basically their consumer right now is stretched and very picky. Jen Bartash is joining us right now from Bloomberg Intelligence, who covers this company for us. And Jen, I was a little confused by this because whenever we talk about the slowdown in the consumer, we tend to focus on discretionary items. When I think of Dollar General, I think of staples. I think of necessities here. What's ailing Dollar General?
So a lot of what's ailing Dollar General is just self-imposed operational issues. And a lack of foresight into where the consumer was going. And so what we're seeing is that kind of playing out in the current results. When you talk to Dollar General and you listen to what they're saying that their core customer who earns under $30,000 a year is strapped. But that should be no surprise. That is their core customer. They know that customer better than anybody. So the fact that they really underestimated the impact of their changes in spending behavior is a little bit concerning.
And so it's interesting, you take a look at some of the peers here, and you can see that Dollar Tree also in the Hurt Locker today, down about 10%. I believe
that was good, Hurt Locker.
Hurt Locker, yeah. I got some buzzy phrases there. In any case, reporting earnings next week, I believe. Are we expecting to see more pain among their peers? Are there any Dollar General specific issues here, or is this an industry-wide problem at this point?
So there's definitely some Dollar General specific issues, but when it comes to Dollar Tree, one of the things to remember is that they have two chains. The Dollar Tree chain itself, which is everything that's at basically the $1.25 price point. All of our alternative data where we're looking at transactions shows that spending is up and that transactions and visits are up. The other chain they have, however, Family Dollar, is one that competes directly with Dollar General, also in that very low income segment. So there may be a negative surprise, particularly for that chain.
So this is what I don't understand here. So we talk about this idea of maybe some of this being self-inflicted. There is a broader concerns right now about consumer spending, about what people are either making trade-offs for or just sitting on the sidelines for. When we start to see I guess more of the economic data catch up with some of the earnings reports that we've gotten this season out of the retailers, Jen, are we going to see a material softness? Was the commentary and the numbers that we got out of these companies really reflective overall of a softer consumer?
Well, it really does seem to point to portions of the consumer base that are softer than expected. Yeah, I think when you look at someone like Walmart, when they reported, they're talking about higher income households trading kind of down into Walmart, that they're getting more business there. You heard Dollar General today say that Walmart is actually probably doing a better job at gaining share of share that's available. So there are some retailers that are executing well, but there are pockets of consumers that are struggling, and there's no question about that. And that's the buildup impact of inflation. It's not just in food prices. It's that lots of other things cost more. Rent has cost more, utilities, the day-to-day cost of life. And so we may see softness in that particular cohort through the end of the year. until we slowly start to see things get better as overall inflation continues to recede and prices come down to make things more affordable for them.
I actually just want to meditate a little bit longer on that point. The fact that you had the CEO of Dollar General talking about Walmart, saying, of course, that they've been doing a pretty nice job, his quotes directly, in winning shoppers from other chains, including, of course, from Dollar General themselves. I mean, how does Dollar General compete against Walmart? I mean, is there any way to take that share back? Does that share tend to come back when the economic cycle changes, or is that kind of gone forever?
I think there are opportunities for them to win that share back. If you think about where Dollar General plays best, it is in those rural communities in isolated locations where it's a convenience play. So it's also value, but it's also convenience, where the nearest Walmart might be 10 miles away, but you just need 2 or 3 things to get you through the week. That is their sweet spot. And I think that Dollar General can get back to that place, but it's going to take improved execution in the stores so that people are excited to get back into Dollar General and spend their money there.
All right, Jennifer Bartashis of Bloomberg Intelligence, great insight. Really appreciate your time. And down 30% on Dollar General.
I don't want to make light of this, but I got a little distracted during that interview because there was a great story that just spiked on the Bloomberg terminal about this luxury butcher shop here in New York that actually wraps all of your cuts of meat in extravagant silk. Cheapest price, the cheapest cut there is going to set you back about $70 a pound.
That's
that's
incredible.
There you go.
Yeah, so there you go.
I'm not sure you needed to know that, but
there are still some resilient
consumers
out there. Let's transition here because we, of course, are in a very hefty earnings season. Even though it's the last week of August, I guess no one told these companies. We're going to talk about Best Buy right now because shares really...
Are they still around?
Oh, my God, yeah. And they're up 14% today. Let's get into it right now with Seth Basham. He is Managing Director of Equity Research over at Wedbush. And I want to go to a line in our Bloomberg News story about Best Buy executives saying that they expect consumers to upgrade or replace their tech products over the next few years. Part of the reason why you're seeing the stock really skyrocket higher right now. Tell us a little bit about that. I mean, if you think about that upgrade cycle, we've kind of been waiting for it when it comes to the iPhone, and here's a good example of maybe it's starting to happen.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I think that's accurate. We saw a lot of consumer electronics sold during the pandemic, and now we're almost 4 years away from that point in time, and most of these devices are losing steam, whether it be battery power, processor power, et cetera, relative to what's brand new. So consumers are looking to upgrade their devices, replace the old ones. And where we see innovation, we see the most bang for your buck in terms of consumers willing to spend on innovation. And that's also helping the story here.
But give me the case here, Seth, why this is going to be specifically beneficial to Best Buy. I mean, the world has changed a lot. I mean, you can buy directly from a lot of these manufacturers. There are a lot of other third-party resellers also selling the same stuff that's in the Best Buy store. Why do I go to Best Buy for those upgrades?
You go to get information and advice and see what's new. You can touch, feel, and play with new devices in most cases as well. And so that's why Best Buy historically has taken market share in product innovation cycles. We expect that to occur again in the future. In this quarter, we saw strength in that laptop and tablet category. Tablet specifically with the iPad launch from Apple was a nice bright spot. And within laptops, we saw the launch of Copilot Plus PCs. Well, very, very small in terms of percentage of revenue. It's an early indicator that we'll see more AI-driven devices lead to better sales for Best Buy in the coming quarters.
And Seth, just zooming out a little bit here, how company-specific do you have to be when you're putting together price targets and ratings and analyzing stocks right now? Because we've been talking about the consumer sort of as a monolith, but then you take a look at Dollar General. The consumer there is in a totally different place than the Best Buy consumer. It just feels like you can't paint with broad brushstrokes right now.
No, you certainly can't. But you need to look at each company individually. You need to look at their business lines, what's working, what's not, who their core customer base is, and assess all those factors. For Best Buy, they have parts of the business that aren't working, and they are seeing value-conscious consumers trade down or not shop at all right now. The comparable store sales are still negative. They're losing share and seeing material declines in sales in categories like TVs and appliances. So it's not all rosy.
What's the kind of the longer term strategy here for the company? We've been talking about the turnaround here, and we know they have been closing stores and taking a closer look at their brick and mortar footprint. There was also some talk on the conference call here about testing a sort of I guess, new concept type stores. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so they've been trying to figure out the right concept on a go-forward basis for the last few years since the pandemic, as they've seen a material shift in traffic to the online website from their stores. So that requires less labor in the stores, oftentimes requires fewer products in the stores as well. So they could shrink their store size and still be able to drive the same level of sales. They've already adjusted their labor and looking at store concepts. They're testing some in the US, but in Canada, which they referred to in the call, they also are opening a concept with Bell Labs, which is essentially a very small store selling a curated selection of consumer electronics with a focus on mobile phones.
And Seth, I'm curious, we only have about a minute left with you, but you have a neutral rating on Best Buy. Your price target is $85. We're trading now at about $100. What else would you want to see from this company, from the leadership in the C-suite, before you would consider bumping up to a buy, perhaps?
Yeah, valuation certainly is stretched. I think there's some short covering in the stock today. We're seeing the stock at 14 times 2025 earnings at this point, which is a high end of the historical range. So we need to see reason to believe that the momentum in sales is going to continue, will inflect positive in terms of comparable store sales over the next few quarters, and that'll drive strong operating leverage in the model. So we're assessing that outlook right now.
All right, Seth, really appreciate you taking time to be with us here. A closer look at shares at Best Buy right now. Katie Greifeld actually having their best day going back to March of 2020, which I think is funny because I think that was the last time I was in a Best Buy store, and that was when the pandemic hit and everyone was running
March
out.
11th, before they locked the doors.
Yes, and we went in to get printers and other things that we needed to work from home, and I haven't been back since. But obviously, other people have, and that's why the earnings I think are looking so good here.
Yeah, there you go. And it's pretty amazing. You think about the performance overall. We heard Seth right there talking about valuations, and over the past year to date, actually up about 30%, outperforming the S&P 500. And it's interesting just seeing these different pockets of outperformance at the single stock level that you wouldn't have necessarily thought would be there.
Yeah, and that's been a big part of the story for the last few months now. I mean, how many people have we had on our various Bloomberg platforms talking about this being an idiosyncratic market?
A stock picker's market.
Stock picker's market. I mean, yeah, these famed stock pickers. I mean, this is their time to shine.
Yeah.
Have you heard from Cathie Wood lately?
I haven't heard from Cathie Wood lately. That would be an interesting conversation.
Because, I mean, this is it, right? I mean, it's like, pick your shot. And this is bottom-up, fundamental investing, or if it's a name like Best Buy, maybe it's a turnaround. Gap, maybe it's a turnaround. How many stocks, or I should say brands like this, storied brands, are on the road? I mean, phenomenal story. And I think you had on you have another show, I'm told, on television called The Open. Open
Actually,
Interest.
it's called Open Interest. It's fine.
Faux pas.
You're on The Closing Bell.
I am, something to that effect.
Yeah.
But I saw your interview you had with Fran Horowitz.
Yeah.
And it's interesting. I was talking with an executive, this was off the record, at another major retailer. He actually said he's modeling a lot of what he's doing off of what he saw Fran do at Abercrombie.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's something that you have to think a lot of those apparel names, especially some of those names that have been around for a long time, are trying to do. How do you make your brand cool again? It's pretty hard.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know, Katie. We just need young people.
We're going to noodle on that.
Young people are cool, I'm told.
I don't know.
All right, what are we doing here? I'm not sure. Are you Carol? I'm Tim. We're going out here, taking a quick break here. A lot more coming up here. We're going to keep a close eye on the market and talk about Bloomberg's big take, a big story that you don't want to miss. We'll be back in a second.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. Best Buy raised its earnings guidance for the year, a sign that its turnaround efforts are starting to bear fruit as consumers begin upgrading COVID-era purchases with new products, including innovations like artificial intelligence. It did take a cautious note, however, downgrading the high end of its annual comparable sales forecast to a 1.5% decline from flat previously. Best Buy shares right now 14% higher. We check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 is up 0.1%, is a little bit lower than I thought, and that's about 8 points. NASDAQ is little changed on the upside, and the Dow is up 0.6%, or 272 points. The 10-year Treasury yield at 3.86%, and the 2-year yield at 3.89%. Also, a gauge of pending U.S. sales of existing homes sunk in July, its lowest level on record, as high prices and borrowing costs are scaring off buyers. The drop was larger than all estimates in a Bloomberg survey of economists. It also reflects declining sales in all 4 major regions. And Jaguar is telling owners of about 3,000 electric SUVs, park them outside and keep them away from the house because the batteries could catch fire. The British automaker is recalling I-Pace SUVs from the 2019 model year. It has not yet figured out a remedy for this. Documents say the I-Pace batteries were made in Poland by LG Energy Solution. Those products are under investigation now by the U.S. National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now back to Bloomberg Business Week with Romaine Bostick and Katie Greifeld.
Amy Morris, and you heard her, of course, reading off of some of the numbers in the market. Romaine Bostick here alongside Katie Greifeld. Stocks that have been looking like they were going to rally pretty hard here on the day, but we're now seeing some pressure, particularly on the NASDAQ now with NVIDIA hitting session lows and the NASDAQ composite, Katie, flipping into the red.
Yeah, remember I was talking about that important and interesting dynamic of the resiliency of this market? Forget it. You take a look at NVIDIA right now, down about 6% on the day. That is at session lows. You take a look, of course, at the impact in the S&P 500, the NASDAQ 100. You take a look at the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index. We are just back to unchanged right now. Had been sitting on a 1.9% gain, but looks like we lost it in the past hour or so, Romaine.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, investors are really trying to bone up here on what's going on in the markets and what's going on in NVIDIA. 2 of the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal today. Another story, though, also getting a lot of traction on the terminal is the Bloomberg Big Take. Your headline, Ken Leach's free reign at WAMCO, backfiring for Franklin. And this is a great story here because it really goes back to the origins of that big bond boom that we saw come out of California back in the 70s with TCW and PIMCO, Jeff Gundlach and Double Line, Michael Milken, Howard Marks. And then, of course, there was a man named Ken Leach who came onto the scene back in the 90s. This was around the time when Western Asset Management was really picking up a lot of traction, becoming one of the biggest bond fund shops out there. They got absorbed as part of a big buyout of Legg Mason by Franklin a few years ago, and now the fallout from that is hitting. Joining us right now in studio are 2 of the co-authors of that story, Michael McKenzie and Cilla Brush, joining us here in studio. And guys, this is a great read here because it really gets to the heart not only of who Ken Leach was, what happened over at Western, but also how Jenny Johnson over at Franklin Resources kind of got caught all up in this. And I'll start with you, Mike. If you could just kind of give us a sense here of how WAMCO even ended up under the umbrella of Franklin Resources.
Well, it's a story of the active asset management industry, which is becoming under increasing attack from the rise of passive indexing. So in 2020, Franklin Resources, which has sort of a sort of bespoke model where they buy an asset manager and let them do their own thing, decided that they needed a big fixed income shop. They were suffering huge outflows from one of their star managers, Michael Hassenstab, from about 2014 through to 2021. And so they thought Legg Mason, they've got this jewel, and this sort of crown jewel, Western Asset Management, and they bought them but gave them complete control to do their own, stay independent. And that was great because 2019 was a great year for Ken Leach and his team and for Western in general. 2020, it starts to not be so good. We had the pandemic. Western got hit pretty hard early on, but came back, but still, wasn't doing that great compared to its rivals. And if you think back to sort of the glory days of Western Asset Management, sort of 2005, 2006, Ken Leach was a sort of Morningstar fixed income analyst, fixed income bond manager of the year. Mm-hmm. They had assets under management that were bigger than both PIMCO and BlackRock at the same time. Now, you then fast forward to 2020 when Franklin buys Western Asset. it had been left behind by PIMCO and BlackRock. So we then get to the pandemic, and Ken Leach is someone who's renowned for making big bets on the Fed put.
Yes.
At the end of the day, the Fed is going to come to your rescue. So you've got to own lots of very long-dated bonds, treasuries, and you'll do very well. The problem with that, of course, was you do have periods of underperformance.
Right.
And this is a Fed that started raising rates in 2022. And from late 2021, Ken Leach was adamant that the Fed could not raise rates that high because they'd break the economy. And so during the course...
But that's a bet that he made, right?
That's a big bet.
Was there something wrong with that bet? I mean, other than it might have been wrong, but was there something nefarious about it?
No, it was more about the past. The preceding 25 years had shown that the U.S. economy couldn't handle a big rise in rates at a rapid, small sort of contained period of time.
Yeah.
So you could, and he wasn't alone. There were others. Scott Menard over at Guggenheim at the time was saying the same kind of things. But as 2022 sort of unfolded, WAMCO stuck to its guns. And by the end of that year, WAMCO was the worst performing bond fund amongst the major bond funds in the US for that year. And that performance has not come back.
Well, let's talk about what exactly Ken Leach is under investigation for. What is the SEC looking at, Scilla? Because it sounds like, of course, he made a series of wrong bets, but what is the SEC investigating here?
So I think there are three sort of investigations actually going on at the same time. There's the SEC, federal prosecutors in the Southern District of New York, so that's the Justice Department, and Western has its own sort of internal investigation. And so, I think what they are generally describing, what they're looking at is kind of the allocation of trades across different accounts and across different strategies. So, Ken Leach was the chief investment officer of this $380 billion firm. His views on whether it be interest rates or emerging market debt, at one point holding considerable positions in Russian debt. His ideas sort of pervaded many funds and many accounts at this firm. And so what they're trying to figure out is, when trades were profitable, were they allocated in a fully compliant and legal way across all the accounts and strategies? Or did some clients perhaps get more profitable slices? And so they're looking at the allocation of trades across these different accounts that were under the Western umbrella.
In your story, you mentioned that there was an employee who apparently kicked all this off. Were authorities already investigating this before that employee raised these concerns about, I guess, the quality of those trades, for lack of a better phrase?
So I think the timeline of this will, probably become clearer in the coming days and weeks. But I think what we know now is that an employee at the firm had flagged at least questions about trades. And soon thereafter, the SEC began an investigation. In July, late July of this year, so 8-9 months after, is the first public disclosure. And it comes in Franklin's 10Q, so quarterly earnings, buried in a quarterly earnings statement that Franklin is, and Franklin is the one releasing it, but Western's cooperating with SEC and DOJ investigations. And they say it's basically loosely about allocations of trades and some involvement of treasury derivatives. And then we don't hear anything more until last week. And on the 21st of this month, there's another release from Franklin, and it's technically from Franklin because that's the publicly traded company.
Right.
And it's a press release from Western, and it's basically that Ken Leach is taking immediate leave of absence, and lower down in it, it is a referral to him having received a Wells notice, which is the technical term for basically the SEC saying that it may pursue enforcement action.
All right, guys, unfortunately, we have to leave it there. Great big take on the terminal on Bloomberg.com, and a still unfolding story, so I'm sure you guys will have your hands full covering it. You take a look at markets right now, unchanged on the S&P 500, Romaine Bostic. You have a lot to talk about on the close.
Yeah, we do. We're going to count you down to the closing bells on Bloomberg television. The S&P actually flipped into the red just a little while ago here, now straddling the line between gains and losses. Of course, a big drag coming from NVIDIA.
company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg in Washington, I'm Amy Morris. Apple is in talks to invest in OpenAI, a move that would cement ties to a partner integral to its efforts to gain ground in the artificial intelligence race. The Wall Street Journal reports the investment would be part of a new OpenAI fundraising round that would have valued the ChatGPT maker above $100 billion. Shares of Apple right now 1.6% higher. Best Buy raised its earnings guidance for the year, a sign that its turnaround efforts are starting to bear fruit as consumers begin upgrading their COVID-era purchases with new products, including innovations like artificial intelligence. The retailer now expects adjusted earnings per share to be as high as $6.35, up from $6.20 previously, citing greater than expected profitability for the first half. Best Buy shares right now 14% higher. Dollar General is having one of its worst days on record. Shares slid after the discount retailer cut its full-year sales forecast, indicating that its turnaround efforts just might not be enough. The shares fell as much as 26% when markets opened. That was the biggest intraday loss on record, but now shares of Dollar General are down 30%. Gap beat sales expectations for the second quarter, suggesting an overhaul by new Chief Executive Officer Richard Dixon may be working. The company raised its gross margin and operating income guidance for the full year, citing the strong second quarter results. Shares of Gap now 2.3% higher. And Bill Ackman may bring back Pershing Square. Sources tell the Financial Times that Ackman is considering gifting early investors in Pershing Square USA the right to buy extra shares in the future at a fixed price through warrants. Financial Times quotes sources saying that investors in Pershing Square may also get rights to buy into the eventual IPO of hedge fund Pershing Square Capital Management. Those are the company stories we're following at this hour. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, welcome back to Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Katie Greifeld. I'm keeping the seat warm for Carol and Tim, who have been traveling out to the U.S. Open. Sources say they join me now, so let's get to them. Carol, Tim, what exactly are you doing out there? Because I understand that the U.S. Open is a tennis competition of sorts.
Yeah, but there's also a lot of food and drink.
Right,
So
right.
we've already been sampling that, which has been okay.
Yeah. Well, who do you have coming up this afternoon? Because Paul Brennan, our producer here, assured me that you're going to have some great conversations, some very serious and worthwhile conversations.
Well, we have, of course, the makers of the honeydews, and then we have the wine connoisseurs of the USDA. No, we really do.
Like, what show are you doing? I didn't see that on the rundown.
It's called work, everybody.
Okay. No, we are actually doing some real work. We got Kirsten Corio coming up. She's Chief Commercial Officer at the U.S. Open. There's a lot of money here. There are a lot of people here. So we're going to talk to her all about what the vibes are like and then how they're going to continue to grow after a record Monday.
Listen, I kid about the honeydews, but that brings in millions of dollars every year. I mean, you look around us, and yes, first and foremost, it's all about the players and the tournaments and what happens on the courts. I mean, we were just like, there's a match right next to us, and it's like the roar of the crowd. But American Express is here.
They might be cheering for you, Carol. You never know.
Restaurants. I mean, it is a hospitality experience. American Express, right? We talk about their lounges. I mean, this is a big branding opportunity for a lot of corporations. It's big business, the U.S. Open.
I also wonder if there's a story about inflation here, because I don't know. I've actually never been to the U.S. Open. I'm actually the worst person to be leading this chat right now because I'm not a tennis fan either. But I hear a lot about the honeydews.
From the Olympics. You like sports, right?
No, I love sports, but very niche, specific sports. I'm a huge track and field fan. But in any case, tell me about the pricing on the honeydews or whatever they're called.
I haven't bought any yet. Have you bought any?
I think it's like...
Katie, it's like 3 o'clock on a work day.
I'm just talking in general.
We're not drinking honeydews yet.
5 o'clock here.
This is not an event where people would come to pay low prices for things. I think it's fair to say.
Didn't you look into a ticket?
It's a luxury event.
Price.
Yeah. To be fair, I did end up buying a ticket, a resold ticket, like a, resale of one on one of the big ticket brokers for tomorrow. My wife is coming tomorrow for the day. She has the day off, Katie. And $300 is the least expensive ticket to Arthur Ashe. So we're not talking great seats either, and that's for the day session. So yeah, it's pretty pricey. And we could have bought tickets ahead of time.
Yeah.
But that would take planning, so we didn't do that.
What's interesting, Katie, is I think we've noticed that, Bloomberg Radio has been coming here for years, and the event has just grown in size, and they talk about almost every year about record attendance. And as we walk around, you'll see it's a global, it's an international audience because it represents the players that will ultimately be out there playing the tournaments and the matches. So it's really a fascinating, you can tell that I have friends who have come in from Colorado just to be here for the U.S. Open. So
74,000 people here on Monday, Katie, a record. And the cool thing about where we are is not just the players who are playing on court, but we're in the media center, so you have the players walk by just fresh off of winning or losing to do their media interviews. So, I mean, we're like flanked by professional tennis players, some of the best in the world. And that's what the fans get too. It's awesome.
And we talk about so much at Bloomberg, right? The business of sports, right?
Yeah.
Just like this week, private equity and the NFL. And it's just so much going on. And this is certainly part of that world.
All right. Well, you don't have to convince me. You've done a great job selling that you guys are at work. Very serious conversations coming up this afternoon with Carol and Tim. Meanwhile, take a look at markets really quickly right now. The S&P 500 just about unchanged on the day. An incredible reversal as NVIDIA sticks near session lows right now. If you're sticking with us on radio, Carol and Tim coming up next. If you're staying on TV, the close is coming up next. Either way, I'm out. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stennebeck on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody. We are not back at Bloomberg headquarters. No, we are, we won the lottery today.
Yeah, we really did. We are live here at the 2024 U.S. Open in the shadow of Arthur Ashe Stadium. And it is a fantastic day, not as hot as yesterday, which is
gorgeous.
Just really, really nice. I joke about this, but I always make sure never to go on vacation around this time of year because the U.S. Open and getting to broadcast from it, it's pretty much the highlight of my year.
It's pretty spectacular, no doubt about it. And I feel like for the Bloomberg audience, really, it's in some ways a read on the economy, certainly a certain sector of the U.S. economy. It's a global audience. It's big business. There's a lot of corporations and sponsors that are involved. We're going to check in on the Amex, American Express side of things later on.
Big money here.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so it is day 4. It's a little bit cooler, so we are very happy. We are, as you know, in Flushing Meadows. We're also on Bloomberg Originals and, of course, on YouTube. We do see some stock movement. We're going to get into that, certainly playing off some economic data today and what the Fed is going to be doing. But when we come back, we're going to talk with the Chief Commercial Officer, Kirsten Corio, on how the tournament plans to grow. That's what her job is all about. Like, where do you find revenue streams? Where do you do it? What's the balance of being true to the sport, but also growing it?
And remember, it's the USTA, so they're not just responsible for the U.S. Open, but they're responsible for tennis throughout the United States. So youth tennis, United States Tennis Association. So they also have to help grow the pipeline of young American athletes, too. So
right, and the future fan base, right?
The future, very good point.
As
I mentioned, there's a lot of money here at the U.S. Open. Just look around. You got the sponsors here. You got Chase, JP Morgan, IBM,
the Rolex
American
clock over
Express.
there.
Yeah, that's true. We're going to speak to Amex's Vice President of Global Brand Sponsorships and Experiential Marketing about the 31-year partnership that they've had with the U.S. Open.
It's a long one, right? Also, favorite thing at the Open, no doubt about it, is the food.
I already had some.
You did.
No drink yet, but food already.
You did bring me fries, so I'm very grateful. So many choices, so many great chefs that are here, some new names, some names that are coming back year after year. So we're going to get into it. Chris Dudley is the individual behind it all. He's the Senior Director of Event Services at USTA. So we're going to get to him a little bit later on.
All that and more over the next 2 hours on Bloomberg Business Week, this special edition live from the U.S. Open in Queens, New York. First up, a check of the day's trade, though, and top business stories. Here's Amy Morris.
All right, thank you, Tim. Stocks, were climbing most of the day until about an hour ago. And what was green across the screen is now under some pressure. We're looking at a mixed day. We check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 is little changed on the downside, down about 2 points now. NASDAQ is down 44 points. The Dow is up 224 points. The 10-year Treasury yield at 3.86% and the 2-year yield at 3.89%. Best Buy, meanwhile, looking like one of the best buys on Wall Street today. The stock now 14% higher after better than expected sales in the latest quarter and a boost to its full-year guidance. Lindsay Dutch is a senior analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence.
After 3 years of sort of battling really difficult comps coming off of like a pandemic-driven pull forward in demand, we are now seeing light at the end of the tunnel, and Best Buy should be returning to growth mode soon.
Lindsay Dutch, Bloomberg Intelligence, and Dollar General having its worst day on record. The discount retailer cut its full-year sales forecast. Bloomberg Intelligence senior retail analyst Jennifer Bartasha says many of Dollar General's problems are self-inflicted.
We do think a lot of their current troubles are self-inflicted. This is their core consumer that they know better than anybody else. And the fact that they're misreading where that consumer is and not ready to serve them in the way that they need to be served is a little bit concerning.
Jen Bartasha with Bloomberg Intelligence. Dollar General shares right now 30% lower, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I love it when Tiff said it dances to Madonna. Oh my God, it is just very special.
Still live, still happy.
Because we're live at the U.S. Open again. It's something we look forward to every year.
Best 2 days of. Well, can I say that? I don't want to I don't want to make the other days feel bad, but.
Sorry, it's out there already.
Yeah, it's pretty fun being here at the U.S. Open. We're in the shadow of Arthur Ashe Stadium at the 2024 U.S. Open. There are a lot of people here this year, Carol. The U.S. Open on Monday, opening day.
Yes.
The biggest single-day crowd in the history of the U.S. Open, 74,641 people were here.
I feel like every year that we come here, we hear like other records being broken.
Yeah.
We can tell you from experience, the ticket resale market also hot. The cheapest ticket, you did some homework on this.
Because I had to pay for it.
You said, right? It was more than $300 for a day session.
$308 for Arthur Ashe tomorrow, the noon slot. My wife is coming. I got the media pass. We're good.
Fantastic. Let's get to the person who's involved in all of this. Kirsten Corio is back with us. She's USTA Chief Commercial Officer on site with us here at the U.S. Open. Man, it feels like a good year already.
It's a bonkers, spectacular year yet again. And I will have you know that the original ticket price, I'm glad you said resale and not
resale.
individual, because the original ticket price, the lowest we had was $32 at the time of original on sale. So you just have to buy earlier.
Does this drive you crazy, though? Does this drive you crazy that instead of the USTA getting the $308 that we spent on tomorrow's noon session, it's Ticketmaster or whoever we bought it from?
It doesn't drive me crazy. And you know what? It's most likely from a U.S. Open subscriber who buys all Arthur Ashe sessions who couldn't make it for the day session. Really, I mean, even the most Uber fan doesn't make it out for every single one of the 25 Arthur Ashe sessions, so it's probably one of them, and I don't begrudge them their ability to resell their ticket.
How much of the tickets are sold ahead of time? I remember you saying something I thought last year. A lot of stuff gets sold out, right?
Yeah, so we had just unprecedented demand all year. When we first went on sale, the original American Express early access for the pre-sale, we sold as many tickets in the first hour as we did in 5 days last year. Wow. So it's just double-digit percentages up. The on-sale a week later, double-digit percentages up. The demand is nuts.
There was this big concern 2 years ago that with Serena Williams no longer playing, that you wouldn't see huge demand here in the U.S. That obviously wasn't the case. We talked to you about that last year. How do you explain the growth from last year to this year, though?
I think there are nearly 1 million people, 957,000 to be exact, who enjoyed the 2023 U.S. Open, who said, man, I'm definitely coming back in 2024, and I'm going to take some more friends with me, and I'm going to tell all my friends. That's the simplest answer I can give you. But, you know, beyond just the success of this event, it feels like for the past few years, tennis has been having a moment. More people in the U.S. are playing tennis.
Zendaya's in a
perhaps,
movie about tennis.
Yeah, Challengers, the movie. Zendaya representing the sport beautifully. And I just have to, credit the growth of tennis participation as an element in the desire for people to come out and see the top pros in the world.
Kirsten, how many people are returnees? Like what percentage of folks are just coming to the Open year after year after year?
Oh, a lot. Yeah. More than 50% of our Arthur Ashe tickets are sold to full series ticket subscribers who do purchase all 25 sessions year in, year out, and those renew at 98, 99%.
Which is amazing. And what about the age demographics? Like, I think we've talked with you about this, and I feel like golf went through it. Maybe, I don't know if tennis ever went through a little bit of a lull or people were worried. I don't know that was the case. But I mean, is it continuing to attract a younger generation as well?
Well, I think the short answer is yes, but Fan Week, which is now part of the 3-week and 1-day U.S. Open. The main draw runs for 2 weeks. The qualifying tournament runs the week prior that we've called Fan Week, and we've built in all kinds of tentpole events to attract a more diverse younger audience, younger families to that. We had a record 216,000 people come through that week, that Fan Week. And so that's really the way that we can attract a younger audience, a younger demographic. We gave away 10,000 free rackets thanks to Wilson during that week. And we have Heineken happy hours from 5 to 7. Every one of those days, a block party. So I think that's a factor too in trying to attract a younger audience to how cool it is to be out here.
It works, and it translates into people coming to the Open.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How much more capacity do you have when we talk about the number that came on Monday, more than 74,000?
Yeah.
Can you actually fit more people here?
We can't fit more people in the stadium. The stadium's capacity, Arthur Ashe Stadium is a fixed capacity. Louis Armstrong is a fixed capacity. But we also now are selling evening grounds passes, which is something we haven't done for a while.
Oh.
So we can get more people. We didn't like the concept of not allowing people to come into the grounds if there's tennis being played outside of those two stadiums, and you can go freely and watch those if you stay all day with a grounds pass. But if you only want to come for the evening and watch those matches, we'll sell you a grounds evening.
When are those matches taking
pass.
place? In the first? Are they in the second week? Do you have
in the
evening
early
grounds?
rounds? In the first and second round, every one of our courts is filled with competition, and some courts have matches that will run all the way up until midnight, depending on how long the matches are. If they're quick matches, perhaps not. But in our first 4 nights of the first 2 rounds, you're likely to catch some great tennis on the outer courts as well as inside the stadiums.
Some of the matches not so quick.
Yes, we had a record-breaking match.
Was it Sebastian?
Sebastian, who's on camera and actually doing everything right now, he came out here for a match. Was it Monday, Sebastian?
That you got home and the match was still going on?
Yeah. Went to the
and
left,
that trip
left
home
here.
is like an hour and a half? It was a 5-hour match.
5 hours, 35 minutes. It's the longest match in U.S. Open history between Karen Khachanov and Daniel Evans. And just another record, another amazing statistic about the 2024 U.S. Open.
Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, I have to say, when I walked in, I was just blown away by the crowd even looking bigger than last year. And I don't know if that's the case, but it really amazes me, and over the years of coming here, just how it continues to grow.
Yeah, and so we think we're going to get 1 million fans through the 3 weeks and 1 day on site this year,
right?
Which would be a record. Last year, 957,000. This year, we're on track to meet and exceed that record. The weather's been great.
Yeah.
And that definitely helps people come out. And the events that we added through Fan Week and into the finals weekend, we've added a finals weekend festival and watch party in Louis Armstrong Stadium, as well as a finals weekend Fan Fest after party Saturday night.
Does it ever end
after the women's final? We'll sleep a little bit on September 9th.
Well, you start all over again for next year.
Well, you know
how
what?
this works.
I noticed. I think last year when you rolled up to be interviewed by us, you had a big energy drink with you, and I don't see the energy drink right now. So I think that's a good sign as to where we are in the tournament. You're feeling good.
We're feeling great.
Okay.
Yeah. Next week we might need a little bit more of the adrenaline and the energy drink, but we're feeling great. We're just energized and exhilarated to see it all come to life.
You mentioned the weather, which I know yesterday was a really, really hot day. Do you see a decline in the number of fans who come out when a day is so hot? I mean, so hot.
Yeah. I think that's a factor. I think there are certain people, especially those that have had the privilege of being out to sessions before, either this year or other years, who may make a judgment call of if they don't feel that they can handle being in 90-plus degree heat. I think that's a factor, but we also did have we may have broken another record yesterday in attendance. It's
even though it was so unbearably hot. That's pretty amazing.
That is amazing.
I have to tell you, I have a friend here, a young couple, and they have their 7-month-old here too. So
Wow.
you are creating younger fan base.
Great.
And they're from out of town and come in for this event. So how do you think about year after year, like how you you continue some of the things that are working, how you think about new ways, right? Because you think about revenue streams and how do you continue to build out the business?
So on the business side,
and keeping a balance of keeping the sport pure, that people don't walk through and feel like it's too commercial.
That's why Fan Week, and I'm sorry, I'm going to keep harping on it. Like that, it's such an important investment for us, and it is free for all fans to attend every one of those days, 7 days to come in. Free to go into Arthur Ashe Stadium and watch the top pros practicing. You can sit in the front row. A few days ago, I walked in before the main draw and saw Coco playing a practice match against Sabalenka,
which is like amazing,
in Arthur Ashe Stadium, competitively, but it's a practice match. And I'm looking at the fans sitting around that court who got in for free, and I'm thinking they're seeing a reprise of the women's final last year for free. So that's really important.
Yeah.
Now, business is, of course, very important too, and we do know that 50%-ish of people who attend Fan Week do ultimately buy tickets for the main draw. So it is a pipeline to build future fans. Adding tentpole events during that during that Fan Week that are ticketed events is helping grow the business as well and provide more exposure for our players. And so when we think about ticket sales and hospitality and premium, which are primary revenue streams, that's sort of how we begin to introduce and test new ticketed products.
Right.
On the premium and experience side, we've been adding new products to meet some of that experiential demand. This year we have a finals weekend clinic. A very limited number of clients will have the privilege of doing that, playing on a court with Andre Agassi and Andy Roddick before the men's final, before the women's final, and sitting in the courtside premiere, first few rows ticketed product. And so hospitality and experiences are a big part of that too.
How limited? You said that's a limited experience.
I think, are you trying to?
No, I
24.
For a ticket
I
or
would not
something,
embarrass
or-
myself.
24 for each session. Yeah.
Wow.
That's amazing.
That's a pretty cool thing.
And the women sold out first, which we also love that.
Who are
too.
they working with on the women? Same thing?
Same. But the draw being the women's final.
Love that.
How are things looking on the sponsorship side in terms of demand, what you're hearing from companies, the appetite for them to come back and extend their agreements and partnerships with you guys?
They've been great. We've got, a small-ish roster of partners, 24 official sponsors, 7 of which have been with us for more than 30 years.
Just amazing.
So there's a really strong renewal history and track record here. And you see our partners on the grounds activating everywhere and entertaining their own clients, but also interacting with fans and enhancing the experience for fans. The MX Fan Experience was open during Fan Week as well. And we added 2 new partners this year. We added Destination DC for Washington, D.C. tourism, and we added Moet as our official champagne partner, which has come in handy.
Are you able to reliably raise prices each year for those brand opportunities to keep the revenue growing at the USTA from that side?
As long as we can demonstrate more value to the partner, the market, the value of the partnership can increase. But it's all dependent on what value does the partner wish to extract from the U.S. Open, and how can we quantify and qualify, the value that we've been able to deliver to that partner over their term.
What's fun about the sports world for you? Because you spent, 14 years at the NBA. I know we always bring this up, but I think here you're doing, tennis. There's so much going on. We've had a week where the NFL said, okay, for private equity to buy into, firms. We have been doing a lot of stuff at Business Week about the explosion of gambling, basically, right? When it comes to all things sports. But what's interesting for you to kind of watch this progression and where things are?
Sports is just fun. Sports and live entertainment, to me, it's great. You can't predict everything, and that's what makes it really serendipitous and fun, but also sometimes stressful. Sometimes the energy drink is required. But we also, we just announced yesterday with our partners, ESPN, that we've extended our relationship through 2037. It will be the longest deal in tennis. And they're a fantastic partner, and we couldn't be more thrilled about that. So that's the big fun news from yesterday that did require a little help from our partner Moet in celebrating that one. But that makes it really fun.
A couple of bottles, like a couple cords went off.
Maybe.
Maybe.
When we speak to you next year, what's going to be the biggest change?
Wow, for the 2025 U.S. Open.
Yeah, we're already thinking about it.
Yeah, we're
We
about.
know you are. You will be in a week.
We sure are. I mean,
couple weeks.
It's interesting. Like, day one begins, and we already have a 2025 list beginning of, okay, we're going to do this differently for next year. But, you know, I'll say when we look at the Fan Week and the tentpole events, we love them. We want to make them bigger, better, you know, more exciting performances, and they really are a testing ground for us. You can't predict the competition on the court in the main draw, but you can plan for and create new experiences for the fans that come out and new ways to deliver that to people digitally. And when we think about digital, you may not see it here on the grounds. If you wanted to take a walk over to the Advantage Arena, you could play Fortnite. You could play U.S. Open Fortnite.
Right.
5 million people have played it so far.
Kirsten, always good to see you.
Good.
Chief
Thanks for
Commercial
having me.
Officer of the USTA, Kirsten Corio, joining us here at the U.S. Open.
All right, more coverage to come, folks. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. NVIDIA has discussed joining a funding round for OpenAI that would value the artificial intelligence startup at more than $100 billion. Sources say Apple and Microsoft have also been in talks about participating in that financing. The round would be led by Thrive Capital. It's investing about $1 billion. Now, if these discussions do move forward, it would mean the three most valuable tech companies are all backing OpenAI, the maker of groundbreaking GPT chatbot. Turns out NVIDIA may be weighing on the markets after all. A rally in the S&P 500 lost traction as NVIDIA extended its slide to 6%, now down 6.3%. Although most stocks advanced on signals that the U.S. economy is holding strong. The S&P 500 is down. Now it's gained. Look at that. S&P 500 up 1 point. NASDAQ down 48, and the Dow is up 299 points. The 10-year Treasury yield at 3.86%, and the 2-year yield at 3.89%. And that is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now back to Bloomberg Business Week at the U.S. Open with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek.
All right, Amy, thank you so much. Yes, we are at the U.S. Open and just loving it. Just perfect weather. I got to say there are a few certain truths when it comes to the U.S. Open.
Yeah.
There's the honeydews.
Okay, yeah, check.
Matches that stretch into the middle of the night. They can go on for a long time.
Fans love it. Players, not so much.
Not so much.
Okay.
A definite New York vibe.
Yeah.
Even though
rowdy,
it's a global, but
rowdy
New York.
crowd. We can hear them right now.
Right? Like, we love it when, like,
the
somebody
energy.
scores a great, like, point or something.
Yeah.
Like, you just hear the crowd. Sponsors, logos.
They're plastered everywhere. They've been for years, like, JP Morgan, Chase, Emirates, Chubb, IBM, and, of course, American Express.
Longtime partner of the U.S. Open. Amex has been a brand sponsor of the U.S. Open for more than 30 years. We just talked with Kirsten about some of the brands, a handful or so, that have been with them for a long time, and that includes American Express.
Yeah, Shiz Suzuki can tell us exactly why and where they see the value. She's Vice President of Global Brand Sponsorships and Experiential Marketing at American Express. She joins us on site here at the U.S. Open. Good to see you.
Good to see you, too. Thanks for having me.
Another year, another partnership between Amex and the U.S. Open.
I know. This is our 31st year, if you can believe it.
Well, what keeps you coming back? I mean, this is a big ticket event. This is a big ticket item. You have to see ROI from where you sit at Amex. What keeps you coming back?
I mean, ultimately, right, we are not just in the card business. We are really in the business of membership. And when we talk about membership, it's about all the value that we bring to our card members and our prospective card members. So that could be at things like live sports and incredible moments like here, music, entertainment, and other. How do we bring them that incredible access and value, right? And so when you think about U.S. Open, I mean, this is such an incredible event right here in New York City, and would not want to be anywhere else.
What does an event specifically like the U.S. Open do for your membership base?
Yeah,
like, what is the feedback you hear, or what do you see?
It's number one, it's an incredible event, right? And I'm sure Kirsten talked a little bit about even the growth of the fan base, right, and their ticket sales, etc. But even in tennis, fandom overall has grown actually year after year for the last few years. For us, we really think about this event, we are able to bring something for everyone because there is so much to offer here. We have a 20,000 square foot fan experience space, and so it is all indoors, especially on really hot summer New York days, like yesterday. But the first floor is actually open to everyone, and so it's a fan experience space. We've got everything from glow tennis. We have this really incredible customizable tennis ball station this year. We have, things like, we actually have a 2K, so like the actual video game 2K Top Spin. We have some gaming stations there. We have this really fun trivia-based more machine. It's a vending machine, it's like size of a human. There's some trivia in there, and depending on if you get the answers right or wrong, there's some great prizes as well. So we've got that. Upstairs, we've got a card member lounge as well. So, yeah.
So when you're a few months from now, or even just a couple of weeks from now, when you're looking at the numbers, to justify the marketing spend here, what are the metrics that you're looking at to know whether or not it was successful?
I mean, we're looking at everything from certainly, right, ticket sales and the attendance here, but we're also looking at for ourselves engagement, reach, things of that nature, right? Like, what are the numbers of people that are coming by? And, we'll look at that from the perspective of like our existing card member base and other opportunities there. And then certainly, right, there's going to be all the qualitative feedback as well in terms of like, how much do they love it? Like, we hear such great feedback about the things that we offer.
Do you want to see an increase in number of people who are signing up for certain cards after an event like this, like a platinum card, for example?
Yeah, that would be fantastic, right?
Are you able to measure that? Like, are you able to draw a line from this to that?
Yeah, there's different ways in which we're able to draw and like be able to talk about like ROI overall for the business. Certainly, yeah. I think for us too, right? When we think about the audience here, how this has also changed, right? It continues to get younger. We think about Gen Z and millennial audiences. For us, like when we think about even 2023 overall as a business, we've actually publicly talked about the fact that like 60% of all new cards acquired in consumer is actually in that like Gen Z millennial base. And 75% of that is actually in the platinum and gold card. So you think about premium card segments and the growth of that younger demographic. Right. Fans here are also getting younger as well. And so it's a great, incredible opportunity for us to engage them at all different levels.
Well, that's what I think we wonder. Like, we always think about, you do something and then what's the direct payoff? And maybe and that's what I guess I'm curious about, and I think Tim is too, is do you actually sign up people that come here to this event, or is it more about like brand recognition and understanding what Amex is about, even for like a younger consumer?
I would say it's all of the above, right?
Yeah.
So really, if you think about it from the angle of brand consideration, a brand is really that like there is so much that goes into that. It's a long-term relationship that you build with somebody,
right?
And so
I mean, I've had my Amex, to be full disclosure, since college, and so that's a long time.
Well, we thank you for that. We thank you for that. But yeah, I mean, I think it is that like every single touch point. It's like a relationship with anybody else, right? We're obviously this is from a brand perspective, right? But just the same way you would build a relationship with anybody else, it takes many touch points to get to that, right? You build the trust, the relationship, that's what we're really here to do.
It's funny. I actually surprised to see that there is one of your biggest competitors here as one of the sponsors as well. You don't oftentimes see that with different events.
Does that make you angry?
No, we just do it better.
That wasn't going to be my question, Carol, but I'm glad you went there.
I would be a little angry.
She's just going to skip 2025 when she comes back.
Sorry.
But how do you stand out in an environment where Chase does have an airport lounge? Chase does have a lounge here.
Sure.
How do you justify to a member paying $700 a year when there are competitors out there who offer similar experiences?
Yeah, I think for us, we stay focused on our card member base and that future card member base, right? So we're constantly looking at, right, what is the data? What is the feedback? What are all the different places that people are going to show up? For us, right, we've been here for 31 years at the U.S. Open, but this is one of an entire portfolio, by the way, of the places that we are, whether that be in like lifestyle, entertainment, music. Last year, we kicked off and announced our partnership with Formula One in the Americas region.
Right.
And so, we are staying ahead of in terms of like all the passion points and the places where the people that are our card members want to be. And so that is really like, if you think about it from a holistic perspective, right? It is about the holistic offering.
Shiz, talk to us a little bit about the path. Like, I think of pre-pandemic, pandemic hits, right? Nobody's traveling. And you guys did a lot of things to adapt to people being at home. And then we're, slowly coming out of the pandemic. And now we've seen a ton of traveling. Like, where are we post-pandemic? What you guys are seeing from consumers?
Yeah, actually, we had a 2024 travel trends report that we released. And actually, when we look at that, almost 70% of people are going to be traveling this year. And it's related to some type of big sporting event or other.
Oh, interesting.
So the trends there are like looking up and up as we think about that intersection of travel, fandom, etc.
Like Olympics, like did you see a lot connected to that as well?
Olympics, right? Like any big sporting moment.
Right.
Like last year was Las Vegas Grand Prix. It was the first ever Formula One race out in Las Vegas,
I
right?
think Jason was there.
Yeah, I think so too. One of our colleagues.
Oh, fantastic!
Yeah.
So, like, you think about those types of moments and how do you bring that to life? Like in American Express, we're at the intersection of all of that: travel, big events, other. So,
when you think about growth in the future and attracting those card members who don't exist yet, who have not signed up, how do you think about adding different features and experiences to keep the value proposition fresh? Like, what's on the whiteboard with brainstormed ideas right now?
Yeah, I think it is about that, right? It's about where are the trends going and like how do you anticipate that as much as you can. This year, it's been really exciting. Yeah. In like the area of like even music, like we've actually done quite a bit with like the likes of Olivia Rodrigo, Billie Eilish, Dua Lipa, and so we've been able to do some really incredible moments and experiences and access for our card members, not just here in the U.S. but also globally as well.
When you look at the consumer, we've got to ask you, we'd be idiots if we didn't, and we are Bloomberg. Like, do you feel like, and I know American Express, every time we talk about the company, we say it's a certain sector of consumers, but like I said, I got mine in college. I was making no money, but that's where I started. Is the consumer doing okay? Or do you see any concerns that, we look around here and we're like, consumers are spending big time.
They are here, yeah. Listen, I think at some of like the biggest moments that are out there in sports and entertainment, people are there. That's what we're seeing. That's what we want to provide for our card members. And so I think it's 2024 has been a very exciting year for all sorts of events around the world.
Are you here all 2 weeks?
I'm here. Yeah, I'm here for a good number of days. Yes, for sure.
That is not a bad
place to be, right?
Not a bad place to be.
I might check out the lounge or something. Thank you so much. Great snapshot of what you guys are doing. And like we said, you have been American Express affiliated with it for 30 years with the U.S. Open, which is a really, really long time. Shiz Suzuki, she's Vice President of Global Brand Sponsorships and Experiential Marketing at American Express, joining us on site from the U.S. Open.
Hey, we might not be at the mothership today, but we're certainly keeping an eye on the markets. And we're seeing a mixed picture with the NASDAQ down about 0.1%. The S&P 500 right now higher by a little more than 0.1%. The Dow up close to 0.8%.
Yeah, we're going to talk a little bit about the markets because we are driving to the close. We're not going to forget about 28 minutes left in the session, and we're going to check in with the Chief Executive Officer, Director of Fixed Income at Cumberland Advisors. It's important because if you look at the trades, some of the economic news, U.S. growth seems to be doing okay, and that's where we saw maybe the Fed doesn't need to be so aggressive. But anyway, we're going to talk about that in just a moment.
Before that, though, a check on the latest world and national news. We got Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington, D.C. Hey, Nance.
Thanks, Tim. The 2024 presidential race is heating up with a little over 2 months until Election Day. Vice President Kamala Harris and her running mate Tim Walz will appear jointly for an interview on CNN tonight. Brown University political scientist Wendy Schiller says Harris has reasons for having Walz by her side.
He basically said, this is my first judgment call. I'm taking this guy. So it makes perfect sense that she want to introduce him alongside her. He also has a different personality. He also attracts probably a different sector of the Democratic Party and independent voters. So it's strategically smart for her to do that.
Brown University political science professor Wendy Schiller. Republicans have criticized Harris, though, for including Walz, saying it shows the party doesn't have enough confidence in her to handle the interview herself. During a meeting today in Brussels with European Union leaders, Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba urged them to follow through on delivering already pledged military aid.
If we are supplied with sufficient amount of missiles, if we are allowed to strike, we will significantly decrease the capacity of Russia to inflict damage on our critical infrastructure, and we will improve the situation for our forces on the ground.
Kuleba spoke following new attacks by Russia, the third aerial bombardment in 4 days. Ukraine's Air Force has also confirmed one of the F-16 warplanes it recently received from its Western partners went down on Monday. It was the first F-16 to crash since being delivered last month. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan has wrapped up 3 days of meetings in China. He capped his visit with a face-to-face meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping. He says Xi and President Biden will talk by phone in the coming weeks. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons.
340 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. The S&P rally seems to have lost some steam now. Index is bouncing from green to red and back again. Let's go to the First Word Breaking News Desk for today's afternoon call. Here's Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Amy. U.S. stocks are trading in the green right now, but like you said, off their best levels. The Dow's still up 329 points. S&Ps are higher by 13, and NASDAQ rises by 14. The U.S. 10-year yield at 3.87%. Gold is up 2. Oil is climbing, but Bitcoin is trading little changed. Regarding the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were energy and the industrials. Tech was under pressure, and leaders to the upside in the Dow, Intel and Visa, while Salesforce had a big reversal and led to the downside. After earnings, NVIDIA fell 6%, while Dollar General plunged as much as 30%. And in deal news, Dell Technologies has explored a sale of SecureWorks. In other news, NVIDIA has held discussions about joining OpenAI's funding round. And wrapping things up, some of the names reporting after the bell tonight include Autodesk, Dell, Lululemon, and Ulta Beauty. Live from the First Breaking News Desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Amy?
All right, thank you, Bill. And you can hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg type SQUA on your Bloomberg terminal. And that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, just about 18 minutes left in today's trading session. We are definitely driving to the close on this Thursday. You've got equities, as you just heard from Amy Morris, definitely off their highs of the session. We did see some movement on the Treasury side of things following this morning's economic report. Upbeat growth is still happening. That's a good thing. Maybe a recession won't happen. We'll have to see what our next guest has to say. With us is a treat. John Musso, he's Chief Executive Officer, Director of Fixed Income at Cumberland Advisors. A firm that has been around for a half a century or so, and of course a good friend, David Kotek. I think about it, like we've talked lots of conversations. You guys have seen a lot of market cycles.
Yeah,
What's this?
sure.
What does this one tell you?
We think it's elongated because of COVID, so everything takes longer.
Yeah.
You know, it took a while for inflation to set in. It took longer. It took longer for the Fed to raise rates. It's taken a longer time for the Fed to start cutting rates, which looks like it's going to happen next month. And it's taken a while for inflation to come back down, which seems like it's finally taking place as well.
So we're getting back to normal? Whatever
Back to
normal?
whatever normal is, it's taking longer to get there.
Are you concerned that the Fed waited too long to cut rates?
I am, and because I think there's a lot of anecdotal evidence out there that the economy is moving lower, maybe a little faster than people think. You could almost read a little bit of it into Jay Powell's language, because it seems like he shifted in his, not only his talk at Jackson Hole, but at the Fed meeting before that, from a concern about inflation per se to a little more concern about the job market, and that their movements going forward would be to probably hopefully keep the job market from sliding down.
Don't you think, though, I don't know, these aren't exact sciences, right? And especially when you're getting ready to pivot, right? It's a little tricky. And, I mean, I don't know what's worse. I mean, obviously, if people are losing jobs, that's not going to be a good thing for the economy. But I also know that you've got to tame the inflation beast. But I also do wonder, John, we talked about normal. Is it a different normal when it comes to where inflation needs to run going forward because of some different macro factors, whether it's wars or climate change or whatever?
There's a lot of that at work. In the end, I'm always a little distrustful when someone says, this time it's different. You know, and you've had people say that, particularly when you talk about something like the inverted yield curve, for example. They're saying, it doesn't matter anymore because now you're like past a year and a half, and we haven't gone into a slowdown. I would suggest that you can still wait and see that. And why? Because COVID has extended that time period. There was so much spending in the system. You're starting to see things like, and you've had other guests talk about it, higher rates of people, you know, not paying their credit cards. You're seeing it. I see it personally in my email every week where I'm getting resumes from either people that have lost jobs in financial services but also from kids getting out of college that can't get jobs. That's a far cry from where you were 2 years ago. Now, that doesn't, listen.
Is this a normalization, or is this concerning to you?
I see it as a normalization given the hot market you were in 2 years ago.
So, like, this is pre-COVID levels to you at this point?
Yeah, yes, you're at pre-COVID levels, but moving in the downward direction, right? So that's a bit of a concern.
But that's a great question. Like, so is it, if we're getting back to normal, which is just getting back to normal, but getting back to normal can be painful on the economy.
Sure, and especially if you're the one losing their job, and there was no question that most, if not all, of these COVID funds were spent, and that is what, of course, caused the not damage, but the cycle that we did see on inflation. And I think you would not necessarily have been here if maybe the Fed had acted sooner back in 2021 than waiting to this March of 22.
To their defense, and I think is still the jury isn't necessarily still out, but I think there was still supply chain challenges that led to some of the inflationary pressures that we saw.
I would agree with you, Tim, and I don't think it was just that. I think it's the Fed, like back during the Great Recession, where they kept short-term interest rates at 0 to a quarter for, 7 years. The same concerns were this time. They did not want to see employment slide back just as it was coming out, and they would err on that side.
Hey, let's talk politics, because everybody loves talking about politics.
Nothing going on.
Yeah, nothing going on.
Yeah, right.
Nothing happened in November. How should bond investors think about these two candidates?
Listen, we saw in 2016, we saw yields move up when Trump got elected at overnight. Yields shot up, and they stayed elevated for the better part of about 9-10 months before they started to come down. You saw that same reaction after the first debate, and yields bounced up about almost 25 basis points from where they were, because people started to assume not only Trump winning the election, but also particularly after the assassination attempt, a sweep of Congress, both the House and the Senate. Yeah. And that perception is, oh boy, if everybody's on the same side, they're going to start spending money, just like a party.
But is it also the idea that if Trump were to win, he's talked openly about this, the idea of maybe pressuring the Fed or having input to the Fed when it comes to interest rates? He's talked about that. He said as much.
He's talked about it. I think if he really wanted to...
and I think some people are worried about the credibility of the Fed in a situation like that.
Right. My own thought is that if he won, he would keep Jay Powell in there, at least to the end of his term in 28. And one of the reasons there is that he appointed Powell. So, there's some credence level there, right? But I do think that the idea that if all parties, White House, Senate, and House of Representatives are on the same side, that is regardless of who's in power, Democrats or Republicans, because you spend because there's no check and balance. If you will. So I think the market started to assume, hey.
But my question is more about rates and pressure that he would put on any Fed chair, whether it's Powell or not. He has said that he thinks the president should have input when it comes to rates.
Is it more bark than bite?
I think it's more bark than bite, certainly, because the last thing he wants to do is have the financial markets go into a volatility mix because of what he's saying.
Right, then he'll have no credibility. He will have no credibility. It's not about Fed not having credibility.
No.
All right, got about a minute left.
Yeah.
So how do you invest? You're playing in the fixed income world as we're getting ready for a Fed pivot, we think. Like, what's your advice to investors?
I think that, listen, you don't have the yields like they were last, fall.
Right.
When the 10-year hit 5%. It's
and
about
people are talking 6%.
Yeah, and you're 3.85. You can make a good case that inflation's coming down. We think bonds offer some good value. We think tax-free municipal bonds offer a really good value because they're backed up by a lot of supply. So there's a lot of high-quality investment-grade, intermediate and longer bonds at 4% plus tax-free yields. That's like over 7 when you compute it.
If you're looking at the curve, you mentioned munis, but where would you go on the curve? Would you go shorter duration at this point?
No. We would barbell it with some short-term bonds, but also some bonds out in 15 years or so, 15 to 20 years, because you're getting about 90% plus of the available yield out in 30 years. So we think that is very good value. And listen, that if Democrats win, you have a good chance of tax rates going up. So they present some good value there.
Good stuff. What a pleasure. What a treat.
Thanks.
Say hello to David. Say
I will
hello
do
to the
that.
team. Really nice to
It's been
see
a pleasure.
you. John Musso, he is, of course, Chief Executive Officer, Director of Fixed Income at Cumberland Advisors. Folks, we're counting down to the close on this Thursday. Carol Master, Tim Stanovic, we're live at the U.S. Open.
your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg in Washington, I'm Amy Morris. NVIDIA has reportedly discussed joining a funding round for OpenAI that would value the artificial intelligence startup at more than $100 billion. Sources say Apple and Microsoft have also been in talks about participating in this financing. The round would be led by Thrive Capital, which is investing about $1 billion. If these discussions move forward, it would mean the three most valuable tech companies are all backing OpenAI. Best Buy is looking like one of the best buys on Wall Street today. The stock is 14% higher after better than expected sales in the latest quarter and a boost to its full year guidance. Bloomberg Intelligence senior analyst Lindsay Dutch says business should keep picking up at Best Buy as more consumer electronics are hitting the market.
Microsoft has rolled out some new laptops that have AI technology. We're seeing some innovation coming from Apple that we should see later this year. So it's sort of this magic combination of this replacement demand and new product hitting the market at the same time.
Lindsay Dutch is with Bloomberg Intelligence, and Dollar General is having its worst day on record. The discount retailer cut its full-year sales forecast in a sign its core low-income customers are still struggling. Bloomberg Intelligence senior retail analyst Jennifer Partages says many of Dollar General's problems may be self-inflicted.
Having clean, safe, well-lit stores is a basic of retail. When Dollar General says they're executing on a back-to-basics strategy, that should be part of that strategy.
Jen Bartashis with Bloomberg Intelligence. Dollar General shares right now are down 31%, and Gap beat sales expectations. Shares of Gap today now 2.2% higher. The company raised its gross margin and operating income guidance for the year. Those are company stories we're following at this hour. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, under 5 minutes to go until we wrap up the trading day here on this Thursday. And as you know, we're keeping an eye on the markets, and we'll count you down. We are, but we're really focused on a lot of what's going on in and around us here at the U.S. Open.
Yeah, we're getting word about tomorrow's schedule at the U.S. Open, because I know everybody's concerned
You're a little
about
hot
that.
and heavy about this.
I'm very excited. We got Ben Shelton and Francis Tiafoe playing tomorrow.
That's pretty amazing.
So they're going to be at Arthur Ashe Stadium. They're going to be in the day session, which is a really big deal. And so I'm surprised, and the reason, and you have at night, you have Djokovic playing. So some people might say, wait a second, it's kind of surprising that you'd see these two Americans go head to head with each other. It wouldn't be like a primetime match. Yeah, but that's because you got Djokovic playing later in the day.
Right.
And then Sabalenka also playing in the night session.
That's a great lineup for tomorrow, right?
It's incredible, yeah. Coco Gauff also tomorrow.
What time?
That's noon, Arthur Ashe. So we get here. So we are doing a show from 10 to noon.
So, yeah.
All right, so we jump on the train.
Yeah.
We get here, watch a little Coco, bring our laptops in there, work on our show.
We don't need to prep. Nobody cares.
It's not going to happen. We're not going to see any Coco. We're
prep.
not seeing any Coco tomorrow. We got to prep for our show.
You know what's really a big part of this is all the celebrities.
Yeah. I mean, Carol Massar's here.
Yeah.
Tim Stenevec
the crowds,
is here.
Please, everybody, back.
Oh, we're not talking about we're talking about real celebrities here?
Yeah, real celebrities.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay.
And what's interesting is it sounds like the celebrity attendance figure in 2023 represented a roughly 60% increase on the number of A-listers who made the trip to Flushing Meadows in 2022, where attention was heightened due to the retirement of Serena Williams.
I like how there's data about A-listers.
Where are we?
Like, who do they? We're not.
Not even on the list.
I'll tell you, we're not on the list.
We're not on the list.
How do they know who's an A-lister?
Come on, you know who's an A-list.
All right, give me some names here. Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yeah, Charlize Theron. Is that how you say it? I can't always remember. Can't remember.
They're A-listers. You know, part of this has to do with the rising profile.
Justin Bieber, Tom Brady, Nicole Kidman.
The players.
Should I continue?
Can I?
What?
Okay.
Do you have something to say?
Yeah, I mean, there's a business angle here, okay? We're Bloomberg.
So what's the angle?
Well, part of it is that you
Hurry
have some of the folks who are professional tennis players being ambassadors for Louis Vuitton, maybe Gucci as well. So raising the profile sort of off the tennis court as well.
It's pretty cool.
Status.
It's pretty amazing. You definitely see this. All right, guys, do not go anywhere. We're going to count you down to the close. Those numbers just a moment away. We're pretty much hovering at our lows of the session. This is Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar, Tim Stenevec. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, we're back here on Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Masser, Tim Stenivek, live at the U.S. Open in Flushing Meadows, Queens, right next to the Arthur Ashe Stadium. You can't see it, but I promise you it's there.
Oh, we're looking up at it. We're not inside. We are right outside of it.
We're right next to it.
If we were inside, we wouldn't be able to broadcast because the crowd is going wild.
Would that be a problem?
No, I mean, we'll be in there later. I'll be in there later.
We will be.
Yeah.
Hey, we had a lot coming up in the next couple of hours. We're going to get those closing numbers on Wall Street in just a moment. But having said that, Chris Dudley's going to be back with us. He's the Senior Director of Event Services at USTA. And, man, all of this... You know, we talked with Kirsten earlier. She's so involved in, like, what happens here in terms of revenue and tickets and so on and so forth. But the events, the hospitality, the chefs, that's what Chris is involved in and responsible for. What?
Chris, a big part of Chris's job is to make sure there are not long lines for things.
Which is a really important...
That is a hard job.
I've been on some long lines here.
Here?
Yeah, sometimes. Especially when I think a match comes out. Yeah.
Like how
some of the favorite food places.
How do you decrease the amount of time that somebody's waiting for something? That is a hard thing to do.
Yeah, I think it is. And I think what they try to do is provide as many options as possible, different spots to go.
Melon balling ahead of time for the honeydews, right? It is.
I believe it's automated. No, I don't know.
Like Chipotle, the avocado.
The avocado.
Yeah.
Hey, we have a special treat coming up. Molly Fletcher, founder and CEO of the talent development company Game Changer Performance Group. She's played tennis. She's repped talent. Looking forward to that. In the meantime, you hear the closing bell on Wall Street. So let's get a look at those closing numbers. Over to Amy Morris. She's in our DC Bureau.
All right, thank you, Carol. Index is definitely off their highs for the day. What looked like a rally lost its steam as NVIDIA shares continued to slide. And as we wait for these numbers to settle down, the big movers today were NVIDIA. Earnings yesterday failed to live up to investors' hopes. Shares of NVIDIA down now more than 6%. Dollar General, also a big mover. Shares plummeted the most on record after the discount retailer reduced its full-year sales forecast. Dollar General shares down now 31%. And Best Buy reported better than expected second quarter comparable sales and adjusted EPS, boosting its EPS guidance for the year. Shares of Best Buy 14% higher. We're looking at these closing numbers now. S&P is flat, and the NASDAQ down 0.2%. The Dow gained 0.6%. So the S&P landing at 5591.98, NASDAQ at 17,516, and the Dow at 41,335. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, everybody. Yep. We are working so hard, no doubt about it, here at the U.S. Open. Look at everybody's looking at me like, wait, you are working so hard?
To be fair, I think they do this on purpose. They put us somewhere where we can't actually watch any tennis from here.
I know.
So we don't get distracted. What I can see is there are probably some really good matches going on because there are a lot of people courtside right now.
That's one of the stadium courts, right?
No, that is...
Oh, no, that's a field court?
That is just a...
It's a practice court.
No, it's not a practice court. Practice courts are right there.
Okay.
There's a match going on right there. But you bring up a really good point about what's unique about the U.S. Open.
Because you can
go watch. I mean, 2 years ago when we were sitting here, I left. Because, you stayed the first night to watch Serena.
Yeah.
In her people thought could have been her final match.
Right, exactly.
I went over there and watched her practice.
Which is really cool.
Before she played.
I did the same thing.
Yeah.
Or maybe
cool. Maybe it was the night before.
I can't remember. Yeah.
It was... It's pretty amazing.
But it's cool. Like the boards are over there, and you get an idea of who's on some of these side courts, and you can just go and watch, and it's just fascinating to see.
The other part of this is the athletes just walking by you.
Yeah.
So pro tennis players, typically they're above average in height.
Yeah, they're pretty tall dudes.
They're carrying around carrying around bags of like a dozen tennis rackets. You can kind of tell.
They carry their. That's what they do. They carry their own equipment.
Oh yeah. They
love
walk.
that.
They walk amongst us.
They do. and someone who really knows about this world. She's an athlete. She's represented athletes in negotiating deals. You'll know some of the names she has represented. She's now helping others, including non-athletes, really perform, Tim, at their best.
Let's get to our guest, Molly Fletcher. She's the founder and CEO of the talent development company Game Changer Performance Group. She's got a new book out. It's called Dynamic Drive, the Purpose-Fueled Formula for Sustainable Success. It's coming out this week.
It is coming out this week, and she joins us from Atlanta. And her notes remind us she was a walk-on tennis star at Michigan State. She and her mom actually won enough U.S. qualifying matches to play doubles at the U.S. Open in 1991. I can imagine what a great memory that is. Molly, welcome to Bloomberg Business Week. Great to have you. How are you?
I'm doing awesome. I'm jealous. You guys have, golly, I want to be where you are. So soak it all in for me.
Listen, we wish you were here. It's really kind of perfect today. The weather has settled down. It's not too hot. There's something about top-notch athletes that can teach us so much about yourself, how to do things, how to approach things. I feel like we talk to coaches, athletes, we learn so much. What have you learned being an athlete and representing them?
Absolutely. You know, for almost 20 years, I was a sports agent. And so I had an opportunity to see so early in my career. I mean, it was sort of a front row seat to peak performance. And what I saw is that at the end of their careers, the things that gave them the most satisfaction was actually not the trophies, right? It wasn't the rings on their fingers, but it was at some level the knowledge that they left it all out there for where you are. They left it all out on the court. They gave it everything they had. And so, yeah, the book that I have coming out next week, Dynamic Drive, it is all about how do we align our pursuits and our outcomes at some level in service of who are we becoming in the pursuit? Who are we becoming in the journey? As much as the achievements, the trophies, the outcomes, right? When we think about the guy or the gal that's about to hoist a trophy over their head after winning the Open, I think when you see those tears of joy, it's anchored more in the pursuit than in fact the achievement itself.
How do you then, so interesting that you say that. I think about that with amateur athletes too, who, you know, might work a full-time job, but they also have athletic goals. And maybe those athletic goals that they have, they don't achieve. But what they did was they trained for that marathon. They trained for that 100-mile bike race. They might not have finished it in the time that they wanted to, but maybe it was the training leading up to that experience that actually is fulfilling.
100%. I mean, I think sometimes when we think about, you know, drive is such an amazing thing, right? Like the drive to run a marathon, the drive to achieve something. It's such an awesome thing, and it's amazing. But to me, so much of why I'm so passionate about dynamic drive, as I define it, is because our lives are so transformative. They're so dynamic, right? At some level. In other words, it's not about reaching the summit or finishing or running that marathon, per se, to your point. And, you know, because at some level, the interesting thing is, what do you do when you're done? Right? Like, you guys probably see it and have seen it, and I know I saw it as a sports agent. I mean, when you finish the marathon, when you win the U.S. Open, when you win a world championship, what do you do next? And if you're in the pursuit of better every day, if you're working on your mindset, if you're working inside of discipline and resilience, and you're anchoring all of it in something bigger, right? A bigger why at some level, to me, it makes the journey worth the grind. And it's what I saw with that.
So what do you do, Molly? So what do you do? Like, how do you work with someone, or how do you train someone? I think you and I sometimes will feel like we'll come off of something and it's like so great, and then you got to remember that.
But there's the flip side of that too.
What?
Where you come off of something and you're like, you know what? It could have been a lot better, and here's why.
Right. So how do you?
Like, we're pretty harsh critics of ourselves.
Absolutely. So how do you get your mindset to be like, okay, you know, all right, maybe that was a bad one, or so how do we make it better? How do we not let that kind of throw us off course?
Well, and you hit on it right there with that word mindset, because it's everything, right? And you guys see it out there on the courts right there. I mean, the difference between the guys and gals that are that are competing and continuing to make progress, so often, right? It's their mindset. It's not talent. It is at some level that gets them there, but it's the discipline and the resilience and the mindset that keeps them winning. And so to your question, I mean, I think, we have like something like 70,000 thoughts a day, which is kind of insane when you think about it, right? And so if we aren't intentional about reframing our thoughts, right? Like really intentional about saying, am I telling myself something right now that is taking me where I want to go? Or am I telling myself something that isn't, right? And so I teach something in Dynamic Drive called a total mindset reset, which is how do we recognize when we're telling ourselves something that isn't going to take us where we want to go or give us the outcome or make us show up as the best version of ourselves. How can I recognize that? How can I then replace it with something different and better that in fact is driving toward the outcome that we want? And then how do I reinforce it, right? You see athletes, I've certainly got the open eye, right? You see athletes looking at notebooks, right? And cards and they're getting their mind right and reinforcing the kind of self-talk they need when they're out on the court.
What is that self-talk, and how can we take what they do on the court and apply it to our own lives when it comes to either professionally or personally?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Dynamic Drive has 7 keys to it, right, that I unpack in detail. Of course, it's all foundationally anchored in purpose. But I would say the first step fundamentally is saying, where am I playing small in my life, right? Like, where am I maybe not showing up in a way that aligns with the legacy that I want to leave? And that was really what got me to this point right now, which is pulling back and saying, do I want to be an agent and negotiate $2 billion, $3 billion, $5 billion in contracts? What am I chasing, right? So I think to answer your question, it's pulling back and saying, where am I playing small? Where could I have an opportunity to level up a little bit in service of the legacy I want to leave, in service of what I want on my tombstone, right? In service of me showing up both personally and professionally and living into my core values. And then I think we have to say, what am I really chasing? Right? I think sometimes in life, whether you're a stay-at-home parent, whether you're a pastor, whether you're a professional tennis player, whether you're a media talent like you, it's pulling back and saying, what am I chasing? Right? Like at some level, what is all of this for? And who am I becoming as a result of the pursuit? And those kinds of questions are
because
those are tough. Those are the tough questions.
This world can drive you a little crazy, and sometimes you're not your best you, or maybe I feel like that. I'm not my best me sometimes because it makes you a little crazy. Hey, Molly, one thing we do want to ask you, and love hearing kind of your perspective on how to help people be their best, if you will. You mentioned 20 years representing 300 plus of the world's top NFL, MLB, NBA, NCAA athletes, coaches. So Drew Brees, Tom Brady, Aaron Andrews, I could go on and on and on. What was the fun part of that, the good part of that? What was the maybe not so fun part of it? And why did you stop?
Yeah, an awesome question. And, I mean, the fun part is being around peak performers, right? Being around people who live into and want to pursue better every day, right? That have the kind of mindset and resilience and discipline. And that was and is so magnetic and so fulfilling and so fun. In service of your second
Is there
part of your
anybody in
question,
particular? Is there anybody though in particular that stands out that you were just like, oh my God, they're just on a different plane?
John Smoltz was a pitcher for the Atlanta Braves. To me, he got it from the perspective that he would step out on the mound and give it all he had all the time. He wasn't afraid of change. It wasn't really about him. It was about the other guys in the clubhouse. And more than him, right? And I think, Ernie Johnson Jr., you guys know EJ's name, given the work that you do. I mean, just, we'd go from the set where he's between Kenny and Barkley, right? And then we'd get in a minivan and drive to go have lunch with his since passed son, Michael, who was severely disabled, and have lunch, and EJ would rub his head and feed Michael. And, so I think it's the people that recognize the the opportunity and the uniqueness of it, and also recognize the blessings in it, and at some level, don't get too self-absorbed in their sort of in the seat that they're in. And you guys see it there, right? Like, it's easy to do that when everywhere you turn, everybody stands up and moves and follows you, right? And so Smoltz, EJ, Doc Rivers, Tom Izzo, these are people, and the list goes on and on and on, but they're great human beings who obviously had unbelievable careers too.
In terms of the stuff that maybe wasn't so fun being an agent and why you stopped.
Yeah. Oh, I was hoping you'd forget that part of the question, girl, and you're back with it.
I know, I said to Tim, I'm like, I want to follow up.
Yeah. I know. I was just, so, you know, I would say the not so fun is when you know, the 11 o'clock call when a player gets traded and they didn't want to. You know, the player that just gets up to the big leagues and then they get injured. The golfer that's right there and they're about to win their first tournament and they sort of don't get it done for whatever reason on the back nine on a Sunday. You know, those, because the love and the connection, I mean, these are people that you're at their weddings, right? You're there when their kids are born. And so when they're disappointed and their heart breaks or their family's heart breaks, man, that hurts. You know, that hurts. And so I would say though that was the hardest part, truly. Or the other component I would actually say is the ones who had just an enormous amount of talent, but didn't have, candidly, what I break down in Dynamic Drive, the discipline, the resilience, the mindset. So they had all the talent, but talent isn't enough, right? Like, you need talent plus resilience, talent plus discipline plus mindset. So that was always sad to see at some level, the wasted talent, knowing the gap that existed. And, you know, that's hard. That hurts your heart too.
Yeah, I could see that.
Very briefly, because we only have about 30 seconds left with you, Molly. What would you say to somebody who's feeling a little burned out right now? I'm not talking about a pro athlete, but somebody who's feeling just like really, really tired.
We actually have more time, I believe.
Do we?
We have like 2 minutes, so go ahead.
She wants to dig into this burnout question, man. That's what's really going on. I love it. Thanks for the extra 2 minutes. So here's what I would tell him. I would say burnout is usually a result of chasing the wrong things. In other words, it's putting your energy toward the things that don't matter to you, right? So, and when we operate into Dynamic Drive, because the foundation is that we're plugged into our purpose in everything that we do, burnout is actually at bay. In other words, for somebody who's feeling burned out, what I would encourage them to pull back and do is ask themselves some tough questions, right? What am I chasing? What matters most to me? What legacy do I want to leave? What at some level are the things, the people, the relationships, the values, the beliefs that are most important to me? And how am I living and pouring my energy into those things in service of creating alignment and in turn offsetting burnout? Because I think where people find themselves burned out is they're misaligned, right? Like they're misaligned. In other words, they're spending their time and energy. Yeah, right? Totally. I'm glad that, I mean, it's spending your time and energy doing things that don't ladder up to what in fact matters most to you. And so that's why I'm so passionate about this approach to drive and to life. And at some level, what can become really an identity in which we approach our lives. Because it keeps burnout at bay.
No.
It doesn't focus on the competition. It's an inside-out approach to living our lives in fullness, without regret, and leaving the legacy that we really want to leave.
No, it's a deeper think and thought, as you said, mindset, and just thinking about, when we all ultimately will leave this world, like how you leave it, right? And do you feel kind of good on the way out, to be quite
That's all you got.
No, I think about this a lot as I get older. Molly Fletcher, thank you so much for all this time. Founder and Chief Executive Officer at Game Change. changer performance group. And of course, her new book is called Dynamic Drive.
Hey, we're keeping an eye on some of the companies that have reported after hours. We're seeing shares of Ulta Beauty down 7.6%. This after the company cut its fiscal year net sales forecast. And shares of Lulu are also lower after it trimmed its outlook amid concerns on demand and competition.
Yep, moving lower in the aftermarket. Well done.
It's 4:21 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. Dell Technologies reporting Infrastructure Solutions Group net revenue for the second quarter beat the average analyst estimate. CEO Jeff Clark says their AI momentum accelerated in the second quarter. Shares of Dell up 7.9% in the post-market. Ulta Beauty cut its net sales guidance for the full year. Guidance missed the average analyst estimate. Ulta CEO releasing a statement saying their second quarter missed expectations, mainly because of the decline in comparable store sales. Ulta shares now down 7.6% in the post-market. NVIDIA discussed joining a funding round for OpenAI that would value the artificial intelligence startup at more than $100 billion. Sources say Apple and Microsoft have also been reportedly in talks about participating in this. The round would be led by Thrive Capital, investing about $1 billion. Now, if these discussions move forward, it would mean the three most valuable tech companies are all backing OpenAI, the maker of the ChatGPT chatbot. We're bringing you your closing numbers each day here at Bloomberg. The S&P ended pretty much unchanged. NASDAQ ending lower by 40 points, and the Dow hit another high. It gained 244 points. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now back to Bloomberg Business Week at the U.S. Open with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec.
All right, Amy, thank you so much. You are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week. We are live at the U.S. Open in Flushing Meadows, Queen. We often say when broadcasting from the U.S. Open that, yep, no doubt it's about the tennis. It's what you see on the courts, the players, the matches. But to be fair, coming to the U.S. Open is quite an experience.
Yeah, it's the food, the merch, the people watching, the lounges. And yes, Carol, your prized honey deuces.
I still have my cup from last year.
Did you bring it back this year?
I did not.
You're going to get another one.
Maybe.
There's still tomorrow. You can bring it tomorrow.
We'll see. We'll see. As for the food, this year the team that's behind it all, they recruited more than 20 New York City restaurants to serve their signature food and drink items at various dining venues, and you can see it as you walk around the tennis center, throughout the 2 weeks of the tournament. So to talk about it all is Chris Studley. He's back with us. He's Managing Director of Event Services at the USTA, right on site here at the U.S. Open. Nice to be back with you. How are you?
Thanks for having me back. I'm great. We've had a great year, of course. It kicked off with Fan Week just a little over a week ago. Welcomed more folks than ever before to our site during that period. People are finding out about it, right? We don't have tickets that week, and people are flooding out here to check out the action, get close to the players.
Is all food and beverage that's available this week and next week available during Fan Week?
It's a great question. So years prior, we've kind of opened up slowly, but we knew that we were promoting this and trying to get more fans interested in it. So we opened the entire food village. We opened a few restaurants as well that wouldn't have been open in the past, and people really responded well. I mean, the fans that came out, over 216,000 of them. So we set all kinds of records, and people realized, what a deal. I can come on the site for free. I can get up close with the stars of today. It's incredible.
It is pretty incredible, right? We were talking with Kirsten Corio about it earlier. Having said that, how do you think about the experiences that you want in terms of hospitality? Because we certainly see certain things that come back every year, but then there's some new stuff. So tell us about kind of the menu that you think about.
Absolutely. So we look at all the data, right? We have spreadsheets upon spreadsheets. I don't want to bore you with those details. It's more fun to talk about the drinks.
Actually, we're data people.
Sure.
So that's so cool. What are the
spreadsheets is our language.
So we can look back and look at sales over prior years. I mean, I'm talking dating back to over 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And we can see the trends and everything, right? What's the hot item? What needs to stay, if you will? What are we looking at that may not move? What's not moving the needle? What are our fans asking for? Maybe they're not buying. So we go in every year with a fresh perspective of, hey, in this stand, there's 3 or 4 items. This one's on the bottom. Let's refresh that. Let's do something new with it and see if it responds. So it gives us that opportunity. And just like that, over the years, when we've evaluated like this, we've gotten feedback, hey, try this, try that. And it actually shapes the food village a little bit every year. We piloted last year and the year before, we were piloting a mobile ordering system. We realized that our fans weren't really interested in it. What they wanted to do was take that walk down the food village. You mentioned it yourself.
I've done it.
Around.
I kind of love doing it and like looking. But there are sometimes lines, and I'm like, I can't wait.
Don't tell them there are lines. Their job is to make sure there are no lines.
How do you do that?
Well, you know, we look at everything from the technology that we use to process the transactions down to how the honeydew is made in a tap system now. So, by the way, you get the perfect ratio of vodka to lemonade to raspberry liqueur.
What's the guac
The
machine?
avocado.
The avocado.
Yeah, what the melon?
That's
what they have at Chipotle to make the guacamole.
No,
That's
so
awesome.
is there something for the honeydews?
There's a
melon
tap
bowl.
system.
There's
Yeah.
a tap
Well, the
system.
melon balls, so interesting story about those. You know, we're projected to hopefully do 500,000 honeydeuces this year. I think 3 melon balls per honeydeuce. You're talking 1.5 million melon balls. And we have a team that puts them on skewers. So they come in bald already, but there is a team behind the scenes.
They do come bald.
They come bald.
Okay.
Oh.
They come bald.
I was just going to say, you're going to be like, Chris is handing out
come bald,
assignments.
not skewered.
No, you're handing out the assignments. You're on the melon ball team. I'm really sorry, but you're going to be like making melon balls in the back of the...
They're the unsung heroes. Unsung heroes.
1.5 million of them.
For sure.
What you're doing.
Yeah.
How much revenue does the honeydews bring in? Or what can you tell us?
You know,
we saw some numbers, so I'm curious.
What did you guys see? Let's start that way.
Was it
how much is the honeydews?
$9 million in sales?
Yeah, that's probably fair.
And that wait. So
last year we sold about 462,000.
All right, and how much are they each?
22 last year, 23 this year.
Okay, you sold how many last year?
About 462,000.
Okay, you're gonna
so so that's about 10.6 million in revenue.
Okay, so our Elizabeth
yeah.
Cedron, who's very into tennis and is going to be here tomorrow, combine the men's women's tournament winners get 7.2 million in winnings. So you're making more.
Well, we have to pay the whole pool of prize money.
I'm
The whole
just
pool of prize money is
saying.
much more.
I'm just saying.
There's a lot of other players that aren't the winning.
What if the winning prize money was based on just Honeydeuce revenue? So,
No,
so
like take a percentage.
equal prize
like the player
money.
says, "I'll have a percentage of the Honeydeuce.
The,
I'll
the
play."
players are like, go buy your Honeydeuces.
Listen, it all helps the fan experience, right? Let's
Everybody in our newsroom was coming up like, "You go to the U.S. Open. I wish you were there." Our Scarlet Fu said to me, "Wait a minute. So where did the Honeydeuce recipe come from?"
Great question. I've been asked that a couple times recently, because we keep talking about how
Scarlett's
many people are buying
brilliant.
it.
She always has good questions. She does.
Well, funny enough, this is the first year we actually did Honeydeuce merchandise. So you can get a Honeydeuce hat or a T-shirt with the recipe on the back. And they sold like wildfire, according
Seriously?
to our merchandise folks.
Wow.
Yes. Yeah, it was really popular.
So where did it come up from? How did it come about?
It came up from a Grey Goose mixologist and a few USDA folks in a kitchen here on site over 15 years ago, just before I joined the organization.
That
So
must have been a
I had
fun
nothing to do with it.
kitchen.
I can't take any credit for it.
But it must have been a fun kitchen.
Absolutely.
Because they
So
were experimenting on
They
that.
sat there and tried every different cocktail, and what's the one that resonated the most, right? What was the flavor of summer, so to
Right.
speak? So then they even came up with the 3 melon balls to represent the tennis balls in a can. So not everybody realized that, but yeah.
Was that lightning in a bottle? I mean,
know,
the way that I talk about the U.S. Open to people, they always say, "What is that drink? What is that drink? What is that drink?"
Yeah, everybody knows.
Yeah, everybody knows about it.
It's grown over time, right? It's just taken on its own persona. Thanks social media for that, right? As that took off, the
Yeah.
Honeydeuce takes off. It's cool to come take your picture with the Honeydeuce.
So when are you going to do a mocktail? Again, Elizabeth asks us, who says, "I'm going to come, but I don't know that I want to drink alcohol, but I'd love to have a Honeydeuce mocktail."
We'd have to talk to our partners at Grey Goose and kind of figure something out if we can do that. But we do offer
I guess
some
that would be
mocktails
a
and a little bit for
It's
that.
like everything without, minus the vodka, minus the key
So
sponsor.
you can have lemonade.
I guess that would be a
Would you like a lemonade?
And some melon balls.
Yes, lemonade with melon balls. We do offer a few mocktails on
Problem
the site.
solved.
It is a category that's growing.
Oh, it's totally
it's
growing,
taken
yeah.
off,
We have so many guests come on,
Yeah.
and it's non-alcoholic beers, wines, like you name it.
Well, we do serve the Heineken 0.0, which is quite delicious for a non-alcoholic beer. So they are a good partner of ours as well.
On the food side of it, the prep time that goes into actually making sure that there are minimal lines, even though there are still lines. How do you have the balance of making sure that the chefs are prepping ahead of time, but also making stuff to order? You're not going to get something soggy.
Yeah, so their goal is to not make, the finished product days in advance for any stretch.
Right.
They're professionals what they do. I mean, even the best restaurants in New York City do a lot of prep. And they know where they can kind of cook the item to until they have to serve and then obviously finish it. So they're the pros at that. I don't claim to be. I'm not a chef at all, nor do I work in a kitchen. But
you're an operations guy, though.
Operations guy through and through. So, they know what's best. I trust them. They know what they're doing. We work with Levy Restaurants, which is a division of Compass Group.
Yeah.
They're around the world. They know what they're doing. They're pros.
So
Yeah, go ahead.
So do you have kitchens like all set up?
All over.
Like all over?
Oh, yeah.
And stuff's coming in
For
from
sure.
off-site?
Yeah, we have about 7 commissaries on site. I'm talking massive kitchens. We even have one underneath the grandstand. The public would have no idea where it is. Kitchens in the back of every restaurant. So freshest food possible. It's built to serve the areas that they're in. So
yeah.
From an operations perspective, talk to us about how you're using technology to sort of offset where people maybe add more people where people are going, add more stuff there. What's the tech side of this?
So on the tech side, not necessarily tied to food and beverage so much, but more tied to seating. Our fans, especially the first week of tennis right now with so many grounds passes and matches going on everywhere, we actually have cameras aimed at every bleacher. So you can kind of get an idea of where you're going to go, green, yellow, red, for what has seating available to kind of point people in the right direction to catch some tennis.
Love that.
All right. What's the most exclusive dining experience here?
Exclusive dining. Aces and Champions are our 2 signature restaurants. On the club level of Ash, you either need a courtside ticket or a suite ticket to access them. Those are probably what people just die to get into. The reservations are off the charts.
And what's this chicken?
The lowly media pass, Carol, will not get you in.
Yeah.
To Aces
Let me know
and
if you guys need anything.
Yeah. Get in line.
It's okay. I got my French fries before. What's this chicken dish with caviar?
So Cocodoc by restaurateur Simon Kim. So if you've heard of it, popular restaurant in the city right now,
Chris
one of the hottest
Rouser
places.
knows about this.
I'm sure he
of our
does.
Pursuits team.
So we have the stand on the club level of Arthur Ashe Stadium, and it is just unbelievable. I mean, you can get regular chicken nuggets with dipping sauces all the way up to truffle nuggets or the caviar-covered nuggets, and it's selling crazy.
I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked Kirsten just in the last 20 seconds we have with you. What's the big difference that you're already planning for next year? What's something new that's coming in 25? What are you thinking about?
we're always looking at new chefs, new restaurants, what people are craving. I'll get back to you after I look at all the data. Yeah.
Always work. This guy's always working. Always looking at the data.
That is such cool stuff. Thank you so much. And Carnegie Deli's back too.
They are. It's popular.
Very cool.
Pastrami sandwich, maybe?
Hey, I already had. What did I have?
I don't know. You had something.
Chicken gyro.
Something.
Yeah.
Delicious.
I'm going to get something.
Great.
Chris, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Good luck with it. Chris Dudley, he's Managing Director of Event Services at the USTA, joining us right here on site at the US Open. I'm Carol Masser, along with Tim Stanovic, live here on Bloomberg Business Week.
Hey, we're in Queens, New York, but let's get a check of the latest world and national news. For that, we go to Washington, D.C., where we find Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom. Hey, Nance.
Thanks, Tim. Vice President Kamala Harris is getting ready for her first interview as a presidential candidate. She'll appear on CNN tonight alongside her running mate, Tim Walz. We get more with Bloomberg's Kaylee Lyons.
This is something that Republicans already are criticizing her heavily for, suggesting it's weak that she is not sitting down for this interview alone. I would just say that this is not something that doesn't have historic precedent. Joe Biden did a joint interview with Barack Obama when Obama tapped him to be his vice president. We saw Hillary Clinton and Tim Kaine do this in 2016. And even in July, after Donald Trump tapped J.D. Vance to be his running mate, they sat down for a joint interview just days later on Fox.
Again, Bloomberg's Kaylee Lyons. The interview will air on CNN at 9 p.m. Wall Street time. An Army spokesman is confirming an official with the Arlington National Cemetery was, quote, abruptly pushed aside during an altercation Monday with former President Trump's staff, but the employee does not plan to press charges. This happened during a wreath-laying ceremony to honor those who died at the Kabul airport while the U.S. was pulling out of Afghanistan. The Army says it now considers the case closed. A new watchdog report criticizes the FBI's handling of child sex abuse allegations. The Inspector General, Michael Horowitz, says the FBI did not properly address problems in handling tips following the Larry Nassar abuse case with U.S. gymnasts.
It's critically important that the FBI appropriately handle all allegations of hands-on sex offenses against children, because failure to do so can result in children continuing to be abused and perpetrators abusing more children.
Horowitz says the probe found substantial problems with following up on reports and referring them to local law enforcement. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
440 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. Lululemon Athletica lowered its sales and profit outlook for the year, adding to concerns that consumers are no longer shelling out for pricey yoga pants, and that increased competition is siphoning off customers. Lululemon shares were lower. They've clawed back those losses and are now up 2.4% in the post-market. Best Buy raised its earnings guidance for the year, a sign that its turnaround efforts are starting to bear fruit as consumers begin upgrading their COVID-era purchases with new products that include innovations like AI. It did take a cautious note, downgrading the high end of its annual comparable sales forecast to 1.5% decline, flat. Best Buy shares are 14% higher. We bring you your closing numbers each day here at Bloomberg. The S&P ended pretty much close unchanged. The NASDAQ ended lower by 40 points. The Dow hit another record high with a gain of 244 points. 10-year Treasury yield at 3.86% and the 2-year Treasury yield at 3.98%. The gauge of pending U.S. sales of existing homes sunk in July to the lowest level on record. High prices and borrowing costs scaring off buyers. The drop was larger than all estimates in a Bloomberg survey of economists and reflected declining sales in all 4 major regions. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now back to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec.
All right. Thank you so much. We really appreciate Amy Morris back there in D.C. Well, our next guest is really family. He's a journalist, though, at heart, built the Bloomberg newsroom from the ground up, creating an award-winning news team. He's now editor-in-chief emeritus at Bloomberg News, weighing in and writing about some of today's biggest news stories, investment themes for Bloomberg Opinion, which you can read on the Bloomberg and also at Bloomberg.com. He's also, as we said, maybe I didn't say it, he's a tennis fan, and he's brought a guest, friend.
Not just a tennis fan, but also a very good tennis player.
He is, and he's brought a friend. We're talking about Matt Winkler, of course, on site at the U.S. Open here with us of Bloomberg News, as we said, editor-in-chief emeritus. Great to have you here. You have been playing tennis for a long time. You did bring a friend, Jose Lara, who actually has been your coach.
For many, many years, more than 12 years, in fact, and he completely remade me. When he found me, I was a complete hot mess.
And so was this?
Was he a mess?
Wait, so did you work on the mental game more so?
Everything.
Or was
It was like a total deconstruction.
Total deconstruction?
And reconstruction.
Reconstruction.
Yeah. And
I love to hear it.
Yeah, and he knows everything there is to know, and so I can appreciate that because I run across people like that. And when I found Jose, I realized he's the gift that keeps giving. And
so, Jose, when you work with someone, like, what do you find? Like, how do you begin in terms of helping them? And what is it often that a player needs help with?
Well, most of the times, the stroke, the technique to be able to hit the ball the right way, have the right stroke. You know, when I started with Matthew, he didn't have the right stroke. So right away, when I see that, I say, we got to learn how to hit the ball better. You know, we start from there, and, and when you improve the stroke of the player, show how to hit the right technique, you start seeing the difference.
And part of what you guys do is each year come to the U.S. Open. Are you inspired, Matt, by the players here? In all seriousness.
The answer is yes, although I have to say, Jose was with me several years ago, and we sadly watched Roger Federer lose in the heat of the night to the Australian Millman, and it was devastating for me. Now, Jose is used to seeing things like that, but seeing my idol, Roger Federer, lose at the U.S. Open on a very hot, humid night was really traumatic for me.
But even incredible players lose, right?
Yes. You know, he was shocked a little bit because, Federer, the way that he played, that day Federer wasn't playing like that. He was like, what's going on? And I said, Matthew, look at it. He's struggling with the heat. You can see Federer putting the air blowing over there. So, so he was able to understand a little bit that.
But we have seen so many great players over the years. I mean, we've seen Serena, for example, seen Coco Gauff more recently, we never get tired of it, of course.
Well, you bring up a really good point because the concern in 2022 when Serena retired, Matt, was that there would be sort of a absence of American players to draw big crowds to the U.S. Open. Last year, they had a record year without Serena. This year, Monday, the first day of the U.S. Open, was a record year. without, again, Serena. But there's this new generation of players.
Yeah, and I think there's something more to this event than that, which is, to me, it's the most internationally minded. You know, it's very rare to go to any sporting event anywhere in the U.S. and come across so many nationalities, so many people from different places, different languages, and they're all competing together. And that's what makes New York City a great city, of course. And to have this event here the way it is inspiring, and I think that's why it succeeds.
Yeah, it's one of the things we always find remarkable when we come back. First of all, the crowd keeps growing from year to year, but it's a global audience, and it's really just fun to be around. Having said that, we've gone through periods where we think, whether it's golf or certain sports, we get worried about the younger generation not being there, but we see it continue. And you see it even in your own family.
We see it continue, although my friend Jose Lara, the pro, still wonders whether the competition is as intense as it should be.
Yeah, talk a little bit about that. Why do you think that?
You know, I think the past a few years we're coming, but in the first rounds, the competition is very easier. So, you know, like, I think to come here to enjoy, sometimes the game is finishing very soon.
So the top 10 players, top 15, top 20, incredible, but you don't see that level. You don't see the level of competition in the early rounds of the tournament, you're saying?
Yes, you know.
It takes to get to the third round sometimes.
You know, when you look at, for example, Djokovic, you say, who can beat Djokovic? The only 4 players. You say Medvedev, Sinner, Alcaraz.
Yeah, but some people can give him a pretty good fight.
Yeah, they can.
Like last year against DeJare last year, who he played last night, he was down 2 sets to love.
Well,
not last night. Last year he was against him. So that was a really good match.
That was a good match. But a lot of time, you know, the first round is depend. You know, and when you go to the entourage, it's you know, and you play with the top player, they can finish the game very quick. You know, it's different in the small tournament when you're gonna find the top 10 player right away, you know, to compete. So it's actually better matches in the beginning.
So why do you think that maybe the younger tier that's coming up, that they aren't playing as strong or as well?
I think they need to grow, still need to get stronger mentally.
Yeah.
Because when you see the game, they have the game. But the decision making, the strategy are not there. And sometimes you see the younger player playing the same way that when they play in junior. I mean, it's a different level when you come here to the US Open.
Right.
That one made the difference. And when you see the top player, it's a different pattern, different strategy. Sometimes you see that the top player, they kind of already know what the other player is going to do.
Right.
As a different with the new players, like Alcaraz, when they come up, they come with a different mindset. They know what they want to do. They have different strategy. They do what they want to do. You know, sometimes the younger players, they just follow what we teach the coach.
Yeah.
And sometimes for you to be some of the top player, you got to get out of that.
You got to kind of push it, right? Figure out your own thing.
Okay, Matt, no easy segue, but you're somebody who's always looking at economic data. You don't like anecdotes as much as you like the actual hard data, but it's hard not to look around the US Open and look for some anecdata. Do you see anything when you look out at the economy right now that tells any sort of story?
Prosperity. Unbridled prosperity. You know, I keep saying this and have written about it, of course, over the course of this year, particularly focusing on the so-called swing state economies. And they're all booming. I mean, there isn't a state that isn't booming. That isn't really reported the way I think we should be reporting it because it's pretty profound. However, if you look at the data this just in, whether it's car sales or retail sales, we just got the GDP number, for example, and what did they tell you? The consumer, the great American consumer. Well, that doesn't happen by accident. It's because we have a great economy.
Yeah, well, we'll definitely see the consumer do some spending around here. What match or what player are you looking forward to watching throughout the next week or so, couple of weeks?
Well, I hate to be boring, but
you can be boring.
I love Jannik Sinner. I love Alcaraz. I love Djokovic. I love Iga Swiatek. I love Coco Gauff. I mean, you know, no surprise.
Yeah,
these are outstanding players.
Jose, just got about 10 seconds left. Who are you looking forward to watching play?
Alcaraz, he's that boy, you know.
Great stuff. So glad you both could come. Really fun and fun to catch up with you. Of course, Matt Winkler, he is editor-in-chief emeritus here at Bloomberg News, and of course, Jose Lara. Thank you so much.
My coach.
But your coach.
Coach, tennis pro.
Coach Lara.
He actually thought to be really good.
Well, I hope so. After how many years? All right. You.
Your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg in Washington, I'm Amy Morris. NVIDIA discussing joining a funding round for OpenAI. It would value the artificial intelligence startup at more than $100 billion. Sources say Apple and Microsoft have also been in these talks about participating in the financing. The round would be led by Thrive Capital, which is investing $1 billion. If these discussions move forward, it would mean the three most valuable tech companies are all backing OpenAI, maker of the groundbreaking ChatGPT chatbot. Dollar General had its worst day on record. The discount retailer cutting its full-year sales forecast and a sign its core low-income customers are still struggling. Bloomberg Intelligence senior retail analyst Jennifer Bartasha says many of Dollar General's problems would be self-inflicted.
We do think a lot of their current troubles are self-inflicted. This is their core consumer that they know better than anybody else. And the fact that they're misreading where that consumer is and not ready to serve them in the way that they need to be served is a little bit concerning.
Jen Bartasha with Bloomberg Intelligence, and Dollar General shares right now are down 32%. Best Buy is looking like one of the best buys on Wall Street. The stock is higher after better than expected sales in the latest quarter and a boost to its full year guidance. Lindsay Dutch is a senior analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence.
After 3 years of sort of battling really difficult comps coming off of like a pandemic-driven pull forward in demand. We are now seeing light at the end of the tunnel, and Best Buy should be returning to growth mode soon.
Lindsay Dutch of Bloomberg Intelligence. Best Buy shares are 14% higher, and Gap beat sales expectations for the second quarter, suggesting that an overhaul by new Chief Executive Officer Richard Dixon is working. And those are the company stories we're following at this hour. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. We are live here at the U.S. Open.
Yes.
In Flushing Meadows, Queens. But let's go to Washington, D.C. for a check on the latest world and national news. We got Nancy Lyons there in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Tim. Vice President Kamala Harris faces a big test today when she sits down for her first in-depth interview since becoming the Democratic presidential nominee. Harris and her running mate, Tim Walz, will be talking with CNN's Dana Bash tonight. Some Republicans have criticized Harris for including Walz, saying her staff must not be confident in her abilities to go it alone. Brown University political scientist Wendy Schiller.
She's conducted many interviews, right? I mean, in all of her political career. So it's not the interview itself. It's the new role that she has and setting the tone for her candidacy. And I think that's what people are looking for.
Wendy Schiller of Brown University. The interview airs tonight on CNN at 9 p.m. Wall Street time. White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan has wrapped up a 3-day trip to China with a meeting with President Xi Jinping. Sullivan says President Biden looks forward to a call with China's leader himself in the coming weeks. Bloomberg's Rebecca Chung-Wilkins reports it's not clear whether that call could be followed by a Biden-Xi face-to-face.
If Joe Biden, as it looks obvious to be, does not visit China, he will be the first U.S. president not to visit China since Jimmy Carter. So in some ways, there is something of a sort of break in tradition and break in the history that we've seen, which may make some kind of final face-to-face meeting a little bit more important and perhaps a little bit more urgent and higher up the priority list.
Bloomberg's Rebecca Chung-Wilkins in Hong Kong. Israel is agreeing to several pauses in fighting in Gaza in order for children to be vaccinated for polio. That's according to the Israeli and UN officials. Last week, the World Health Organization confirmed a baby was paralyzed by Gaza's first case of type 2 polio in 25 years. Steph Curry will be sticking with the Golden State Warriors through the 2026-27 season. He'll be earning nearly $63 million. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. Now back to you, Carol and Tim.
All right. Thank you so much, Amy Morris.
Nancy Lyons.
Oh, Nancy Lyons. Forgive me. Nancy Lyons, World and National News. We're getting ready to wrap up on our first day of here at the U.S.
What do you
Open.
think?
What do I think?
You going to watch some tennis?
I might go. It's funny. It's getting a little gray here, though.
Yeah, it is. It's better than yesterday, where I'm sure the players welcome this weather.
I'm
much
sure.
It's
yesterday. Much cooler. Everybody's noticed it because it was just unbearable yesterday.
What's on your radar?
What's on my radar? I was just thinking we got a bunch of earnings. That's on my radar. Kind of wrapping up a week. And, we've been talking about some of the economic news that counts us down to the Fed meeting. So despite being surrounded by tennis and despite being surrounded by what seems like a super healthy consumer, I don't know that is always so representative of everything that's going on around the country. So I'm curious. We've got PCE, some data tomorrow. So we'll see what that has to say. What's top of mind for you?
I always like these Wall Street Journal real estate stories.
Oh, I know where you're going to go.
Well, it combines a few of my favorite things. Skiing, real estate, billionaires.
Okay.
All right. So we're talking about the billionaire condo king who's listed an Aspen mansion for $38 million, more than 3 times what he paid for back in 2020. Talk about an ROI.
Yeah. If he gets his price.
If he gets his price, yeah.
There's a listing,
good point.
and then there's
that is a good
negotiations.
point. Okay, that's a good point.
Yeah, it's Jorge Perez. He's the billionaire real estate developer, widely referred to as the condo king of Miami. It's 10,000 square feet of property.
Not a condo, right?
Yeah,
He's the condo king, but I think this is not a condo.
No, this looks like it's just outside downtown Aspen, coming on the market for $30 million. He paid $9.5 million in 2020. Okay, what's in this property? Multiple balconies.
Okay. What's in Aspen?
Close to an acre of land, a mountain-style home, indoor and outdoor areas for entertaining, 6 ensuite bedrooms.
2 offices, formal dining room, 8 fireplaces, temperature-controlled wine room and tasting area, 3-car garage, It doesn't sit directly on a ski run. It has access to runs.